Hello, guys. We are glad that you are out there. Welcome again to another show where we are discussing the current development in our Kenyan politics. Things are heating up. There is alignment and realignment. There is a spirited campaign across the country. How will this end? And there is something that is emerging very strongly, that is in the pretext of economic discourse. There is handouts, there is buying of support, there is all manner of ensuring that you are talked about as being generous and being a giver and things like that. How will this affect our traditional way of voting? And you understand, if you've been in Kenya for a while, you know we traditionally vote according to our tribal inclination, despite the fact of how much we would want to identify ourselves as national and the rest. So will this flying around of handouts and buying of support change our way of voting, or will still vote according to our tradition? James Wan, how are you?
Fine.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Umeshindaje leo?
Meshinda poa. Yes.
Haya, salimia wananchi.
Sioni wako wangapi leo? Wamefika 5. Habari yenu?
Dunia nzima imetune saa hii tayari.
Habari yenu lakini?
Uko salama, karibu.
I hope they are hearing.
They are hearing, the viewers are hearing. You can talk to them.
Yes. Today's topic.
Today we want to look at Baba in Nyamira and William Ruto in Western.
Yes.
The new spirited effort of giving out handouts and promising handouts. Will it change the way we vote traditionally, or is just a form of economic boost in quotes for the voting boom?
Well, I think I can give my take.
Yes, sir.
I think largely there is a traditional orientation of electing our leaders, and mainly, without batting my eyelid, we are tribal and regional, and our interests are organized around our tribes and the regions that we come from. Even right now, when you look at the kind of caucusing that is going on, it's about our region, it's about our tribe, it's about what will happen after 2022 to our tribe or to the area where we come from. So it's only the deputy president who is trying something that has never been tried before in Kenya, where he's attempting a situation whereby he can bypass the ethnic caucusing, although he's doing it underground. But he wishes that particularly the youth will bypass the traditional patterns and vote for him. We are yet to see whether that will work this time round. However, the wisdom tells us that that is a very risky way of going about politics in Kenya, especially when you look at the fact that we will go through this rigmarole for months, but in the just 2-3 weeks to the elections, there will be swaying factors, mostly ethnic and regional, and it is very devastating, especially for maybe somebody who has invested in any other way other than that one. He tried that with while opposing 2010 constitution, where he tried to use the churches and also tried to use to bypass the the gatekeepers in various communities, but he never went far. I don't see ourselves changing much even this time around. Of course, that is not to downplay that the fact that there could be a section of youth who might just overlook the traditional, but they are insignificant as to cause much change in the overall numbers. About goodies, I saw today a clip of what happened in Isiolo. There was a push and pull between the women rep of the area and the border. I think the guys had been promised some 800K, but the women rep was also saying that what is available was 100,000, and it became such a big issue now to a level whereby it is turning like it is blackmail, where the youth said if their goodies are not delivered as they are demanding, the man will not step foot there again in peace. So I don't know how this is going to affect his campaigns going forward, because it seems there are people who now have adopted the modus operandi to be that these are Father Christmas who goes carrying briefcases of money, and therefore before he talks to people, he has to assuage several groups with the goodies. So we wait to see, although I am also not very convinced, because the same guy saying they actually belong to various political formations, they deal with the calm basis. They deal with those who come and they deal with them there, and then so you cannot exactly say that because you've given money to groups or to certain communities that you get votes out of that money. I think there are more stronger motivating factors than just money. And those who may be swayed by money may be just few, so few that they may not have any significant change on the overall voting patterns. So that's my take on this. But before I close, I can say this.
Yes, sir.
I think the issue of the DP always addressing people and talking of giving money could become a problem for him as we head towards the elections, because there is likely to be more demand for money to a point where you might find it very difficult to address some parts of the country unless he gives money to the groups that have come to listen to him. I don't know how it will pan out, but I see a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, James. Let's wait and see. Wait and see how it develops. Kisoi Evans, how are you? Please unmute.
Yeah, Bwana Bernard, I'm fine.
Uh-huh.
I can get you, and I really like the discussion going on.
Okay.
Yeah. I think going forward, what we saw yesterday at Kisi and what we saw today at Busia,
Hmm.
we've seen some very many buses varying some individuals from Rift Valley to go and attend Ruto's rallies. And you will find by the end of the day, these guys will pocket some coins, will be given some coins for them to attend. Going forward, you'll agree with me that the Western Kenya and the Kisi, they are going to remain Raila's strongholds, and nobody who can shake and Baba in those regions. So we are very confident that Baba is going to secure his regions very well, and comes 2022, we shall have the say of the people of Western and the people of Kisi. So that's just my contribution. I've just joined the conversation just now, and I'm very much happy for the progress going on.
Bernard.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's stay connected and continue wherever contributing. The tradition is on this platform. We need to see your face.
Bernard.
The black screens are not very much welcome because their viewers are complaining that we tunaonyesha migongo alafu tunawasomea. So let us ensure, unless you have to remain behind the curtain, we encourage you to put your camera on so that the viewers can see your face as you address them. Kevin Ombati, how are you? Kevin,
Good.
unmute.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Go
Good
ahead.
evening. I think
Good
I'll
evening.
start
Your
from
mic is
where I
very
left.
far.
I'll start from where I left yesterday.
Eh,
Remember, I said yesterday that Raila is a stronghold will always remain. If you look at what has happened in this year, the strongholds of Raila still remain the way they were. No, I said this when you go to a region, if you are not accompanied with the leaders on the ground, that is the elected leaders, because they have an influence. If you look at Busia, the elected leaders of none of them was around. Be it the MCAs, be it the elected MPs, all of them, none was there. You look at the people who were addressing the people of Busia were outsiders. So we are even meant to doubt even those who were attending that rally must have been transported from other areas. Number two, when you talk about the issue of handouts, as my colleague was already spoken, I said, how long will Ruto sustain these handouts? Because all the regions will now be demanding, give us something before you come to us. Minus the handouts did not come to our regions. So we have a long time to go. Along the way, he may not sustain giving handouts. But at the end of the day, handouts do not bring votes. They'll bring a lot of divisions. Because at the end of the day, we have also those who deliver those handouts, they also have their share. So those who are supposed to get the right share will not have the handouts. Some people will pocket the handouts, and that is what you've seen that is happening in Isiolo. Whatever that was given was pocketed by some few individuals. So it may cause damages instead of bringing something constructive. So I think as Ruto continues with the handouts and walking around, you cannot go to someone instead to meet in the counties, the constituencies, minus the grassroots
no,
leaders,
Kevin.
those elected and the
Kevin, your
MPs.
audio is not very good. It's breaking. It's
Oh,
breaking. I think you need to rectify it, and then you will get opportunity to continue the submission later.
right.
Yeah. So let's hear from Benz or say no.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, the issue of concerning the today's topic, I would like to contribute on this issue of handouts and buying support change. And buying support, how will it change the voting tradition? My points are just three. One, most politicians, I don't know who advised them and who tells them that the unemployed youths are not educated. You can be unemployed. In fact, majority of Kenyans, especially the Kenyans youth whom they think are unemployed, most of them are literate. In fact, you'll find quite a number of them, they have finished their fourth forms. Quite a number have gone to colleges, and quite a number have gone up to the universities. They do all sorts of jobs for a living because employment is not there. Hence, you'll find quite a number even work as boda, wengine ni watu wa mjengo, wengine ni anything which can bring food on their table. So when some of these political leaders, they try to mobilize these youth and give them handouts, and they think these youth will support them when it comes to voting, it will not happen. Because the question even those youths are asking, how comes when you go to a place like Western, you go to a place like Central, you go to Coast, you go to Northeastern, you give youths money. But when you go to places like in Rift Valley, he doesn't give those handouts. You see, it means the simple thing here means is trying to bribe. Everybody can see that something is trying to bribe the youth, thinking that they are stupid. These youth they will pocket the money, but when comes the time of voting, they will vote as intelligent people. You see, another point, the second point I wanted to raise. Now you see Mr. Ruto, for example, is roving around Western, really pleading and saying all sorts of good things he can do to that region. Not forgetting that this is one guy, when they came into power in 2013, he never even considered even two people from Western region for appointment, even as his CS. He decided to choose all the CS from Rift Valley, and in particular, his Kalenjin tribe. Now he comes here. Okay, when he was doing that, I don't know whether he was thinking he's going to campaign as a president, or he thought now people will forget and will not question. Because if you want now to be a president, you must show us your track record, the way you've been doing appointments. So that is when we can say, hey, this guy, when he got a small thing like a vice president, all the maybe 5 or 6 posts, ile kubwa kama ya CS alipata, this guy tried to distribute them. Western alimpatia 2, Nyanza moja, hata kama ni Wajaluo apendi, angewasema moja, Kisii hata moja, places like Northeastern like that, Coast, you know, and then maybe 3 ama 2 he gives to his Kalenjin, because already he's also there and is a deputy president. So now he's coming stillithly, thinking that we have forgotten what he did when he was appointing people. And after appointing these years, you know, now they must just appoint their tribes people, tribesmen. Look at what is happening in Kenya. Kenyan, you don't have to speak Kiswahili. Yanini, na you people are all the same. So you see this kind of things. Hizi ndio hatuwezi kubali. The final thing is that handouts is very difficult to sustain. It is something you cannot sustain because it is too expensive. You can't buy everybody in Kenya. So it is not sustainable. Okay, maybe this time he has given people in Western some money. Maybe in 1 month's time, if he will come to Western. Maybe at that particular time, he will not be having enough money. Already maybe the standard was high. Now you want to give them small amount of money. You see, they start to question what has really happened. If that time he gave us maybe 2,000 or 1,000, today it's giving us 500. Hiyo unajua sasa watu wameanza kusema kama wanataka kuzoea kama hiyo ni right now. You see, now that is the bad thing with handout, because you are not going to sustain. Or maybe if you call people in your residence, like he's always doing in Karen, maybe 3,000 people, you give them 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Next time, by coincidence, maybe 1,000, ikuje na another fresh people. You give them now 1,000 or 2,000. They will complain. And they will even incite these other people. You know, hata hii pesa haikuangi 3,000 ama 2,000. Hii pesa inakuanga 5,000. I was here once and we were given. So you see now those kind of things, people, you will never satisfy people when it comes to money. So it is something which is not sustainable. Things which are unsustainable is that, and like even transporting people from one rally to the other using buses. Si watu sasa wanaona tu, kwani what is really happening? Because people on the ground are seeing. If you use 20 buses to transport people to a rally, after another rally, then there unapitiza hao on another place, you see, it is not sustainable. Hiyo ndio contribution yangu for today.
Okay. Thank you, Benz. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, have you sorted out your sound manenos?
I think I'm okay.
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Ben, I think I'm okay. Now, what I was saying, as Mr. Seno I said, that if there's something that cannot work and it will never work, the issue of handouts, as I said, they create more destruction than construction. You don't gain. If you use handouts as a way of gaining voters, you will lose, because these handouts, he doesn't give them out directly to the intended people. They pass through hands of political brokers, and they love their share before they give it out to the intended people. So you can see that is the exact thing that has happened in Isiolo. The youths have not got what they wanted, they were supposed to be given, because someone has sat on this money, and we can see the ripple effect at the end of the day. And it is going to spread all over. At the end of the day, people will turn against this kind of system. They will not want such a kind of again. that creates a lot of divisions. And how long will it go till the end? Number two, I said yesterday here, and I'll say this time and again, whenever you go to a particular region and you see the opinion leaders, the elected leaders are not there, know very well.
Kevin, you need to hold your mic near your mouth.
So what I said, yes, are you getting me?
Yes, there is better.
So what I'm saying is, if you go to a region and you don't have the opinion leaders, the elected leaders of that region, like what happened in Lucia, you didn't see any elected leader of that region in that meeting. Something tells you that the ground is not with the deputy president, because those are the people that the people of that region have elected, and if they've shunned from being in that meeting, that tells you they are not for that person. As much as you may walk around to those regions, that you have people addressing the residents of that area from outside that region, that it doesn't. They should go back to the drawing board and find out how do we bring a few members of, especially that Busia as a county. They should go back and find out how do we do this. We are even meant now to understand that some of those people that are in those rallies, probably they are transported from other regions. I think, as per my own observation, the deputy president had a long way to go. And number two, these handouts that are given to the youths, I strongly don't believe in. You cannot beg your support on the youths. The youths will come to the meetings, but check on the polling stations on the elections day. Very few youths turn up to vote. So if you rely mostly on them, you may not get the votes that you want from them. So I think handouts cannot work. At the same time, it's good also to work with the opinion leaders and the elected leaders on the ground. And I have said, you look at PC and Nyamira, you look at the western region, that is the Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma. If you look at all these places, still they remain as a tradition the stronghold of Raila. And I don't think there is something that will change this. And I think it will be again because the a few that were there, those who are in Jubilee, those who are with the, I think they'll be going with Raila. So it will be an addition to Raila. It will not be a minus, but it will be a minus to Ruto. I think that's the
Okay, hold on, Kevin. Hold on, Kevin. It's like your sound keeps fluctuating and fluctuating. So I think you pause there, Kwanza.
fine.
Yeah, because it's up and then it goes down. You fade off completely
Fine,
until
fine,
you come back. Let it
fine.
be sorted, please. Thank you.
He's moving the microphone
He's moving the microphone.
away from the mouth because he's using the
Earphone.
earphone.
So itabidi ujifunze kutumia hiyo kwanza. All the same, let's hear from Moses kwanza. Moses Omosh.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Is my sound right?
It's very okay. Go ahead.
Okay, to me, I think the handout and buying of supporters is not the kind of politics that should be experienced in Kenya right now. And what the deputy president is doing and his team is quite unethical, and it will cost him in the coming days, according to me. Because we as young people, when you buy us today, then you don't buy us tomorrow, hapo ndio tutakosana. You see, when you give me 2,000 today and tomorrow you want to give me 1,000, we will not be in good terms with you. So according to me, no, it's not. And for the supporters of Raila Odinga, I think they should try and, hello, you getting me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
The supporters of Raila Odinga, they should mature up just as they have done in the past few days. We've seen Deputy going to Migori and he's been welcomed well. That is a good maturity that they should uphold that. That's the only thing I can say for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to make a follow-up on that before everybody gives their view. Daniel Oyugi, how are you? Daniel Oyugi, unmute and talk. Yes, it's like your gadget is still loading. Hey, Daniel, wewe. You will need to log in again. Ayaga, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you.
Oh, thank you. How is you, Bernard? Long time.
You are my neighbor here, and you stay away because you want to enjoy curfew-free life alone.
Okay. I'm well. Ni mambo ya kutafuta saa zingine na siasa hapa na pale, tukiendelea na maisha. Bernard, let me say, I'm seeing a breaking news. It will be very unfortunate if it is true that they banned the assistant minister's house. Tarus.
I'm still making confirmation. I don't want it to go public before it is confirmed.
Yeah. It will be very unfortunate that they threaten him today and they ban his house today. It will be very unfortunate. I don't think it will be a good gesture.
No, don't speculate yet. Let's contact our contacts. When they confirm, then we will also chip it in our discussion.
Where I got the news, I trust the guy who posted it first, 100%. So I'm not in doubtful. It will be a very few minutes. It will be a breaking news. Thank you very much. Handouts, political handouts will never end in Africa. It is something that has been in our gene for long. Even if you guys are blaming William on it, it has been there, it existed, not even from presidential candidate. It is that for the first time we are seeing it being taken to a higher table where a presidential candidate can ferry youths. I told you, Mombasa the other day, people were being bought 1,000 to attend the rally. I think you have seen, I don't know if the lady who is a women rep of Isiolo was also confirming that he was given almost like $1 million to mobilize the youth so that they can take a picture to post showing that the people were many. You know, rally, if you want to know that this rally is not organic, you cannot tell me you are moving from here towards Kagemi, and when upon reaching Kagemi, you get hundreds of youths donning the clothes of that party. Number one, the rally is not organic. These must be people, there is arrangement. They say they stormed a market. He was just passing and then people stopped you. People can't stop you because 15 minutes before you are there were nobody was no they had not those clothes were not they are not there, party colors. But it is a political ignorance that I don't know who is advising them. But I love it because I'm seeing they are enjoying it. And I'm also enjoying it. It is good, by the way. Bernard, yesterday people were talking about CSS that supported Raila Odinga. Let me just speak about this because I will be quiet and let the others contribute. You know the significance of the three CSS or ministers. People did not talk about the merit. Look at Matiang'i. Who is Matiang'i? Matiang'i is the Minister of Interior or the CS Cabinet Interior, in charge of Interior. Interior Ministry is the ministry that always deals with the transitions after every election. And Matiang'i is the first cabinet secretary in that docket in the history of Kenya supporting an opposition candidate out of government. They always support president or somebody that is propelled by the president. Another one is Wamalwa. Wamalwa now is the defense minister. Defense minister is involved directly during transitional and everything that happened after and before the election. Because whoever we are electing is not an ordinary person, but is a commander-in-chief, a five-star general that will be leading the forces of this nation. So people are saying they were waiting for Uru endorsement. I don't think those two ministries can wake up on their own and then support and endorse someone publicly without any information from the president. So Ouru has placed God. I heard Mdavadi still waiting. He's going to ask Ouru if he is really supporting Raila. Even a class 2 who has studied anything in government will tell you there are two ministries in Kenya. If they supported you, you don't wait to be told the government is backing you, or you have a goodwill of somebody in government. Two ministries, interior and defense. The rest will join you later. And you will see like Mutai Kagwe has dropped his presidential bid, is now supporting Baba. You will see the rest are coming. And there is nothing wrong with cabinet secretaries involving in politics. In 2017, William Ruto, Najib Balala, Wamalwa, and the rest of cabinets were engaging in active politics, and Ruto never complained. In fact, he called them a free, independent-minded citizen of this nation that have a decision to make. It is the same when it's happening now. They should not say that the cabinet secretary should not engage in active politics. They will be in politics as long as they were politicians before. Yeah. About the media, I'm seeing the UDA is complaining about the media. Bernard, if you go down the memory lane, after the mock swearing in at Uhuru Park, the three media stations were switched off in this nation. William Ruto was still alive, upright, sober, because he told us he never take alcohol like some of us. He never take alcohol. So he's always sober with the Bible on his hand. He never complained. He never complained. Why? He never asked the government about it. Today, him and his Mboko Lakanda, yule mtu wa mkono wake, Dennis Itumbi, they are here trying to criminalize how citizen is publishing or hearing their news. My friend, I want to tell them hii na Kiswahili ya mwisho. Kama hujai umwa na nyoka, huwezi jua nyoka ni dangerous. Kama hujai umwa na nyoka, hautajua nyoka ni dangerous. Hawa watu hawajai umwa na nyoka. Hii kitu hii deep state imetuuma mara kadhaa, and we know how dangerous it is. Kama bado wana imani watapigana na yeye, wacha waendelee. Wakiumwa kule mbele, waache kuchoma nyumba ya wale ambao wanawaambia ukweli. Ukweli watashindwa. They are behaving. I gave them the characteristics of opposition. I suffered the same. My house was burned. I still move on. I still believe on what I believe on then. I'm believing in what I'm believing now. No matter the frustration they are doing to the Baba supporters in Rift Valley, nothing, even an inch, we will not stop telling them the truth, because that is what they need. Because even the Bible that they carry as if they are the authors of that Bible, yeah, stated very well that the truth will set you free, and the truth is the Jesus. So if you know the Jesus, I'm told is born again, and me, I'm not born again because I'm a Catholic. He is born again because he's a Protestant. He should know very well that Jesus is the truth. So ukiambiwa ukweli unyamaze nayo. Thank you very much. I will be back later.
Okay. Thank you, Ayaga. I want us to move on. Mike Hisa. How are you? Unmute and speak to us. Mike Kisa, unmute. Oga, unmute your mic and speak. Are you there? Okay. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead now. You are muting again. You unmute and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead now.
You can hear me now. Thank you, Bernard. I think. Okay. Yeah. I think we are discussing about handouts. If I'm not, I'm not behind the news. Is the topic the handouts agenda? Hello.
Bernard, you're on mute. You're on mute, Bernard.
You can hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Bernard is talking and he's on mute.
Sorry. Lisa, go ahead. We can hear you. Lisa, you are mute. Unmute first. Okay. Hii class itakuwa ngumu.
Nimeunmute mara mbili. Mnanisikia sasa?
Basi ongea. Sasa tunakusikia, endelea kuongea.
Sawa. So I'm talking about the handout issue. I think when we look back at the 2010 Constitution and how it wanted to clean up the mess brought up by the handouts, and the handouts were coming in the form of harambes and donations from politicians to drive a certain agenda of the system of the day. And one of the thing, or one of the reasons why the handouts is able to thrive in Kenya and in other parts of the African countries is we don't have, we are yet to enact the chapter 6 of the Constitution that talks of integrity in terms of how somebody can explain his wealth, his source of wealth, and things to do with that, because it is not be possible for you to spend 10 million in a week, and when KRA looks at their books, they don't see an income that commensurates with that type of. They don't see a tax that commensurates with that type of income you purport to have. And Obama came to Kenya and advised our president that the best thing to do when we want to deal with the people who cannot account for their money is just to do a lifestyle audit. And lifestyle audit is basically looking at those areas, your income versus your expenditure versus what you also pay as tax. If there was a law that addressed that, I can tell you there's no politician in Kenya who would give a handouts, because their non-income that is taxable is nowhere near what they give as donations across the country, because people need, and I think media needs to help us tally and get figures how much each politician gives in a week. You'll be shocked. Some people are spending 20 million per week on handouts. And unfortunately, the Oka and Baba is almost being roped into that ideology because it's so attractive to the youth. Today, Baba gave a donation of 10 million to, I think, some university. It is becoming so attractive that if you don't go by that approach, then you will be left out. So I don't know whether I'm off.
You're okay, although there are some distortions. Sorry, it's like it's dropped. No. Okay, Wekesa, how are you?
Mkulu FW.
Karibu.
Orio.
Now that you've been on a long break, I want you to resume.
You want?
Now that you've been on a long break, you will need to assume your seat. But make your submission first.
No, yesterday I was live, but I realized we were live, both of us concurrently. I realized later.
The trouble I told you about.
Yeah. You know, I went on the WhatsApp, and then Deba was asking, nobody can call live. And then I put a topic. So I think by the time I finished, you had already put also a topic. And we were now live, both of us. But the beauty of it is, I think Friday people were more engaged, were more free. So we had 2 full sessions. Anyway, just to tell our viewers so that they may not think there is Jubilee A and Jubilee B. Wanaweza fikiria tulikuwa na Jubilee ya UDA na kieleweke. Yeah. Otherwise, we are fine. Now that we had begun, we could not. Our Nini can only accommodate 10 people on the station, and all of them were full. We could not transfer them to one. We just allowed it to continue. Yeah. So today, I've seen Junet trending. We are talking about Nyamira, and I can isolate a few things that were there. We have seen Junet trending because of the comments he made, and the people are asking what is wrong with that. What is wrong with Uhuru convening Limuru 1 or Limuru 2 and telling people in their own dialect how the government is going to help the Mount Kenya? What is wrong with that when all the Mount Kenya East governors, Kina Kiraitu, Kina Njuki, and the other one, huyo mwingine anaitwa nani? Kuna
Nderitu.
Wambora. The RIT, yes. What is wrong with them meeting and then saying that on condition? In fact, I heard them say when Jurinjeke saying that Baba, we are going to support you on condition that you're going to put our son first. Hii serikali hatujai ionja. So we want you to put our son first and we are giving you Munya. What is wrong with that? That is local politics. So what is wrong with Kisis converging? In fact, when the Kisis converged and they wanted to have a government, the person who read the resolution was none other than Silvanus Onzoro. And that time he knew that Matiang'i is going to be the flag bearer. So he went, he left Yuda and came and read the resolution. Now that Matiang'i is supporting Baba, they have a problem. So what is wrong with that? What is wrong with Luya's meeting and saying that as a Luya, we need to have unity, and then if we have to join the government, this is what we need as projects to be accomplished. After all, what is politics all about? Politics is about resources and division of resources. And we have seen even when Eugene was appointed as a Minister of Defense, he had a homecoming. Why did he have a homecoming? Is because people said that tumepewa ministry. Juzi, governor of Tharaka Nithi said that since the advent of Kenyan history, they have never had a ministry in their county. So kumbe people, that is how we interpret serikali. Ukipewa ministry unasema ni community tumepewa. So what is wrong with Junet saying that Nyanza inapewa serikali? After all, when Raila becomes a president, yeye ndio serikali. Na hiyo serikali imetoka upande gani? Ya Nyanza. Serikali ya Kenya imetoka pande gani tangu the beginning of Kenya? Serikali ilitoka Uingereza, ikakuja ikatoka Mount Kenya, ikakuja ikatoka Rift Valley, ikarudi Mount Kenya, ikarudi Mount Kenya. And that is the same reason why Mount Kenya are not fielding a candidate, because they are aware that they have been having the government. So these spin doctors from UDA with their desperation and sympathy articles, they want now Mount Kenya to sympathize that we are kumbe hao watu wanataka kuchukua serikali. After all, when Ruto was in government, half of the government that he was given, he took it to one nation, one tribe. So that is how he interpreted his role as a deputy president, is to have all his people in government. But even as Junet says that Raila is doing what we call Azimio la Umoja. So he wants to see he will only be one among equal. He'll be the head, yes, but there are other people who will play different roles. You can never see Raila Odinga appointing one community as cabinet ministers. It is not in his nature, and it will not begin now. So we cannot. That is just a tired script. Wacha tuachane now. We have seen the CSs who are developing confidence in addressing Papa as their presidential candidate. I think they have had the signal from the president himself. There are those who will want to play the script. Yes, the president hajatangaza, but he can't not be the first one. He has to align all the troops first. Whether he tangaza or not, the idea is he has not resisted. He has not opposed Raila Odinga as presidential bid. That is what we all need. And on Ruto's side, we have seen he's making inroads in Western Kenya, although the numbers of MPs following him are reducing. They are the ones who gave us the optics that they have 150 MPs, although they have never helped them even to pass any bill in parliament apart from being cosmetic and showing them in rallies. Yes, they have never helped in coming up with an agenda that is alternative now that they think Jubilee has failed to bring up those ideas in parliament to pass. So we only saw around 4 or 5 MPs following him, and walikuwa mwanzo wakituambia tubadilishe mjadala. We were very good disciples and obedient. We changed mjadala. They wanted us to talk about economy na tukaongea kwa economy, na walitaka tuongee economy ya mtu mdogo zaidi. Tukaanza na the lowest pay tukaweka 6K. They have a problem with that. And you ask them, were you really for these mama mbogas and the poor? Now that we are saying let them have 6K, and then you are saying that is not attainable, that is conmanship. So we realized it was they were just playing a script, but they were never serious. But like we say, Raila proposed the 2010 constitution, and when it passed, it only benefited Uhuru and Ruto in terms of leadership. We can also say Ruto's idea of hustler nation was just reminding other leaders to focus on that. And if they plan well, they are the ones who can. We have seen Uhuru's project. Even the last speech was centered about common mwananchi. So nobody has a monopoly of ideas, and that's why even the bottom-up idea that Ruto battled so much, he has no idea how it functions. He plagiarized it in manifesto of Joe Biden. But when you look at Joe Biden's manifesto, it even includes forgiveness of loans of students of higher education. But when we talk about changing help into grants, they become disgruntled, they make noise. So you wonder, their idea of bottom up means what? It is just hanging somewhere, you don't understand exactly. Okay, for them actually it's handout. Patana na mama mmoja, kama leo jamaa alitokea mayai hapo, was it Butula or where? Akatokea na mayai tray moja, akamwambia lete hiyo mayai na uchue, hata mimi nauza kuku kwangu, na akasema nimekupatia hii ni 10K, although si kuona hiyo transfer ikikuwa 10K, sijui ilikuwa ni check ama ni nini, but anyway, alikasema hiyo nimekupatia 10K in a rally. So that is what excites him. But if you give him a structured thing like someone will be earning 6K monthly, it becomes a problem. So so let's actually understand who is talking real issues and who is just playing around with our mind. I said in 2019, I still have that somewhere. Raila was talking about upward social mobility. Huyu jamaa hakuwa amefikiria mambo ya bottom up. And upward social mobility is where when you are working as a watchman, you don't die at the same level. Unaweza anza na G4S ukuje upande, hata ukue you finish your career as a watchman standing behind the back of Uhuru Kenyatta, unakuwa bodyguard. So you grow in ranks. You begin with a village elder, you end up a PC, a commissioner, somewhere there. So that is upward social mobility. It's better than the idea of bottom up that they have not structured it. People cannot contextualize what exactly they are saying. And when you bring in a meaningful discussion, they want to divert it and confuse it. They are still proud of the numbers in the streets. Yes, right now, everybody is commanding numbers, including Kipsiele. Gideon, he was in Kericho, and he pulled a good crowd. in Kericho, which is the backyard of the one of the horses, and he should also know that anybody can pull crowd. So if it's about pulling crowd, it will be neutralized. Now, what will make candidates stand out is the consistency of what you are saying. And if everybody is doing the same thing, another thing that will make you stand out is if everybody is making promises, then someone who has a character, people will believe him. If I and Bernard make the same promise, chances are people will look at Bernard and look at me and say, but I can trust Bernard. And by saying I can trust Bernard, it's not because you included the word trust in your manifesto, because we have seen other candidates who stand in the rallies and say, whom do you trust? They think by saying that, they become more trusted. It's Kenyans who know it is the consistency of your politics that develops trust. If we have never seen you consistent in ideas, in the fight for equality, in the fight for development, in the fight for democracy, so don't just think you will wake up because you are innocent enough, you will be trusted. Hello? So ideally, that is what I wanted to say. I don't know mulikuwa mmefika wapi ndio nimejoin. Mtu akiniuliza swali naweza endelea, na kama hakuna swali naweza achia wengine waongee kwanza.
So we had not gone too far. We just came in, and thank you for articulating matters clearly. I believe that's clear enough for everybody to understand. I find it very difficult to appreciate the fact that somebody can be in politics for over 30 years and you still have not built up a political stamina to do politics without buying. I can't comprehend that. Although I may be termed to be old school, but I think over 30 years, you should have at least a stamina in politics, whereby you don't have to ferry crowds to prove a point everywhere you go. That to me is a letdown to the young Turks, to younger politicians, because what have they been doing in class? Baba started this thing a long time ago, and he has sustained it for over 30 years, 40 years. What is wrong with our younger politicians that they depend on paying people to do anything, paying people to support them? It's just messing up politics as a mode of serving humanity. My understanding of politics is providing leadership and facilitating community development. It is a service to humanity. It is not seeking an office to go and use to eat or distribute favors. All the same, nimekohoa. Asanteni sana. Naomba tusikie. James, umeinua mkono.
Nataka kusema hivi. You know, one is a student of the teacher. The person who taught you influenced you. And what you do is what he showed you. This is a young man who was tutored in Nyayoism. If you look at the script that this young man follows, it is that of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Number one is handouts. When you go to a rural area, you find some mama mboga selling mayai, bananas. You ask for those bananas and then pay more than what the kiosk owner was expecting. These are tactics that Moi used quite much. The other one is about going to church and having it publicized so that everybody knows that you attend church carrying a Bible. The other characteristic is growing what we call a patronage system. You identify a number of politicians in a certain area, and they become your contact people, the people that you will use to eat with when it comes to power. All these, and also ruthlessness in regard to those who oppose the standpoint that you might have. So is actually there is no one known good student who could have graduated with an A from the Nyayo School of Politics than this young man called Ruto, the deputy president. I have been there, so I know what I'm talking about. It is that you have to interrogate these personalities very well and look at their motivations. You look at their behavior and you ask where this behavior could be coming from. This is a person who thinks everybody has a price. If you are not able to buy, you intimidate, and you use all methods to make sure that the person conforms. This is a tactic that used very effectively on his teacher by grabbing the principal constituency that is encouraging. He is trying to use it against the current president in central Kenya as to whether he is going to manage. That is still out there. But he's one who knows very well that you have to have a way to buy people so that you achieve your objectives. More to the buying of people, here in Central, there is one current senator. Some time back, he went and bragged to his people. Then he was an MP that he has money, so much money that he can give the constituents to use it as kuni, firewood, so that they can use it to boil kiveri. So what happened thereafter is that the community was so infuriated that despite going to every homestead and leaving 2,000 shillings, they voted him out on account of that boasting. He had actually to go back and say sorry so that he can now be accepted as a reader. So it is a double-edged sword. The other thing I see which could easily happen and has happened to many people who use handouts is that your political opponent can set you up, will set you up. When they know you are going to an area, they will just need to say that so and so has been given 20 million to give you the youth of this area. So when he comes here, don't let him leave the area without giving you the money. And then you will see what will happen. These are part of the things that happen and those that bring chaos during the campaigns, because the propaganda can be applied on you in a very dangerous way. So I don't know whether this man also has a capability of sustaining the kind of politics he is playing, where when you go to a place, the youth, especially those who own border, there's an amount of money they expect from you. So how he is going to maneuver through this kind of politics of handouts up to the date of elections is what I am not very sure about. Anyway, maybe as a strategy, But in short, this is a good student of the Moi School of Politics. And if Kenyans want Moi too, then let's go ahead and give him an opportunity. Then we see what happens. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want us let's give Andy opportunity first, and then Derek Okomo before we go to Dennis. Andy.
Let me say this, Bernard. Sometimes I fail to understand what you guys mean by saying that Ruto is trying to give handout for his campaign. I have one question, and I'm failing to understand the problem of Ruto giving a Mayai guy 10,000 to help himself. That is an example of empowerment. Another thing, we have 60 years of independence. We cannot be speaking of the first president being Jomo Kenyatta, and the fourth president being again from the Kenyatta's family. We cannot be speaking of the first vice president being Jaramogi Oginga Oginga, and the second prime minister being Raila Odinga, and now you want to support the same family for presidency. We cannot be speaking of the second president being Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, and now we have Gideon Moi, who is again vying for the presidency. Let me tell you, this is how Kenya is seen as a very corrupt country. A person coming up with the economic model that will help Kenya go to the next level, and now people are politicizing so much because of fear. And I want to tell you, my good friends, I want to confirm to you that William Samoei Ruto will take the presidency in 2022 very early in the morning. His competitors are in fear, and that's why you heard him saying yesterday, if they will not regroup themselves, he will take the seat very early in the morning. We cannot be hiding around a retiring president for endorsement. The votes are with the people. I usually say Kenya is a democratic country, and we must be given opportunity to elect leaders of our choice. We will not be leaders will not be appointed by some individuals.
Andy, are you? Oh God.
Where is this guy, bwana? Yani amepotea.
Has he run away or something? But
of course, he knows that he was. He knows he can't stand with what he was saying.
To say what he has said, and he disappears. But all in all, what he's saying is neither here or there. There is no vilifying somebody because he's born of the president. Everybody is eligible to vie for presidents. Just like his father could have been a cattle dip chairman. Does that stop him from being a leader of that community simply because his father was a chief? I think these young people needs to style up and just open their heads up and learn what life is all about. All this
Bernard.
reporting what they have had is sickening.
Bernard,
to
these
say
guys
this.
don't. Bernard, these guys don't like history, but I will still refer to them. If they want to read a good history, let them go and read the history of America. Let them read the Kennedy's family. How many leaders have come in that family? And it's one of the best. It produces one of the best leaders in America. It's one of the esteemed families in America, and nobody has problem with that. In fact, when they see someone coming from that family, they know they have a pedigree of leadership and they are good leaders. There's nothing wrong with a family producing good leaders. We can only have a problem with a family which produces bad leaders or corrupt leaders. But if you are producing good leaders, we will not have a problem even if you bring 10, 20, 30. And they love the Bible. They should know that Bible is even built on such. There is Abraham, we come to Isaac, we go to Jacob, we go to Kinalevi, we go to Moses, we go down. That is a flow of leadership. So if they love the Bible, they should not just read somewhere there is bottom up. They should also read how the dynasty flow of good leadership.
And there is no bottom up in the Bible. I can confirm that. Now, let's go. Let's hear from Derek Okomo. The people are hell bent to misuse the Bible for their own gain. Derek Okomo, upo? Na black screen imezidi tafadhali. No, tutaanza kuwashusha. The screen should brighten up. Please put up the camera so that we see your face. If you must not hide, please don't do that. If you continue, we'll put you in the back bench until you are ready to speak. Tukulete uongee. Derek, are you still there? Okay, Derek seems not to be there. Can we hear from Dennis Okello? And then community. And there is
Thank you very much. Can you get me?
Very
Okay,
clearly.
thank
Go
you very
ahead.
much. So, I want to first of all thank James for his astute and brilliant comments on leadership. So, the topic today is very clear, and I really like this theme, Mr. Ben. Now, these are real issues, and I like, you see, we are tackling this thing when it's still sizzling hot, yeah? So, we've seen the campaigns in Nyamira and Ruto in Western. So that's things that I want to ask. I want to answer about that James said. Yeah, James inquired whether our able deputy president can sustain the handouts. Yeah, post 2021 that we are in now. It's like if it can be at his political disadvantage, somebody can say he can be held ransom for using his money. Okay, I'm not a fan of graft, and I've always reiterated in this platform that the best thing for us is to, if we can do away with graft. Now, we are facing in the 22 general election, this is going to be the most expensive budgeted electioneering period, yeah? Such that automatically it's going to shelve out people who are not going to have the financial muscle. And now we have the sources of financial muscle, financial ability. There are some that get them from outsiders, some get them from insiders, some from well wishers, the people who have been dubbed the economical giants of the country. And the deputy president also has his sources. And whether you are asking whether he can sustain or not, you know, the graphs that are existing where money that has been lost, then we are talking about billions. So if you think somebody cannot sustain that campaign of dishing out one, I'm not even talking of 10,000 or 2,000, 1 million per day. How many days are remaining to the general elections? We should ask ourselves that. So if somebody has in his pockets a billion shillings, just 1 billion, yeah, by today, either less than 365 days, if he spends a million per day dishing handouts, this is somebody who can dish out 365 million shillings out of a billion, yeah? And still, he remains with 700 million again, yeah? As pocket change. So, about the financial muscle of this campaign that is coming, Kenyans be ready to eat. If you tunasemanga fungua kambi yako. If you can get a way of how you can get this money, though I don't like money politics. This is what I want to say from what I've observed in today's weekend. Number one, from Ruto's speech, he assured the people that the deep state are not going to snatch his victory. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, and I stand to be corrected. This thing left me with one thing wondering. Number one, he is operating on what he knows. So he knows that the deep state exists. And if they're not going to snatch his victory, whose victory has been snatched all this time round? Whose victory? And how have they been doing it? Somebody asked, okay, right now we are in handshake, there is peace. Why can't the servers be opened? Somebody told me that those servers are still counting votes to date. Then somebody is there with confidence telling you that this victory won't be snatched. Now it has gone so much over the weekend that right now there are incitement. Then there's a very very bad clip that is going on. I always do Twitter and the trends that are trending. Right now, if you look, there is a lie trending, there is Sudi trending, and there is Murkomen trending. And there's a statement that Honoska Sudi did at the funeral. Yeah, according to the reliable news right now, that former ambassador and no, that former minister who he mentioned, right now his house has been razed to the ground. Now that is our politics today. I also want to talk about some things. Number one,
Dennis,
yes,
that
yes,
that is yet to be confirmed news. It's a
yeah, it
it's
is yet to be confirmed, but
It is
sure.
according to my contact so far where I've inquired, is fake news.
Okay.
Avoid it kwanza mpaka
Okay.
tupate the right information.
Thank you, Ben. So leadership comes from three things. That is why I don't want to blame families. According to Plato says that there are three types of people: those who are born with the blood that is containing gold, those who are born with the blood containing iron, and those whose blood is mixed with clay. Now these are the normal laymen. Yeah, those whose blood are born with iron, these are the people who are military people and police people. And those whose blood contain gold, according to Plato, these are the leaders. This is why we cannot victimize people on behalf of on the basis of where they were born. Yeah, we know that the success of the largest empire where the sun can never set, that is the former United Kingdom Empire, which we now fall in under Commonwealth. A large part of that success is because of the dynasty that has ruled them there. The major issue why France has not succeeded as a nation, though it is a developed nation now, is because they did away with their royal lineage when they they assassinated King Louis. Right now, they still envy the UK, which has had successful dynasties that are going. Mr. Wekesa is a well-read historian, and Mr. Wekesa talks about Kennedy. Do you know that the Kennedys were nurtured if at the time they were born, they were nurtured one child to ascend the presidency and do the right thing for the US presidency, and that even JKF Kennedy, he was even a victim of circumstance. He was not supposed even to be the president. There is one brother of his who died young because he was serving in the military, and that was a person who was groomed for leadership. At times, you can groom, Mr. Bernard, you can groom your children to be the right leaders. It starts from today, yeah, such that leadership is something that this is how you joke with leadership. You play with it. Number two, there's something, the third thing is about charisma. Talk about charisma, yeah? Charisma is an instance where, let us look at all the presidential candidates that we have right now. I want to give you a presidential candidate like, let me use Kalonzo Musyoka for our case, yeah? Kalonzo Musyoka, if he's a very, look at his stunt, yeah? He's very clean and he's very good. Yes, he's a good leader. But because of charisma, if Kalonzo announced that he was to go to Mombasa right now, today, and Raila announces that is to go to Mombasa right now, you can tell which part of the field will be filled. Number two, about charisma still, you talk about somebody being beaten in 2013. Raila Odinga even won the presidency, even at the polling stations, so close to Mudavadi's backyard. It does not undermine Mudavadi as a leader, but one thing comes out clearly, that there's something called charisma in leadership, whereby you just go somewhere and people follow you. People just want to come and even confirm this is Raila when he's going to Central. So you cannot undermine somebody if he has the charisma to be a leader. You don't demonize him and say, this is somebody who is coming from a dynasty, and you underline his merits of leadership just by saying this person hails from such a background. So as we watch the dynamics of Kenya's politics today, we have to be sober as thinkers, and we have to be sober as voters. Right now, somebody said that within 2021, there are already 2 horses. Next year, it will be 1 horse and 1 will be a donkey. It is yet to be decided. So it is about these guys. Let us give them the chance to display their charisma. Let us give them the chance to display their manifesto. And let us decide for ourselves. Are we going to vote for the horse next year, or are we going to vote for the donkey next year? Or are we going to go with those who are not even there? It's upon us to choose. But one thing that I want to ask Bernard before I conclude is my last statement. Raila Odinga is doing very, very well. But now it has come to a time where he has to control some of his think tanks. Word by word, whatever is said in the campaign, everybody seems to buy it. Right now, Junet was trending for a very, very bad reason, because of just what he spoke. Somebody can misunderstand him, and everything. Politics is always scripted. You are told on what to say, and you know the cards to hold and the cards to give. You would know when to place the joker card, and so everybody around him, the think tanks around him, have to think about it. The last thing it was about, the last time people were telling him is that the last time people told him that whenever you go to other regions, you should not just put Ohangla, yeah, and you should not put the ordinary MCs whenever you're going to a political background that is outside Nyanza. Do use the local MCs, do use the local music. And that is what he did in Northeastern. It has worked. He did it in Central. He play the music that people listen to. There's a way people like their vernacular. Now, it has worked for him very, very well. Anytime if he goes to Western, unasikia hao MCs wakisema now play. Much as Western people like Ohangla than even most of us from Nyanza. He's told play the local dialect. Now, this is what he should do also. There are very, very brilliant politicians around him. There's this guy from Saboti. What is his name? The MP for Saboti, Bernard. Do you know his name? The MP for Saboti.
The one who was voted when he's in prison.
Hamisi.
Hamisi, yeah? He's the MP for Wamalo, isn't it? Hamisi. Right now, he's a very young, energetic politician. That guy, when he enters the podium, he talks about what is good for the youth. Yeah? Now, that is a speech that resonates with people right now. What is going to transform us? There are MPs that are very, very brilliant. You go to like Stewart Mazayo, this Costarian, there are people who talk, they resonate with what is good for the people. It's not about politics again, if you love our politicians. I'm talking about this because I know, Bernard, you are somehow close to Raila more than I am. But you tell him there are some people he needs to change. It's not about Junet outfit all the time. It is like whenever Junet speaks at times,
It's okay. It's okay.
he might
You guys, you're blowing this out of proportion.
Okay,
in
thank
politics, there are no accidents, and I could read into the purpose for which Junaid said what he said. I think it was a diffusing information about the venom that will be thrown in Western. So
Sure.
to divert the attention of the people from there, they'll be discussing this information as they are locked from what is going on the other side. Is still kills the Nini. But whatever he said was not tribal. He was just stating a fact that everybody can relate to. But the spinners, the problem we have here is spinners. People want to take something that is obvious and turn it around. Like now what they are castigating Baba about Mbijiwa. In Kiswahili kuaga inamaanisha nikuja kutembelea nikiondoka sina kuaga. Okay?
Sure.
So kuaga doesn't mean dead. But because of that, everybody just takes around and say Baba has confirmed that this person is dead for their lack of understanding what Swahili word means. So it is neither here or there. And we shouldn't blow it too much. Baba is a master of politics for many years, and I don't think he will let anything out that he cannot manage, for one. And two, as we quote different regions to support the Azimio la Umoja, we should also be careful not to be victim. The worst form of relationship is where you pay to sustain. You must say I love you. If you don't say I love you, she will leave you. So you live in fear all your life because you have her, and if you don't treat her a certain way, she will leave you. That form of insecurity in engagement doesn't develop the relationship. It gets it arrested in one spot. So we shouldn't relate with the aspect of if we say anything, the mountain will go. If we say anything, the Rift Valley will go. If we say anything, the coast will go. No, we have a nation to build, and we should trust one another. And in a marriage setting, we should be naked and not ashamed. That means we should be allowed to make our own mistakes, but still be able to pull together. Lakini ikiwa baba atakuwa careful, asigeuke hivi, mtu atatoroka, asigeuke hivi, hapana. Losing, we have lost before, we have not died. Snatched, we've been snatched before, we have not gone. So tuko na option mingi.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Just small.
But we need to hear from
Dennis. I want to tell Dennis, Baba chooses his people carefully. In fact, for me, I normally listen the political part of ODM. If you want to listen to real politics in ODM, listen to Junet or listen to Baba Wino. And those are the people Baba works with because he knows those are real politicians. These people you are telling in Amis, even you are asking people here and they don't know their name. So they may not even know what they normally say. In politics, you look for politicians. So they say one thing and it will trend. So if you want to neutralize, if people are occupying the waves, you need politicians to change the waves. So these are the people who can say something and it trends. Baba has no problem with that. In fact, he likes controversy. Unaona wakati siku ile alienda kwa church na anasema wamesema mimi ni mganga. What is wrong with that? So they picked it as a negative thing, but for him, he thrives even in those negative things. He knows every publicity is good. He will know at the right time he will spin it.
Can I say something?
Ngoja kwanza tisa we captain. So umefika tu saa hii.
I've been following bwana.
Relax, pumua.
Nipumue kwenda wapi tena?
Na unyanyue kamera yako tuone sura yako vizuri, ndio tuchukue snap tupelekee watu wa Sugoi wakutafute.
Niko na mgeni, I want to sleep.
Subiri kwanza daka, only one person, then we come to you. Want to hear Kibet? Kibet, how are you? Kibet,
unmuting my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, good evening, guys. As you have seen, my name is Kibet. I've been on this platform, I think, for the third time now. Obviously, as a KANU member, lifetime member, even though I'm only 24, KANU lifetime member. I think the conversation is on this platform marginalized. Everybody's ODM and UDA. No one is even trolling us. Like hakuna atupe uchungu. So all I have to do is just from the backbench kuangalia tu na kunyamaza, wait what will next year. But I think we will go with Baba next year. That's 100%. I think Gideon will, even though he's in the Oka whatever, and at the moment, we don't have the numbers. To be honest, we are still struggling even in the Rift. Even in my county of Baringo, it's like 50-50 right now, UDA and KANU. So I think next year tutaenda na Baba kwa sababu opposition, we cannot afford go into opposition. That is dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, and I think Ruto is definitely eyeing for the opposition. That for sure. The Baba is starting to gather so many numbers, even in the mountain region, western anyway, South Rift. I mean not South Rift, but Kisii. And I think next year, sisi as marginalized as we are, tutakuwa kwa serikali. So we are very hopeful, and I don't have much to say. Like I really can't. At the moment,
KANU is the only national party we have. It's the only party that carries the word national inside it.
Oh, that's true. Oh, by the way, that's very true. I do know, like at the moment, don't to say I support Baba. Although my heart is actually Baba, because he studied in Germany. I studied also in Germany myself, so it's we have some connections up. But I think I'll wait until next year, January, February, to declare 100% my support for Baba, and we can send the Sugoi guy home by August early in the morning on that day. So I'm out for now.
Okay, thank you Kibet. Captain, ulisema unataka dakika ngapi?
3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. Then we have Aya and then community. Go ahead.
Kibet is saying that Oka is a group of 4 individuals who are confused, moving from hotel to hotel, looking for who to gossip. Anyway, we welcome them. But anyway, KANU is a national party, and if KANU is supporting Baba, Kibet, there is no problem. You see, nobody wants to be in the cold, and so next year we have to form the government. Two, you guys are talking about the utterances by politicians. I want to just echo what Wekesa has said. Baba knows actually how to play politics, and people are reading a lot of things. But let me tell you, Baba thrives in controversy. That is actually how he has survived in this politics. When you think you are bringing him down, that's when he comes out clean and strong. So what Janet said yesterday, for those who didn't understand, is just echoed what Uhuru said. But then you should not have presidency whether in 2 or 1 communities. It should go around. And anybody who cares to know should also know that even in 2008 and 2017, when Baba was the prime minister, we could actually see the kind of people surrounding him. We did not surround himself with only Luos. Lawyers had a position, Karanjins had a position, Coast had a position, Central. And so you can see he portrayed the image of the country. So anybody who saying that Baba is forming a government for Nyanza people is actually trying to score a goal which I can tell you is not going to score anything. Then you guys are talking about money and politics. Let me tell you, people with the most money have not actually won election in so many places. Buhari, who is now the president of Nigeria, defeated Goodluck Jonathan, who was money the government. Just go to even Malawi. So money does not necessarily win an election. People would listen to come to you, take your money, and of course they know how to vote. You saw a video in Isiolo where Boda men are making noise and saying that Ruto is putting their lives in danger because he goes there and wants them to receive him and then he gives them money and whatnot and does not give them money. So money and politics is good, but I can assure you that money, because you guys are telling us, and you've always been preaching that you see Baba is now supported by the government. Let's assume that you are right. Do you think the money the government has can be compared with what with the pocket change that Ruto has? So if it's about money, then if anybody is saying that I have money and I'm running for president in 2022 and I'm William Ruto, then he should just surrender because he will not be the government in terms of money. So unless he has good policies that people will buy and listen to, and he can outsmart in selling his policies and whatnot, then that one can sell. The very last that I also want to say is that my brother was talking about that is Okello. Okello also talked about the young member of parliament from Zaboti. You know, when it's chance to speak, he speaks on behalf of youth and he speaks to the hearts of youth. I don't want to call names, but there are some MPs around Baba. I can tell you for fact that when they speak, when they stand to speak, they scare those who are coming close. And the truth of the matter that Baba, just as Okello said it, I know he's a master in this game. But then, you know, people are getting overexcited. You know, when you take the microphone, you get overexcited. You end up saying things that should not be said. But you see, two wrongs. We cannot say that, okay, UD is doing it. Now ODM should also do it. You even listen today, Oscar Sudi. The guy was very emotional. The guy is very bitter. The guy is threatening even his kinsmen. And that is not enough. In 2019, we saw Cherargei saying that when they take power, that is Cherargei is saying, and it is in the public domain, and you can go and Google, go to YouTube. He said, when they take power, whoever stood in their way, they will deal with. So you can hear that. We also have a clip of the deputy president saying that they have issues with Kikuyus, but they have to lie low like envelopes. When they take power, they will deal with them. So you can see all those things. Yeah, you can see, but you've never heard Baba Raila Odinga saying that, you see, when I take power. And we should also know that in 2003, when Baba was the minister for roads, guys, we all know that best roads were made in Central. So if Baba was that man who only cares about his community, Luo Nyanza would be having roads everywhere, including the one going to the washroom. But now go to Central, good roads are there. Then Baba became the prime minister. We talk about Super Thika Highway. That Super Thika Highway is not in Bondo. That Super Thika Highway is not in Kisumu. Yeah. Then talk about the SGR. Those are the blueprints and the plans of Baba and his counterpart and his brother Ibaki. These things were not done in Nyanza. So we know Baba as Baba has the interest of everyone at heart. So whoever is trying to spin lies and say that, you see, Baba is preaching hatred and tribalism and whatnot, should look for something to tell the people that they are willing to vote for them. Otherwise, lies will not stand and lies will not sell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Yeah, are you there?
Bena, 1 minute.
That is community.
In fact, I want to tell Captain Tisa, who are, in fact, Oka brothers, please, when we said they are our lost sons, but they are coming home. Please, when you handle them with care, because they are in our hearts. Ni watu wetu hao manze, please usiwaongelee mbaya mahali popote kabisa, watu waoka.
He needs to read Psalms 23. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. So don't use the rod alone, use the staff also. Inaonekana ya yuko community huendelea tu.
Naona ame-unmute. Oh, it's okay. Wacha niendelee. So in fact, I want to first of all thank you, Mr. Panat, plus my fellow panelists, and also I take this very opportunity to say thanks to God and my ancestors, because on their shoulders I always stand. Naona Wekesa anafurahi sana because community ancestor lazima usifu your ancestors ambao wamekutangulia men. Yeah, now in fact naona topic iko sawa. Raila Odinga in Nyamira, mahali alipewa endorsement na interior minister na minister for defense, ni kitu ambayo tumefurahi sana cause tunataka in fact wengi wa endorse baba, kwa sababu baba ni mpenda amani. Alafu William Samoei Ruto naye nilimuona pande za Western huko, but niliona kama leo kuna ile mshika manze watu wa Western. Naomba tu yeyote mwenye anakuja kwenyu, mgeni akikuja kwenyu manze, just mpokee vizuri, then kutoka hapo aongee yenye anaongea, mruhusu aondoke vizuri, asije akaondoka na majeraha, asije akaondoka vitu zake zikiwa zimeharibika. Hapo by the way, watu wa Western wale ambao walizua furugu kiasi, nawekea makosa. Alafu na jambo la mwisho, naona mmeguzia kuhusu mambo ya handouts. Handouts, unajua hii ni ile pesa kidogo kidogo ambayo inarushiwa hapa hivi for the exchange of mambo ya kura na nini. Na hiyo tunaita it is purely based on economic exchange in which a voter sells his or her vote to the highest bidder ambaye ni politician. Sasa wewe mwenye unachukua hiyo handout ndio upigie huyo mwenye amekupatia hiyo doo kura. Je, hiyo pesa yenye amekupatia thamani yake in terms of maendeleo utakuja kuiona kweli? Hapo ndio question mark iko. Alafu why do politicians give money to voters? kitu ya kwanza, they want somebody to vote for them. Na tena kitu kingine cha pili, these politicians, they want those opponent who seems to be very, very strong in the area they come from. Sometimes, in fact, these politicians, they give these handouts in order to tell you, don't go vote, just stay away, so that for them in their stronghold, they can tell people, just wake up early in the morning. Instead of waking up 5, you wake up 2. When IBC opens the door at 5, you are the first person to go and look at the ballots if they are empty or if they are stuffed with the ballot papers. So in fact, it is like that. So then kitu kingine ambacho nimekuja kuona, these handouts zinapewa na watu ambao wako na uoga. You know, like now we have 2 strong presidential candidates, Raila Odinga na William Samoei Ruto. Hawa watu wawili wote wanaogopana sasa hivi, wanaogopana because ukiangalia ni kama wako 50-50. So if sasa hivi wako 50-50, lazima mmoja afanye juu chini ndio avute watu kutoka kwa yule opponent wake, ndiposa overpower. So that is why akiwa na hiyo uoga of losing kwa huyu opponent wake, lazima aingishe mkono kwa mfuko yake, ndiposa alipe hawa tunaita voters, of which by the way si kitu ambacho mimi ninaambia watu, naambia wa Kenya tuelekeze macho yetu pale, because in fact hizi pesa ni zetu. These are our monies which were meant to go for into developments, but these people have withhold those money in order to come at the 11th hour, so that they can give they can pray pass in order to support them or to vote for them come 2022. Right now we are crying of corruption having siphoned our monies. We are crying of high taxation. We are crying of high fuels. But look here, politicians are coming with huge sums of money in order to bribe us. Now, even us, why are we not asking these politicians who are giving us these handouts in the last maybe 4 years? Why could have you use not use this huge amount of money you are right now dishing out to us in order to inject them into development? Right now, people will have not been crying here and there because of our economy doing very bad. So, but we Kenyans tunachukua hizo pesa tunakula na in fact tukichukua tunasema hizo ni pesa zetu, but angalia vile hawa viongozi wametuumiza. So me I don't advocate mambo ya handouts. Mimi ile kitu nina advocate for, instead of giving me handouts, hizo pesa maybe ungezifanyia accumulation immediately after us voting you in mwaka wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu. Ikifika mwaka wa 4 mwaga hiyo pesa into development. So at the end of your last term, sasa ukikuja kwangu uniambie kuwa in fact vile niliingia sikuwafanyia maendeleo, but kuna project ambayo nimeanzisha na hata mkienda kwa ground mnaweza ona mahali nimefikisha hiyo project. So ninaomba mnipe another 5 years I complete. Yani hiyo ni kitu at least ina make sense kuliko kiongozi anakaa from 2017 when we voted him or her, he is nowhere to be seen. 2018, 2019, 2020 hayuko. 2021 anakuja na kipunda ya pesa manze, mpaka unashindwa ai, hata akiwekea hiyo pesa, akiweka gunia moja pande hii na ingine pande awekee punda hawezi akaamuka na hiyo pesa anatuletea. It is something ambayo sifurahi kabisa. So it is now Kenyans to choose. Mimi nina choose baba kwa sababu baba anapokuja kwa rally, yeye atauza sera yake, akimaliza ni kuniwekea ngoma, nikidance, nikielekea kwangu, nikijua kuwa already ile pesa yenye angenipatia sasa hivi wakati atakapochukua kiti kama 2022, hata mimi sasa itabidi nimpe pressure, nimwambie kuwa wakati ulipokuwa unakuja kuniomba kura mimi, I did not ask you for any bribe or for any handout. Nikajisacrifice wale ambao wenye sikukimbia kwa wale ambao walikuwa wanapeana. So nikakupatia kura. Sasa hivi umeingia chini ya miti. Hata Mungu wa mbinguni yenyewe atamguza, but now look, wewe unachukua sasa hivi, huyu kiongozi anapotea for the next 4 years. It is something which is not good. So baba, mimi naendelea tu kumwambia yeye wacha akuje afanye campaign, anipe ngoma ya One Love, niende nyumbani kama 2022, niteremke nimpigie kura yangu, then kutoka hapo ningoje zile agenda zake zenye ameziweka kwa manifesto apate kuzitimiza, alafu maybe kama nitakuwa ancestors pale chini, watoto wangu ama watoto wetu watafurahi. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, community, ancestor, and your submission. I believe that's clear enough. Andy, you left unceremoniously. I don't know what happened to you. Were you running away?
I have a challenge in my network.
Yeah. Oh, your network is sustained.
Yeah.
Okay. Sawa, we'll come back to you. Let's hear from then Patriot Karibu na Beni.
Okay, thank you so much, guys, for this opportunity, and I would like to appreciate all of you for this great opportunity. Okay, from where I sit, I see Baba or Raila Odinga be a shrewd politician, and I like his move. You see, Ruto has been campaigning for the last 4 years. Baba just came the other day, and by the look of things, ninaona Baba akiwa ana outwit Ruto. Sababu if you see, Ruto came up with the issue of hustler, it sold well. Then he came up with the issue of bottom up, but now Baba came Baba alikuja na hii counter attack. If Ruto are supporting the small business community, that is Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, now Baba came up with a structured handouts. I don't want to call it handout, but it's a structured handout that is 6,000. Now, if you ask this Mama Mboga and the Boda Boda, the biggest challenge they have is customers. These people need the customers. Ukienda kununua tomato, ukienda kununua sukuma, ulizeni hao watu. Hawana shida ya pesa, wako na shida ya customers. They need the customers. Even if we empower them with 50,000, at the end of the day, hiyo pesa itapotea juu atanunua tomato zake 3 days down the line, hizo tomato zoka zimeharibika juu hawana customers. But now Baba amekuja na solution. Instead of empowering these small business communities, yeye ameenda kwa wale ambao hawana pesa, the customers now. Now Baba is giving out the customers money, of which wakienda kwa Mama Mboga vitu zake zitaisha, atapata profit ya kuimprove business yake pia. Now, on the issue of handouts, kama as in this politician will sustain it, I don't think if Ruto atamanage kutoa handout up to 2022 general election. Okay, Ruto has been in Mombasa for the last few days, and here in Mombasa we have challenges. You see, alivyokuwa Nyali, Ruto promised to give out 1.5 million. I don't know kama hiyo pesa alitoa, but in real sense haikufikia Mama Mboga. People are complaining. Some of the leaders in UD in Mombasa County wanatolewa kwa WhatsApp group because wanapigana watu hawajapata pesa. The same issue happening in Gongoni, Kilifi County. Ruto promised 1.2 million ziende kwa Mama Mboga, but those money hazijafika mpaka sahi. So mimi sioni if Ruto anaweza sustain the issue of handouts, kupeana handouts kwa wananchi. Now when you talk about mayouth kwa politics, okay, mimi wanasema let us not be misled by these people, the politicians wenye wako kwa UDA, because the issue of bottom up or hustler nation or empowering the small business communities, for real, there's no way we can empower people or we can give people money, the small people, the small business communities, if corruption is still number one in our country. I don't see this thing that if it can happen when Ruto get into power. Okay, just look at the people surrounding Ruto. Most of them have corruption cases. The likes of Kina Gachagua, the likes of Kina Isha Juma, Henry Rotich, Kina Echesa. So these people wako na bad, and if it happened to weke kwa powers, do you think these guys wataachilia pesa iteremke mpaka chini? Ruto atataka share yake, Kina Henry Rotich atataka share zao, kitambo ifike kwa Mama Mboga, hiyo pesa imeisha. So guys, mimi naweza advise Kenyans, all my fellow youths, let us vote based on performance. If a politician has no track records, then tuachane na yeye kabisa, yeye hatufai kabisa in this country. If a presidential candidate haezi simama aseme na fight corruption, which is the biggest problem in our country, then he does not qualify to be a president of this country. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's clear enough. I believe there will be a solution to Mombasa people, but I think the DP is missing out on public management. You don't control masses by promising them money in public, even if you want to give out handouts. I don't know what is the end game that he's playing, but to me, it is going to backfire against him, because if people are disgruntled like that, like somebody today posted that why did the DP give sewing machine, wheelbarrows, and business, wherever, saloon items in Mombasa, but when he came to Western, he gave people ile soda ndogo na KDF. Yani watu wa Western ni wa chakula tu. So, yes.
You see those machines that you saw when he was in Gongoni, those were donated by a company, not Ruto. So the only thing Ruto promised is 1.2 million iende kwa mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda, but those machines zilikuwa zimekuwa donated na a company.
Haya. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Before we hear from Patriot, Andy, you left with after having said very heavy statements. What is wrong with the Kenyatta family producing a president, the Odinga family producing a prime minister? Why do you find that to be a problem?
I find that to be a problem because we have millions of Kenyans who are capable of. We have millions of Kenyans who are capable of taking those seats.
And so the presidential seat is not a reserve of the Kenyatta family, is not a reserve for the Moi family. Everybody is running for it, and if you win, you get it.
Has that become a coincidence that families take seats?
A coincidence? Oh, your network has failed you again.
Bernard.
Yes.
Unanisikia?
Take that again.
Nauliza.
Yes.
You've asked me a question. You're asking me the problem. What's the problem with these families? And I don't want to get into too deep into that issue. Lakini lazima tubadilishe mwenendo kwa siasa hii nchi. Lazima tubadilishe hii siasa za hii nchi. Lazima kila mtu apewe nafasi ya kuongoza hii nchi. Lazima, and what kitu yenye nimegundua, it's like we only have two presidential candidates in Kenya, because we are only speaking about Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. We are not speaking about Kalonzo. We are not speaking about Musalia Mudavadi. We are not speaking about the Oka Brigade. We are only speaking on Ruto. Why is it?
Sasa wewe ndio umeanza. Mimi nimekuuliza. Wewe ulienda shule?
Nilienda.
Na mkafanya mtihani kila mwanafunzi?
Obvious.
Wengine wakapita, wengine wakaanguka.
Ndio.
Kulikuwa na mtihani special wa nyumba ya Odinga na nyumba ya Moi na nyumba ya nini, alafu nyinyi wengine mkapewa ingine?
Unajua hata ukienda university lecturers wao unajuanga Bernard, unajuanga kwa nini si rahisi kupata first class honors?
first class honors as long as you are exemplary in your performance. Nani atakukataza?
Let me say this. Don't be annoyed with me so much because I'm saying that it's like you're trying to with me. But
Andy, you are a young man, and I want us to relate soberly, okay, and debate soberly. The moment we begin to vilify particular families because they have had a president, what we are brewing is conflict, okay? And the conflict for targeting specific homes and all that is anti-constitutional and patriotic, and it's uncalled for. So supporting William Ruto should be William Ruto as an individual and as a UDA leader, not because he's from a poor family. Now it is the turn for the poor against the rich. The moment it is the poor against the rich, that's a recipe for conflict, and that's what I'm not advocating for. Let us support William Ruto for his quality and tell us he's sober, he doesn't drink, he's not a madman the way he says. He has zero tolerance for corruption. He has exemplary performance in his all the dockets he has been given. He cut out corruption, all that. Not because he's from here and we want it from there and all that. I don't think that is the right way to go about it. That's why I wanted to take that on you, because if your father was a chief and now your father is a retired chief and there's a vacancy for chief in your place and you are qualified to be a chief, should we stop you from becoming a chief simply because your father was a chief?
But we can give that opportunity to someone else.
If you are qualified and that someone else is not there, you are the one that is there. Why should we not give you?
Like Andy.
Yes.
Yes, Penny.
Both of you are calling me. Now,
I wanted to give Andy the example of like in the United States of America, Bill Clinton was at one point the president, but that did not hinder Hillary Clinton for also vying for presidency. There was nothing wrong. It was an issue, and that is considered one of the most civilized nations in the world, and nobody complained. We also have the case of George Bush and his father. So I don't think there is anything tangible that would bar someone from being a president just because their fathers or their people became president at one point. It's not in the constitution. So anyone is free to vie for whichever position. I hope you're okay.
Yes, I'm getting you.
Yeah.
Something else, Bernard. Additionally to what Penny has said, I also want to, expand and expound on the discussion by enlightening areas that I think are also vital for us to discuss when we are discussing matters, finance, families that have made it in one way or the other. I think we need to expand this topic so that it is understood comprehensively, so that we don't look like we are protecting some areas to be brought into the limelight. Allow me to say this: politics has its own, merits. They might not be written merits, but they are actually merits, whether in spirit or written. They stand to carry the day, and for sure that's what really counts at the practical level when we are discussing this. But on the issue of the written law, you find there is a lot of omission because the spirit is not visible. You can't touch it. So what am I trying to say? It is correct to say that it's very difficult to deal with historical injustice because of the obvious reasons. One, in relation to elections and dynamics of politics. Because if you want to vie for a seat, truth be told, finance is very important. You need to have some money. And I want to talk about money in the positive dimensions when you're talking about politics. When you have money, it is perceived that money is an element that magnifies you to the limelight of the public, how successful you were. Because we want to associate leadership to success. Because you cannot talk about you wanting to teach people how neat they are while you don't sweep your house. So if you qualify to be a person to talk matters hygiene if you have demonstrated in your life and depicted that in your lifestyle and the way you live that you are a clean person. So you become a model. You must be a person who is able to demonstrate role of the role model of the topic and the subject you want to pursue in leadership. So like in high school, if I remember, in my high school, I was the sanitary prefect, and then I was the debating secretary. So there are two things that were associated with me. And the reason why in my school we did an election for you to under, you will not be picked. The reason why I qualified to get the sanitary prefect, docket in high school, why I won that election, well, I was perceived to be one of the cleanest students. They want to see you a clean person. So they said, Patriot, that's what he will take. And I won. Then the issue of debate, uh, I started debating much earlier in my life. So quickly, when I attended my first debate in Form 3, in the new school where I went, they quickly said, no, that should be the boss of debate. So they quickly gave me that. I had 2 dockets that I was running. So I did find it very difficult to earn those positions because there was clear evidence in me that there was some pursuance of the same in my character. I was already a role model in those areas. Then when I now went out to aspire, they quickly picked me. So in leadership, money is important because money can be manipulated most of the time, of course, but money is not necessarily an evil element when it comes to leadership. Because when you have money, it means either you're a businessman and you're able to show that for sure I am a successful person in whatever career I am in. So you have the moral duty, you have the obligation, you are a mandate, you are an authority, you are an authority in finance. You can talk about success in business. People will listen to you. Look at a situation where you don't have money, you have qualities, you want to transform the economic, situation in a country. Transformatively, this is what you are selling. But practically, when we look at you, you're one person who can't even manage your own personal affairs. It becomes very difficult for people to translate, what you're telling them to be something that will be important. So to me, money is important in leadership. That's what I wanted to bring it out. It depends how you look at it. The other thing that is important, and we must emphasize, is your level of education. Education is very, very, very important. You see, you in leadership, and as far as politics is concerned, you might not ask somebody to produce his papers, but the way he presents his story, the way he presents his points out, you're able to put the person's intellectual, capacities at some place, and you can say probably the level of education of so and so is at this level. Because why do we go to school? We go to school to be able to deal with life so that we are able to deal with challenges, we are able to progress, we are able to interpret, how life takes us. So education might not be a requirement directly in my view, but it is very difficult for those people who didn't go to school well to interpret and deal with matters, political leadership well. So you will find that those who have good qualifications as far as academic, success is concerned, they will be able to excel very well when it comes to politics. No wonder the DP had to go back to the university to get his PhD. You can see everywhere he goes. That is the thing that flares everywhere. He gives you the impression that truly he wanted to be a PhD holder before he gets to that. Well, it's all right. And you can see it has some mileage onto that. That's why he will tell you, I am a scientist, take us slow. Scientists, we are slow, and I'm not the only one. So these things tend to confuse us. You can use them well. You can use them, in the way that is God intended. Because the way I look at it, proper leadership, one, you must be God-fearing. That's another thing. If you're God-fearing and you're using what God has given you, either as a talent or as education, using your money well, to help those who really need your help, you will actually succeed. So it becomes very difficult to actually say that just because you want to be a leader, it is very easy for people to pick you. It becomes very difficult for people to actually pick in the galaxy of those who are presenting themselves if some of the obvious qualifications you don't have them, right? So, and that's why we are discussing this thing of handouts. Handouts, in my view, and as we've kept on talking about this, handouts is the giving of the money from an individual without a structured way. Individual giving, that's handouts. But coming from the government, that is a policy-oriented program, which in my view should be encouraged so that it becomes a rightfully, requirement for anybody who is in need. But when you are waiting for Patrick or Bernard to donate money to you, tomorrow when he doesn't, you take him nowhere because I have nobody to explain to. I gave you because I wanted. This time around, I might not explain, and you expect him. That's why we want everything that we want to deal with in matters of governance, let it be structured, let it be in policy. If we are talking about giving money to whatever, Mama Mboga, whatever, let it be structured. The constitution must support that. Because if for instance, Ruto is doing this out of goodwill, if we don't have a Ruto tomorrow, where shall we get those wheelbarrows from? In fact, it should be, in my view, if he's very honest that he wanted the economy to go the wheelbarrow way, he should have actually told us during the BBI thing, I want wheelbarrows to be included, so that even after 10 years, somebody else continues giving wheelbarrows. But because he does not believe in long-term solutions of this country and handouts, he talked about wheelbarrows, but he knows we cannot put that into the constitution. So anything that must be something good for the country, it must be something that should be structured, something that must be presented to stand the test of time. It must go beyond the individual because it's only 2 terms for a president. What if Ruto now has done 10 years and he has gone? Do we go back to the constitution to change? He knows very well the wheelbarrows was not a good idea. Otherwise, he would have pushed it to go to the constitution. And then the question would have been, after Ruto has gone, tena tubadilishe wheelbarrow itoke. So the things that I am more concerned here today, just 1 minute, Bernard, as I put this to perspective. The thing that I'm more concerned to me as a Kenyan, when I look at what is going on in this country, I just want to pray that God may intervene because the lies that are flaring around, the lies are too much. They are too much that they are being taken to be the truth. Really, the DP was telling us the other day what bottom-up means. The bottom-up economical model that the DP has been pushing and company, and I stand to be corrected, has been 100 million shillings to every constituency additional to the 100 million they've been getting. We did that mathematics here. That came to 29 billion. When he realized that Raila is giving a better package, for heaven's sake, this guy for the last 3 days, he has changed. The money has tripled. It has gone to 100 billion. And I'm like, what? You guys, can't you even ask? And he's treating us like fools that we are not seeing where the rubber meets the road and how it's changing, lanes without respect of other motorists. He's now telling us of 100 billion. The other day he was telling us 100 million. From mathematical point of view, we knew very well that was 29 billion shillings. Now he did the mathematics. He realized he's giving 30 shillings to Mama Mboga on a daily basis. That cannot transform to anything economically. Then he was scratching his head. He realized, no, I will triple this thing in my campaign. Now he's talking about 100 billion, the money that Raila talked about. I mean, can't you see this lie, you guys? Please help me. I'm like, I think it's God who will help us here. This is interesting. 100 billion was Baba's story. This guy was telling us of 100 million, which was 30 shillings. And I suspect he watched, the DP must have watched our calculation, and he realized he's giving 30 more. So this guy has changed all of us. I don't know that you did that observation, you guys. Somebody should tell me before I, I really do the, I don't know really.
Bernard.
It is true. Watching is out of question. He definitely he does, or he doesn't. He has his guys here who do. That one I know for sure. The bloggers that blog around, they gather information from us and the rest of the debates and submit them. But all in all, you don't carry people like that, in my opinion. Let him get his economists to push his economic agenda. He's a politician. Let him do politics. If he wants to do economics, he has economists. Let them come and draw for him the wherever the model that he wants. Because as at now he doesn't have any model. He now has CDF, adjusted CDF, bottom up, middle out. Let him just settle down. He should not panic. He drew out a script. Let him act on his script. He has been acting for 4 years. There's no need of panicking. 2022 is closer, yes, but if he runs around, he will confuse himself. Atulize boli, acheze kama yeye. Manena kurukaruka kuleta confusion. We don't need it. Well, Penny.
But just before I let you go, Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that we were talking about 100 million per every constituency, and now we are talking about 100 billion? Please, somebody should clarify that to me. Is it true? Have you observed that just like me?
I heard him saying 100 billion in Kakamega. Today, I think he said 100 billion, then he changed to 5 billion. So I don't know exactly what he's saying. Either he is not listening to himself, or he doesn't know a specific figure that he's talking about. Whether he's making a mistake using million for billion or billion for million.
He started with 50 somewhere, then he doubled the 50 to 100. There's somewhere he said 50 to the youth, I think. And then he realized Mama Bogas have nothing. He would say 50 to Mama Boga. So I think now he's at 100 billion. So
Kenyans are patriot, Bernard. Every day we are raising, we are increasing the number of taxpayers every day. So what do you expect? Should we remain stagnant with our figure?
Okay, so it is official from Dato, you have moved to 100 billion.
It depends with the number of taxpayers.
No,
if they increase,
Ruto
talked about 50 billion. I've not heard Ruto talking about 100 billion. It is 50 billion.
I think
the guy just floats figures without reasoning. The first time he told us that, what about the 8 million voters who voted for Uhuru Kenyatta? Today in Butula, he said, and what about 45 million Kenyans who voted for Uhuru Kenyatta? And you ask yourself, how many registered voters are there? So he just floats figures without reasoning. How at 45 million voters, Nika, play your script 10 appeal. 45 million voters voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. How? Even our children who are 1 year or 5 months walivotia Uhuru Kenyatta, or what was he trying to say? So sometimes he just put out figures without reasoning.
Okay, my last statement, Bernard, as I let others contribute, is this.
Patriot, a
yes.
question, Patriot. Was it 50 billion per constituency? Just
Okay,
that.
let me.
Yes.
No. You know what he has done? What? That's a good question. What the DP has realized, he went and did the mathematics the way we did it the other day. He did 100 million per constituency times 29, 290. He got 29 billion. Raila talked about 100 billion. So he realized from 29 billion, you will end up giving 30 shillings to every mama boga. You know, in a nutshell, you're giving 30 shillings per day to every mama. From that mathematics, it's actually 30 shillings. We are targeting 8 million Kenyans, right? Because our population that we are targeting from the households of 2 million is 8 million Kenyans. So when they did the math, they realized you are giving 30 shillings to a mama mboga on a daily basis, right? So he realized, wow, this is not it. That's why he decided to throw a big figure of coming up with 100 billion. So he spoke about 50 billion, someplace somewhere in Western, I think was it Khayega. He spoke about 50 billion there. Then the following day, he doubled the figure. So they are actually currently talking about 100 billion shillings. So what I wanted to say
Bernard, may I ask Patriot a question?
Neto, I was answering you first. I'm finishing.
Neto, hold your horses.
Okay. So Neto, I wanted to summarize. Then, in case you're asking questions, I breathe. I let others talk before I do the questions. So what I wanted to quickly tell you, Neto, is this. Neto, first and foremost, you're welcome. I've missed seeing you. It's been a while.
Thank you so much.
Asante. So, you know, the way you have behaved over this question, it has actually confirmed the confusion that your DP has caused. You even don't know, as we are speaking, that matters are not with the mamamboga of 30 shillings anymore. They have moved billions to them, my friend. Your DP is talking about 100 billion. And we can give you that clip, Neto. It is there. You can see when he was speaking in Western, somewhere in Mumias, he spoke of 100 billion shillings giving to the bottom-up economic model annually. He will get that from the national budget. Then it will be distributed down there. Thank you, my fellow panelists. Back to you.
Okay. It is the turn for Penny and Wekesa. Wekesa.
Okay.
Yes, you take charge. I'm now officially disappearing.
Thank you for leading us through the first session. We're grateful.
No, Bernard, if you disappear, we disappear also.
Yes, even me.
Oga.
Yeah, Bernard. If you disappear, we must vote. We must vote. No.
Tomorrow is my market day. I have to
no, please. You are not a mamamboga. You are not a mamamboga. Please, Bernard. Please don't go.
Don't understand the market I'm talking about.
Bernard,
let me ask this question. This guy a question.
Sorry, everybody's talking.
Which guy? Which guy in Neto? Neto, you're calling me a guy. Why? I'm not a guy.
I'm talking about Patriot.
I'm not a guy. I'm Patriot.
Neto, you need to get used to parliamentary language.
Surely. Honorable
Sorry.
Guy.
It has just that has just escaped my attention. May I ask a question to Patriot?
Okay, ask the question.
Okay, it pertains this 50 billion we are talking about, and I would like because you have proved to be a mathematician, Patriot. First, I'm happy to meet you all of you guys. Let me go direct to my question. currently, if you follow, the kitty for MPs is allocated 137 million every year. And DP said he will double the kit so that what goes to the constituency is also maybe entrusted to the county government, so that to expand the money given to women and youth to do various small businesses. Let us assume this figure will be almost 140 million, because as you see, we have 137 point something. So it's something roughly 140 million per constituency. If you do your maths, 140 million, you multiply by the 29 constituencies we are talking about, that is more than 40 billion. And let me tell you, Deputy Ruto, Deputy President is a scientist. And sometimes when you are talking in the masses, you might not give an exact figure. You know, you always give a roughly kind of a figure. So the moment you take that 140 million times the 29 constituencies, you will get almost 50 billion. And that's why this guy is talking about 50 billion. So it is not a figure from the blues. It's a real figure. Not that Patriot, you enlightened the Deputy President about the 30 shillings you are talking about. You know,
before you go far,
let me finish now a question.
Neto, hold on.
You're messing. Neto.
You cannot say the DP is a scientist and is giving rough figures. Those are
You're messing, my friend.
Contrasting whatever expression. When I'm a scientist, one of the things that is scientific means I prove everything before I say. That means I will only express what's
accuracy of data for a scientist is very important.
I concur. You guys are.
You don't assume. Don't assume.
I concur with you, Bernard. Bernard and Patriot. I concur with you that scientists should be very accurate, because most of the research they do is empirical. It's a purely mathematics.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is this: you know, when you are pulling the crowd, you have to give the figure that is. Sometimes even yourself, you have found yourself addressing some public. You know, instead of talking about the 49 point something billion, the public can understand when you call it 50 billion, because even what is existing in the kitty of women and youth, it will be added so that the whole thing will come even more than 50 billion we are talking about. And where Baba will get his 100 billion, I expect these are the same taxpayers. So if the money is huge, we should expect even more than 100 billion.
What was your question, Neto? Because you said you're asking me a question.
My question was this. I would like you to provide that clip where the Deputy President is talking about 100 billion.
Thank you. And if I do that, you apologize. You apologize for taking time.
Get those clips.
But I've also seen one Raila Odinga getting confused.
Don't shift.
Let me finish my. You know, it is good always to connect the point. I've seen one Raila Odinga making some confusion in a live interview. So we should also give a room for that precision error, because it is always, you don't need to be a genius or so perfect in everything. Sometimes you can make mistakes when you are giving some statements. But some of us, we are here to. Yes, so some of us are here
the question now is that the clarity is the first time he talked about bottom up, he talked about 30 billion. Now he has moved to 50, then 100. Are those mistakes?
You know,
Okay.
First
Wekesa,
one, he was
the
cut.
problem.
Order
Let me tell
everybody.
you what is
Order
happening.
everybody. Let's have one person speaking at a time.
Question.
The rest, you mute your mics. Keep your
Bernard,
mic
the question was mine. I want to answer, and I let Wekesa continue. Let me answer.
I also have
later.
a question to Patrick.
Then
Thank you. So let Patriot respond, please.
Yeah, and then I let my brother Wekesa to pick it up from there. Thank you. Now, Neto, I want to tell you, when we do a round off, when we are talking about mathematics, if you are saying 6.5, then the nearest is 7. When you do it, when you imagine that the nearest is 6, and you do the multiplication, you will lose a lot of figures downward, which is not mathematically correct. That is why your narrative and your thinking is not correct. And I don't think that's what the DP was saying. I want to deconstruct that imagination. I think you need to do much research. You have just picked that answer and that question. I've seen you trying to research on that. Let me give you facts as far as the 29 billion shillings is concerned, because a scientist cannot be talking of 50 billion while in his rounding of the figures, he comes to a half of the figure, which is 29 billion shillings. That is not mathematics. It doesn't work in science unless we are talking about something else. I'm sure he's a scientist, so I will not pick your narrative. I'll pick his, because I know what he said. The DP said he will be allocating 100 million shillings, those are his words, per every constituency. So we have the numbers and we do the math. The numbers are clear. It is 100 million. How many constituencies do we have? 290. If there are 291, so 290, we can do a rough estimate. 290 times 100 million, that is 29 billion shillings. Data. Okay, there's evidence. That's what he said. When you do the math, it's 29 billion. Baba said clearly, he's giving 100 billion. How he will divide that, he knows the details. His think tanks will do that. But we know he gave us a figure of 100 billion. Why I took the road I took NATO, it is on this platform that we tried to demystify and give the details of the 10.4, comparing to the 6 billion that Baba is speaking about. We realized it is roughly 30 shillings you are giving Mama Mbogo on a daily basis. It is barely a surviving figure that has no economic digits. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? I'm answering. I want somebody else to continue. Sorry?
How many Mama Mbogas are you basing on that figure? 30.
Vicky, listen, I'm finishing. You
just answer. You see, you're just doing guesswork.
Vicky, you're trying to interrupt me, all right?
No,
but it's
I'm
okay.
not interrupting you. I'm just asking you a very intelligent question. You said 30 per Mama Mbogas. How many Mama Mbogas are there in a particular constituency?
So anyway, let me answer that. What it means is this: whoever.
Patriot. Hold on, Patriot. For us to settle this matter once and for all, just take us through the tabulation, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bernard,
thank you.
So that
Patriot.
systematically
Thank you.
and have it settled once and for all.
Bernard, 1 minute. Bernard, 10 seconds. As you do that, Patriot, you told us that Baba is targeting about 2 million households. Those who will benefit from those who will benefit from the 6,000.
Yes.
And we are talking about 2 million times 6,000. That is 12 billion. You know, Baba could be propagating.
What is your question?
Wait. Yes, it is a question. You know, Baba could be propagating something to do with 100 billion, Now they never computed from
What?
the 2 million you are depending.
No, we will give you the math. You are wrong. You didn't do mathematics, Neto. We will do that. Don't worry. Let's finish this one first. We will get to that. We will give you the details. Even the figure you have quoted is wrong. It is not correct. Let me do it, please, Neto, and write down. Write down this so that you don't ask it again. Let's sort it once and for all. Let's finish the issue of the 29 billion. Do the tabulation. How we arrive at 30 shillings. We talk about the 6,000. What figure it arrives at every individual. We do that right away.
But
the way Bernard said.
for all of
you don't
us,
mind.
I think if we divide, we shall get what you are saying about the data bob. So I do not see any sense of.
Can you be patient?
Yeah. Why are you aborting the process? We say we are revising this thing.
Why you? Hey, relax.
It is not aborting Bernard. This guy has repeated the same thing very many times, and he should tell us the 2 million Kenyan
you are not
households.
the one that asked for tabulation.
No, Neto. Vicky has asked a question.
The genesis of the question was from myself.
No, Neto.
You want me to avoid Vicky?
Why are you becoming the author and finish of everything here? Hey, good, relax.
No, let's do it, Neto. Let's do it.
Let me be given figures.
But we are mathematicians. We can compute.
You are if you are a mathematician, you'll enjoy attending a mathematics class.
You did geography, Neto. Bernard, let's start.
Bernard, are you suggesting you did not perform in mathematics?
I am not saying
Neto, Mheshimiwa, let's not go there.
That. Deviation is what you people are expert about.
We want to give you facts. Can we?
Please, Patriot, take us through
Thank
that
you.
class one more time.
Okay, 200. Thank you, Bernard. 100 million. Neto, write that. Don't look at me. Let's go through it. You're a mathematician. 100 million times 290 constituencies. Neto, what is the figure? It is 290 billion. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Why are you provoking me, Patriot? Just do your math. We are listening.
Okay. Thank you, Neto. Let me continue. 290 billion. Are we together? Bernard, am I correct?
Just hold on one moment.
Yes, you are correct.
29 million.
You're correct.
Bernard, you do not have to say audibly.
Yes,
you don't have to say audibly. Bernard, you don't have to repeat.
Neto, you are being a nuisance now, Mheshimiwa. Please, let relax, Neto. We are learning. You are teaching me something.
Politician and he doesn't appreciate the rules of communication. Repeating is necessary for the viewers. Okay.
It is for the viewers also. 29 billion.
Yes.
29 billion. Okay. Now, Baba, we are doing a comparison, Bernard, for them to understand once and for all. Baba is giving 6,000 to 2 million families.
That is 12 billion.
What?
12 billion. It is 12 billion.
How many families?
2 million times 6,000 is 12 billion. Yes.
Yes, that is per month times a year.
No, wait, Bernard, relax.
Bernard,
you're rushing.
Bernard, why should you rush?
But okay, that is
Neto.
per month.
Neto.
Neto is twisted. He needs to twist everything. I don't know where he studied politics.
No, it's okay. He's right. 12 billion times 12, Bernard, times 12 months.
But remember, Ruto did not specify the 100 million is for how long? It could be monthly.
Wewe wacha. No, wewe wacha mambo yako ndio wacha hiyo story zako. Wacha.
144 billion.
Thank you. To be exact.
Yes.
144 billion shillings. Okay. Now,
year.
1 year. So 140. We want to see every person in the household will get how much? There are 8 million. So divide by that figure by 8 million people. 8 million
8
Kenyans.
8 million
Yes,
Kenyans.
8 million.
What do you mean?
Yes, Vicky, 8 million. I've said 8 million.
Which 8
Every
million
household.
Kenyans?
Okay, every household has 4 people averagely. Okay,
Huh?
the 2 million household.
Patriot is lying.
Vicky,
Patriot is lying.
You're basing
Patriot is forcing figures.
Let me finish.
Patriot
Let me
was lying.
finish.
You're forcing figures so that it can match what you want to pass. And I've realized
Mwango,
this.
Mwango,
And I'm
Mwango.
just to talk right now, even if
Mwango.
Mwango is not quoting
Now, if you people are not going to be in order, I don't want
Mwango, we will give you facts. Facts are stubborn, and we will still give you facts. They are very
Those are
stubborn.
not facts.
Every household, averagely, members are 4 people.
No.
That is why we are talking about 8 million. So
And
8
you are
million.
sure, and you are very sure of that.
Yes, that is the average.
No.
Get the figure divided by 8.
According to the statistics of the past
Stop that.
I will not be speaking of.
Stop that. What's your conversation?
Now, guys,
That's a lie.
What do you mean?
Hatutawacha, hiyo ndio tutamaliza. Bernard, divide by 8 million.
Patriot finish. You know I'm listening.
No,
I'm listening. Patriot, just finish. It is 18,000. It is 18,000.
Bernard, allow me to
say.
Yes.
Sorry?
No.
It is 18,000. Then when you do some standard deviation, you can...
you people, sorry, you're not being fair. I want to finish what I want to know. Then you tell me if it is foolish. You tell me yours. It's Bernard who asked for the mathematics. Can I finish?
No, Patriot, you also went to school. We know how calculations are done.
If I'm wrong, Mwango, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Don't make noise. Allow me to finish.
Hold on, all of you. Look here. Mwango, what is your problem? Unmute and tell me what your problem is.
My problem is we are being lied to on the face, and we are seeing we can't allow.
How? What is the lie about? What is the figures being given?
He's saying 2 million household and again 8 million people. How comes? 2 million household, 8 million people. The money was supposed to be given to 2 million households. So each household was to get 6,000. And now it's jumping again to 8 million, and he's forcing that.
It's not forcing. According to the latest statistics of the average families in Kenya,
oh my goodness,
each family has 4 people.
Mwango, you're disappointing me, Mwango. That is very disappointing.
2 million households.
Yes, it is 2 million
Mwango,
households. And each household has 4 people. So 4 times 2, what do you get?
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, the average per day is becoming 600. You know,
don't do the math for me. No, Ndeto, don't do that.
You know,
I am the one to
I'm
do the
a
math.
quick learner.
No,
don't do that. I would not like us to dwell on something so much.
You are lying. You are a liar.
Remember,
Ndeto, you are a liar, and I don't want your mathematics. It is me who is doing my math.
18,000 Patriot.
No.
Patriot 18,000 divided by 30, it is 600.
Don't bring noise, and then you are calculating. We move step by step. We get the figures together.
Yes, it is 600 per household member per day. That's what I'm telling you.
Sasa, you are telling me my answers. You asked me questions and then you answer for me. Why?
I think if we use the same formula, we shall arrive to the same solution, Nani. Or just do your household per day per household member. How much? If it is not 600.
That's why I didn't know you can be this much. Surely, you guys, we are talking about something. You make noise, you conclude. We are supposed to teach people. You're not the only one who wants to know this.
Tell us out of 18,000, how much a household member will get in 1 day.
Okay.
If 18,000 is for 30 days.
You can't teach me how to answer this. I was answering.
Order, everybody, mute your mic. I have said on this platform before, and I repeat again, if the purpose for which you come on this platform is to deviate the conversation so that you defeat the purpose of our being on this platform, it is better you stay away.
Bernard, you're not
We are not just here to answer each other. There are people viewing this program and they need to understand what is going on. You can't be here and be creating confusion. And that's not a lecture.
What he's saying is not the truth. Do you just accept?
You're not fair.
You wait for me to finish, then you rebuttal. That's how we talk here, my friend.
You don't interject and begin to make noise.
Vicky, you wait. You wait me finish. And you are smiling. You are just making jokes, my friend.
Hold on.
That's not fair.
If the figures you are being given are not right, you are free to challenge them. But wait until we come to a conclusion so that you challenge. You don't just say it's not 8 million. You should ask, where are you getting the 8 million? Then you'll be told
That's what I asked.
Then 8 million is coming from here. Not
Where?
To say 8 million is a lie.
That's what I asked.
That is, in fact, you are the reason why I asked Patriot to tabulate the mathematics again. So that nobody will live here and say there is some information being given that is hidden. So instead of you people following what's happening, you want to interject and go ahead and create confusion. I don't think that's mature of you. Let us behave civilly, please. If you have an interjection, you know the rules on how to go about it. Everybody to stay in order, please. So if you people don't want that tabulation, we stop it where it is and move on with the debate. But truth be told, somebody wants to lie to the masses. That is why he's throwing around figures anyhow. Wekesa umepata hizo clips. Ebu ziletelete. Andy, what is it?
Wacha Wekesa kwanza alete hizo maclips.
Clips itakuja, uliza swali lako, umeinua mkono.
Sasa siulizi swali, niko na submission.
No, it's not your turn to submit.
Niko na submission, nataka niko na solution. Niko na answers ya vitu yote ya mahesabu yote mnapiga.
Kama ni submission, you will come after nini. Penny has to submit first.
Mimi nataka
the people who have not submitted. You have made submission twice. So you can't be given the first time.
Nataka kupeana answer hii mahesabu.
Maneno ya hesabu tumesuspend. Mmesema ni uongo. So ninyi endeleeni na hesabu yenu, sisi tutaweka ya kwetu. Sawa.
Let me support.
No, hakuna haja kuzungushwa. There's no need, or there's no kid here.
I will only take 1 minute.
No, please. That is settled. Neto, what is it?
Okay, Bernard. You know, I am sorry about this, that this matter is getting to this extent, to this far. Let us give Patriot 2 minutes. You know, the reason why we are complaining, he is taking too long, and in between his submission, he is even campaigning and bringing a lot of commotion. Let him do math. He tell us this is how much every household member will get per day.
Do you understand when we say a matter has been ruled over?
I'm not satisfied. That's why, because this issue.
You are the author of the confusion. So because of you, we suspended that matter. We will revisit it later, not now. Thank you. Yeah. Penny, it's your turn to submit.
Thank you. Yeah, in today's topic, I can see it's Raila in Nyamira, William Ruto in Western, Gideon Moi in Kericho, and there's also something to do with the handouts and buying support. Yeah, so I will start with the Raila being in Nyamira. I consider the rally a successful rally because he received support from CS Kagwe, Eugene, and Matiangi. And I think there was a controversy about about Junet's speech, which I needed to make a comment, like my other colleagues had earlier submitted, that this being a very contentious, uh, this being a very contentious election, anything that anyone says will count. So I think Junet should really handle his he should manage his excitement, yeah, so that you're not ending up with with mixed reactions and confusion. You know, we don't want to make blunders. You know, he should really manage himself. Yeah, so I think the Nyamira rally was is just a confirmation of how Raila has managed to dominate the Nyanza region politics. And I think as it is, we can actually confirm that Nyanza region is locked. So when I analyze about William Ruto being in Western, Ruto was in Kakamega and then later he went to Busia. And there was an incident in Kakamega where the youth did not want to listen to him and they were heckling, you know, they didn't want to listen to him at all. And then also today at in Busia, his convoy was pelted with stones. So maybe I also need to we need to look at the reason why the youth in Kakamega were not happy with him. And also, much as we might want to, it is not acceptable actually. I condemn the action. I condemn the action of the youth in Busia. But again, when you look at the DP in his rallies, he's not very kind to his opponents, you know. He keeps calling them names. And some of the people that is calling names, you know, you cannot go to someone's home ground or backyard and begin to insult them and expect that the people that you are going to address will leave you to go scot-free. So he had to face their wrath. For instance, in Kakamega, we very well know that that is an area, generally the Western region is an area, that's a place where people like Mudavadi, Wycliffe Mudavadi comes from there. And when in addressing his rallies, he keeps referring to them as ule mtu wa Serelak, you know. He keeps calling Raila ule mtu wa kitendawili, knowing very well that he's in their backyard. So obviously, when you begin to insult leaders who people seem to believe in, it will not be very easy for you. And that is why I think the youth were not very amused. And I think DP on his side, we are not supporting the unruly youth, but I think he should change his tactic of being at least kind, you know, and respectful to his opponents. Let him stop referring to people like Musalia as Cerelac babies, you know, referring to people like Alonso as watermelon. The next time he goes to Eastern, of course, the next time he goes to Kalonzo's backyard and he has been referring to him as a watermelon, I don't think he will receive a very good reception there. So much as we might want to blame people, but I think the politicians also owe it to the citizens of this nation to avoid inflammatory statements that might cause riots. I can see Vic, you're lifting up your hand. Let me just finish with my submission. Then you'll ask me later. Yeah. So in DP's rallies, I've also noticed that he's fond of singling out people. he can single out one person and hand over money or dish out money to people. And I think he's trying to copy from what Barack Obama used to do during his campaigns, where Obama could recognize probably an old lady and give the lady attention. So for the DP, I think he's going overboard. It can't be that every time he's singling out someone out of a crowd, he always has money to give them. So the dishing out of money to these people that he singles out in the crowd as being more needy than other people, I think for me is not something that can be very much encouraged. It doesn't come out so well. Then maybe I'll also mention something to do with today's funeral of our champion Agnes. We are so sorry for her demise. Yeah, we see Sudi exhibiting some level of intolerance by
must first
rejecting
put
the
100 billion Kenya shillings in programs and policies that will create employment for our young people. Na mimi nataka niwaambie, si mnajua mimi ndio naibu wa rais wa Kenya saa hii, na mimi si wazimu, na mimi si mjinga, na mimi si mlevi. I know what I am saying.
Yeah, so Bernard, can I continue?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Yeah, in today's funeral, there was also some level of intolerance from people like Oscar, who, when Raila's tribute was being read, he rejected it, and he did not react very, very, very positively. And death is something that we identify. Anybody can die. We have funerals, and anybody is free to come and send their condolences and stuff like that. So when they begin exhibiting these levels of intolerance to other people and they expect to be accepted, then I think it's actually some level of pretense from our politicians. So I think our politicians should also take responsibility for their utterances that are responsible for the kind of violence that they experience. While on the other hand, we also urge our youth to control themselves and to maintain peace so that you can avoid such incidences in future. Yeah. About the handouts, I think one begs to understand how, if you try to understand the kind of a salary that the DP has and the kind of money that he has been dishing out whenever he goes for the rallies. He gives us this impression that he probably has money in a certain container, where he just goes with a sack, picks money full, picks sacks full of money, and then goes on dishing out. And I think it is very unfortunate. We do not want to encourage a culture where people are getting handouts directly from the politicians. There should be a structured way of giving out the money, because when you give out handouts by yourself as a politician, it kind of makes people to be blind to. They become blind, as in they do not make informed decisions. The money influences them because of the need and the levels of poverty that have been attributed due to COVID. It makes people to fall prey and make wrong decisions. So it's a good thing to help people out, but I think there should be a more structured way of helping people rather than dishing out money during the rallies, because that can be termed as bribery. And I don't think that is very healthy for us at this time. Mwango, I saw you raising your hand. You wanted to ask me a question.
Okay, yes, I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Okay, you said that the events that happened in Kakamega and Busia
Yeah. Yeah.
were because of what DP was saying.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with you. We all know this politics. And from my side, I see that some politicians, maybe who oppose DP, paid some few youths to go and cause the mayhem. And this thing has been normal, and it has happened even in other places. Like last time, I gave an example of Narumoru, where some youths were also paid to go and stone DP motorcade. So it's the same thing also happening in Kakamega and in Busia, where some politician pay some youths some few shillings and then instruct them to go and do what? And even either heckle or even stone. So I don't think that it does that what DP says is what angered the youth, because there were so many youths who are also who are in the DP rallies, and they were like happy celebrating the DP. So I don't know why there were some few cliques somewhere who just came to stone. So that one shows you that these people were pushed by somebody to go and do that.
But don't you
So
think that the DP should be held responsible for the way he keeps name calling his opponents? Do you think it's healthy? Because those statements are normally quite inflammatory and can raise emotions. Do you think that is the right way he should carry his rallies?
well,
Because when he abuses someone like Oparanya or even Raila, and he's in their stronghold, do you think his supporters will take that lightly? You know, he should take responsibility at some point for using such terms as, calling names and using inflammatory statements.
yeah, so what I'm saying that we should be tolerant to other people,
It's
regardless
two
of which
ways.
side we are. Yeah, we should be very tolerant.
Mwango,
And
tolerance is a necessity, yes, but continuous provocation will result into causing other people to react.
yeah,
Yeah.
When
we have seen that.
hold on, when Kibaki was president, in controversy, the country was not part of Nyanza, and the rest were not ready to receive him. He was brought by Raila, and Kibaki adopted that any time he addresses the people, the first greeting he gives to the people is Raila's greeting. Why? The people that respect Raila will receive you when you show respect for him. You don't
Yeah.
come to my homestead, you insult my father, and you expect me to clap for you. That is not going to work. The DP need to style up and respect
Yeah.
other leaders. To be a
Yeah.
leader requires you to respect other leaders, no matter how bad they may be or how low they may look. If you come to my backyard, talk with respect. You
Yeah.
don't detain people and expect the rest of their children to clap for you. Baba
To
Wakambo si
clap
baba.
for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now I was just talking to Penny,
So
and
I think DP is also responsible. He should also take responsibility because of the way he abuses these people. So he was in their backyard and he was a bit reckless. I find him a bit reckless with his statements. So he should also take responsibility. Much as we also blame the youth for getting out of control, but I think they were just being reactive.
the
Yeah,
youths were
they were
paid, and
reacting.
yeah,
they were
they were
reacting from
it
from
was
what they
something organized
perceived.
even before DP came
They
into
were
that
reacting
place.
from what is perceived to be disrespect.
Mwango.
It was something organized even
Ngoja
before the
kwanza
DP came
Mwango.
into that place. My
DP
friend,
is
this
yet
is
to
Kenya,
become
and
a
we know
threat.
how things are happening on the
DP is
ground.
yet to become a threat in Western for anybody to pay anybody to go and cause any problem. As far as the ground is concerned, DP will pass by, will distribute money, but the voting of Western is locked. So nobody will invest in any goon to go
my friend,
and
you are
disrupt
misguided.
anything.
You are
Mwango,
misguided.
Western,
In fact, that notion that you have, you'll be surprised come 2022.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
That's why you people normally refuse
you
about
are a
elections.
visitor.
Because
You are a visitor. I am an indigenous.
You are
You are a
overconfident of
visitor. I am an
something.
indigenous. I can speak.
In fact,
for what I
Mongo,
know.
Western is known to be
So
one of the most peaceful places.
the
Mongo.
threatened will invest in hiring
Bernard,
goons
things
to go
change.
and
Things
disrupt any
change.
meeting.
Things don't remain the same always. Also, have that notion.
I have
things
already
change.
told you when we
Yeah,
are
things
when
change.
there is a threat, then
Even
there will
us
be a
in
need.
Nyanza.
Bernard,
For
you're
now, there
misleading
is no
people.
need.
You're misleading
Bernard,
people.
I know you are tired about them, but know that things change.
I
And the
am
way
not
you
supporting
think,
ODM.
the
I'm
way
just
you
telling
think,
you
that
facts.
doesn't
Where
mean
there
that
is a
everybody
threat,
in now
there will
Western
be
think the same way.
Bernard, you're
hiring of
misleading
goods.
people.
There is no threat anywhere.
Try to be a good
The DP has
moderator.
been in, the DP
Bernard
has
is a
been in
moderator
Mombasa
and is
for
taking
how many
sides.
days? How many
Moderator
days
should
has
always
he
be
been in
neutral,
Mombasa?
Bernard.
Western is one of the
Bernard,
most
they're
peaceful
very.
places. In fact, Western is one of the most peaceful places that are quite accommodating. These people are very accommodating. But I think the DP is going overboard, you know. He's being
Huwezi
very
kuja kutukana watu
Bernard,
alafu
nyamaza,
unataka
nyamaza. You're the
usherekewe.
I
moderator.
understand
Hiyo
you.
haiwezekani.
I
Kwanza, the
understand
more
you,
you
but Bernard
insult, the less
Bernard
you will
should know
have
that
the
the way he
geographical
thinks,
places
not
to go.
everybody thinks the
Go
same
and tell your party
in
leader
Western. In
to
fact,
style up. He's a mature
Western
politician.
is the most democratic
He
Bernard,
know how to
Bernard,
conduct
Bernard,
himself
Bernard.
whenever he goes
Bernard,
where.
Western is the most
That one
democratic
is a
region.
fact.
Bernard,
Western normally votes for
mislead.
every person, regardless of. In fact, Western does not vote for one party. In fact,
Ndio
it's the most
nimekuambia
democratic region I know in Kenya.
But they have
Western.
never been violent.
Yes.
Yes,
They were
it's the most
provoked.
democratic country. So it
They
is
were
saying that
If he
now
provoked.
comes
it's
to
That
more
is why
provoke, he will be received the same way.
they were provoked. That is why they pelted the
Penny,
vehicles with stones.
I have a question to
And this is not the first time for DP to be in Busia. He was in Busia the other day. He spoke very well. Vile alisaidia Raila kuwa prime
He has
minister.
been speaking
Hakuna
very
mtu
well.
aliguu.
yes,
But
Bernard,
when
but
it
know
is
that
to
Western is the
throw
most democratic
jabs
county
of
or region.
insulting, lazima.
So saying that now it is
Bernard.
locked under ODM, you are now misguided.
Yes.
Bernard.
I am saying you are
It might
free to
not.
believe whatever you
Okay,
want to
Mongo,
believe.
I'm not
Okay.
saying necessarily
Order,
that it could be lost.
order, everybody. Thank you.
Bernard,
Everybody
You're
give us.
interrupting too much, Bernard.
Yeah, ngo sasa.
You are interrupting too much. That's the problem.
I'm not interrupting. You people are the one interrupting Penny when she's giving her
You have
submission.
interrupted Mwango when he was answering Penny.
Mwango was answering what?
I was
Mwango
talking
was
to
answering
Penny,
Mwango is
and
the
then
one who
you
is
and then you
interfering.
came in. Instead of allowing me to finish with the Penny first, you came in immediately because you knew I was going somewhere. So you are someone.
You are going where? Defending somebody for insulting our fathers and our parents. That one is that cannot go unchallenged.
You cannot keep on referring to
him. You should not hold brief for him.
DP also has been abused in several occasions. We know that. He has been called Mwizi.
Raila has abused him.
Has
abused called him a thief, Mwizi.
Yes.
Is that
Raila said atafunga wezi na nyinyi mkatoka mkasema atafunga
matusi Bernard.
Kwani
Sasa
ndio mwizi?
matusi imekuwa kwa siasa ya Kenya.
Okay, enough
have been there on both
Bernard,
sides.
you don't know the loss Raila Amolo Odinga has cost Kenya.
Wacha hiyo story yenu. Raila Amolo Odinga is the one living politician that has done more for this country than any other person.
A question
don't forget that.
Just give him 1
He
minute.
came with the BBI.
Relax, all of you will be given time to give your submission. Let Penny finish her submission.
I was continuing with Penny.
Hold the horses. It is Penny's time, please.
I was still answering Penny. Penny talked about several things.
Bernard, you're not being fair.
No, Penny talked about
Mwango, you will have your time to make your submission. You have not
I was
submitted.
in number 2 part of. Let me finish.
You are
with
wasting
Bernard,
more
please.
time, including the
Let
time
me
you will
finish
use
with
to
the
make your
Penny,
submission.
please. Let me finish with the Penny, please. There were some questions I was asking.
Penny, continue.
Yeah, I think I finished my submission where I was saying that about the handouts, it is very unhealthy when people know the kind of money or salaries that the DP draws, and he gives the impression that probably he has some money locked somewhere in a container where he just goes with a sack picks the money, stuffs into the sacks, and then distributes the money at a time when it's very, very tough economically. Why can't he have a structured way of giving out that money? Because he's actually bribing. He's actually bribing the voters. Yeah.
Question to
Yeah.
Penny.
Yeah.
Please, Penny, have you finished your submission?
Yeah, I'd already finished my submission. It's Mwango ndiye alinishangilia sana.
Hata mimi niko na swali
Alinishambulia
kwako.
sana, sorry.
Hata mimi nina swali.
Okay, Vicky, ask your question.
No, my question goes to Penny.
Yeah.
Naona Penny is like you're praising the violence method on
I'm not
on
praising
Ruto.
the violence. What I'm trying to bring out is that the fact that it was
Let me finish.
Okay.
It's like you're trying to say that it is Ruto's fault that is being stoned.
It is because of the way he talks.
And then, first of all,
he insults the Western. He insults people from Western.
No, let me finish.
And then he expects to go to their strongholds and be received. It cannot
Can you
happen.
let me finish? Can you let me finish? You're praising the violence method on Ruto. First of all, you should know one thing. There's no particular tribe or people who have monopoly to violence. Anyone can unleash violence. That one you should note. Second of all, you said Ruto should have a structured way of giving money.
Yeah.
How do you if I have money to give out, how do you want to plan how I'm going to give out my money? Is there a structured way? Does Raila have a structured way of giving money? He has given money recently.
Where has he been getting the millions he gives? Every time he goes to rallies, he dishes out millions. Where is he getting all this money? Yet he's not.
He has businesses, he has companies, he has he generates money from so many sources.
Where does Raila get his money?
Why during the campaigns? Where has he been the last 4 years?
He has been a politician since 1992.
Let me ask you a question. Where does Raila get his money now? And he's not employed.
Raila doesn't go about dishing out money all the time. He gives
What do
money
you
once
mean?
in a while.
He has given 10 million.
He's a stingy man.
Now look here.
I've not finished asking you my question.
But I was not
What
supporting
is
the
your question?
violence. What we have to face. You see, I'm not supporting violence. You see, there's no way Ruto can be insulting people like Musalia. He goes to their stronghold and expects. He's also a son of a somebody, you know. So
Has
you
Ruto
don't
not been
insult me.
insulted?
He calls them names.
Bernard, is this a conversation or a question and answer thing?
It is a
I think
question.
these people are dwelling on. You are dwelling on one thing for so long.
This is a debate, and we are trying to analyze what could be the cause of this violence in Western, where it is unheard of. Violence has always been associated with some specific places, but to my amazement, it happened in the most unlikely place. Western.
I actually
They are
live
very
in
peaceful
Kakamega.
people. So that's an indication these people are getting fed up of the kind of language that
I
they
actually
take.
live in Kakamega.
Yeah, people are tired. People
Let me
are
ask
fed
you one
up.
question. Let me ask you one question. Do you know in
Vicky,
2017, Raila could not step in Mumias because he was being stoned?
Vicky, I think you are asking a lot of questions, Bana.
No, but let me ask my questions. I need to be satisfied.
Okay. Look here, all of you. Thank you, Vicky. Ask your question once. Let it be answered. Don't have follow-up questions before you even get answered.
He's
Sawa.
asking many questions at a time.
No, depending on interjet kasi jamaliza kuuliza questions.
Okay, ask your question quickly, please.
First of all, nilikuwa nimekuuliza Penny, you are advocating for violence.
I'm not advocating for violence.
Let me finish.
I'm analyzing. You see,
let me finish.
You're trying to
Penny, hold on. Penny, hold on. Let him ask, then you will respond.
You are advocating for violence just because it is being meted on Ruto. Why do you say that Ruto is being abuse the leaders for your area? Does that mean ni monopoly ya hao leaders kukua. Kwa hiyo no one is supposed to come there. First of all, Ruto has been called names, and you all know that. Not once ameitwa mwizi, you are not. Ameitwa mtu wa kulialia. Raila alikuwa anaitana naye mtu wa kulialia.
What I know, Vic, what I know is that most of the time
Penny, hold on. Let him prosecute his question. I've not even gotten his question yet.
Is it
Vicky,
wrong
what's your question?
Is it wrong for Ruto to campaign in areas which are perceived to be not his strongholds?
You know the answer to that question.
Are you done with the question?
I'm asking
everybody is free.
Yeah.
Everybody is free to sell their agenda in all parts of Kenya. Everybody is free to go wherever they wish. However, politicians should also take responsibility for the kind of utterances that they give out during the rallies. Like, you don't expect that you'd go to Western, which is a stronghold of people like Musalia, and you begin calling them names, abusing them that they are Cerelac babies, and that is where they are born. Yeah, these people have their cousins, they have their kinspeople, they have people they schooled with, and they will not take it kindly. So what I'm saying is that politicians should also take responsibility for their utterances. You know, they should be modest. They should exercise a lot of self-control and a lot of respect for their opponents. You see, the moment you start...
What is the structured way of giving out money?
I will respond to that question. Kindly allow me to respond to that question.
No, it is not your question.
Please respond to that question.
No, I want to help my sister. Okay, if we talk about the structured way of giving out money, this thing will... This issue will help Ruto himself. You see, okay, I was giving an example. Ruto was in Mombasa, was in Kilifi County, and was in Kwale, Lamu. In Mombasa, he gave out 1.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, as we are talking, hiyo pesa haijafika kwa mama mboga. In Kilifi County, Ruto gave Aisha Juma 1.2 million. There's some videos in Facebook. Those mama mboga and boda boda were interviewed by local medias. Hawajapata hiyo pesa mpaka leo. So if Ruto anaweza kuja na structured way ya kupeana pesa, itamsaidia yeye mwenyewe na wale watu ambao wanamzunguka wasipate hiyo aibu ya kuwa alipeana pesa na pesa hiyo inatakikana. It's a one
I have
way
a question for Yao. Yao, let me ask you a question.
For Yao?
Yes.
Yao.
Yes.
Yao, how do you say that hiyo pesa 1.5 million ijafikia mama mboga na wewe uuzi mboga? Ulijuaje?
Now, look.
How do you say?
He did not say sikiliza. He did not say mama mboga hawajapata pesa. Watu wamekuwa interviewed wanasema hawajapata pesa. That's reported.
I have a friend of mine is vying for a member of parliament in Vita with a UDA ticket. As we are talking, ametolewa kwa grupu ya UDA because alikuwa anapigana watu wake hawajapata pesa. Hata hiyo kitu iko kwa Facebook.
That is not
so nikisema hii kitu itamsaidia Ruto, hii kitu ya structured kutoa pesa ni kwamba
my friend, wacha kudanganya watu.
My friend, there's a structure. You can do a structured.
Now, Vicky anapingana. I want just to show him a clip right now.
The clip for Cerelac, watermelon.
Hold on. If you say there is no structured way of giving money, you are advocating for lawlessness. The truth is, Ruto has been giving money to churches. Yes. Have we had any riot from the church? No. So if Ruto is a deputy president, he knows how the government works. Nowadays, all groups like the mama mbogas wako na sako yao, motorbike people wako na sako yao. You don't just go to Busia and think about giving. You have prior plans. Meet the leaders.
What is the problem?
Discuss with the
Giving us money.
leaders. Give money in the leaders. Except he wants to play in the gallery. He wants the TV to capture what he's giving. If
But
that is
but
the
that's
case,
what he has
then
done.
he should continue.
Yeah, was clearly said that he gave it
How
to
he wants to
Ruto.
help the people, he can do that through the structured, organized system.
Which
Where
one?
Sima, si bodaboda wako na sako yao na wako na chairman wao, wako na treasurer wao. Those
So-
people can be allowed to meet the DP even before he goes to the rally.
A question to you, Bernard.
Yes.
A question to you. Can I?
Yes, ask the question.
When you say Ruto ana structure kupeana my pesa, amekuja amepea leaders wa hiyo area pesa, hajapea those people directly. So the leaders kama hawajapeana ama walipeana, how is that Ruto's problem? Yao wamesema pesa
get that clip of
Aisha Juma alipewa pesa lakini
Rehema.
kupeana ndo hajapeana.
It's called Rehema.
Vic, what I was driving to, is that
Violence is
this
bad and
handout
no
should
one
not
has
be
monopoly
during
of
Kibaki's
violence.
time. During Kibaki's regime, Harambes were abolished. Why were they abolished? Because it was a recipe for corruption. You see, it was a recipe for corruption. So we are not going to encourage a culture of
Not always.
dishing
Not
out money
always.
and bribery and stuff like that. Because
You cannot direct.
You and I know
You cannot
Harambee
direct
has
or
helped
dictate a
people raise
person
fees,
on how to use
pay
personal
medical
money.
bills, so many things.
That is personal money.
Yes.
Is it personal money or probably it's part of the money that is supposed to be channeled to
You
to
cannot
the
force me
to
out
big four
to spend
agenda.
my
Who
money on
knows?
people.
You're saying probably.
Probably that's the money that should have been used to complete the big four agenda. How
do you
sure
know?
can we be?
How do you know it's not
Bernard,
That is our money. Probably that's
Bernard.
our money.
Probably,
Who knows?
but
And
you're
where did the money that
Bernard,
BBI
can you have
was spent on BBI go
Yeah,
and
I'm not talking about
if the
BBI.
BBI was pronounced null and void? Where will that money be refunded to the people? That was our money too.
So Andy, how much was it?
It's 17 billion.
17 billion.
Yes.
Budgeted
Yes,
for in which budget?
it was 11 billion for the first time and 6 billion for the second time.
Budgeted in which budget?
My friend,
Sorry?
money was used. Are you
I'm
a state?
No, you want to tell
in
me
which budget
there's
was it
no money?
allocated?
Bernard, are you implying there's no money used?
I'm asking, it's not money used. If it was from the public coffers, the budget is done in parliament. And the budget of Kenya is in public. Okay?
Supplementary
So you
budget.
should
Have you
tell
heard
us
of
when
that?
was BBI budgeted for by the
Have
National
you heard of
Assembly?
supplementary budget?
Bernard,
Yes.
should we start also
Money is
contributing
money. Money is
anyhow?
money. What we know
Because
that
I
17 billion
don't see
was
any
used.
reason also of waiting too much to make my submission. While some people are asking questions each and every minute. We have a lot of questions and we are not asking.
Vicky is
Why
asking
don't
so
we
many
ask a question at a time? We are taking, Penny has taken the last 30 minutes, making submissions, answering questions. Every second there is a question. We also have questions. Let us have decorum on the platform.
Ndeta, when you are discussing with Patriot, nobody interrupted. Now you are so impatient.
So should
Why
I
can't you-
interrupt? Should I start now interrupting because no one interrupted?
You talked with Patriot for close to over 45 minutes and nobody interrupted. Now you're complaining here. Vic has just asked 2 questions. You see?
So you had a
Vic,
watch and you noted it was 45 minutes.
yes.
Then you are too serious.
Just be fair to us.
You guys.
That's all.
Then I was saying the government used 17 billion in the name of BBI.
Andy, that is propaganda. Keep it to yourself, please. Keep it yourself.
No, not propaganda. Bernard, you are so biased. Let Andy talk.
Talk what? Talk propaganda.
What he is saying.
This platform
Let
does not
everybody have
aid
freedom of
propaganda.
expression in this platform.
No, freedom of expression in Kenya, yes. Not on
Propaganda
this
is just
platform.
what you think.
And it seems
You
that
bring facts.
this forum is
Okay?
created to leave other people
In
out.
fact, what I've realized in this forum is that
The
if you talk
problem
of
with you
Raila, you
guys
are
is
given
that
all
you
time
cannot wait for
just
your
to
own
speak.
turn. As long as you keep interrupting, you will keep waiting. If you settled down, Penny will have finished, another person will come, and your turn will come. But as long as you interrupt with the questions of taking round because you want to hijack the debate and turn it into something else, we will still give it to you the way you want. Okay?
A person like Ndeto has
If you
been
came
patient for
here
almost 30
and
years.
settled down, you will make your submission like everybody else has made their submission. But you come here and look for one small thing, you want to blow it out of proportion. Hey. Okay. Now let's get through. Derek, are you there? Derek Okomo. Okay. If it's not there, then we do away with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, Ndeto, have you made your submission?
Okay, today I have not made my submission. I just asked some questions to Patriot
So
for
I
45
want
minutes.
you, hold on. I want you to make your submission in the order. You take your 3 minutes. When you finish, Mwango takes his 3 minutes. Then Viki atuanze kufungasha.
Okay. So thank you so much, guys. You know, sometimes when we interject, it is good, but sometimes it persists for so long. So Penny, I appreciate you because you always carry your watch. Thank you for that. And let me start by getting deep into the topic of today. It's about Raila in Nyamira and Ruto in Busia, as well as the issue of the handouts, whether they can translate to votes. Let me start with the handout. The answer is yes. You know, if you follow the thread of the Kenyan politics, in a way, those people who, okay, it's not the right thing, but you will find those people who dish money, they are highly accepted in our culture. And in a way, people just wait for money. I am a candidate myself. Every day when you are visiting people, they are asking you, what have you come with? So in a way, it's something that we need also to see how we can come out of it, because I do not think it is the best thing. But I can tell you, handout can translate to votes. But I think in 2022, I don't see it making out so well, because people are enlightened, civic education is all over, and people know who to eat and what seed to plant. So I think that is what will happen in 2022. Whether people give a lot of money or not, it may not have an impact. But if you are giving money to start something that you will pick even after election, I think that one can sell. Because if you are starting a foundation with your own money, then you are telling us that when you get to the government, you will even increase the amount. In a way, it is realistic, and that can translate to votes. So the other point is on what happened in Busia today. I do not think that's the best thing also to address our presidential candidates or other leaders. Let us come out of the culture of inciting our youth so that to cause chaos, because I know a few of them got injured by the stones that were being pelted towards the motorcade of the deputy president. They did not, maybe they did a lot of damage to cars, but you may find someone or two, they got injured. So I do not think that is good. And I like the boldness of our deputy president. He never hesitated to carry on, even if tires were burnt all over along roads, stones were pelted. He just moved on. And at long run, he was able to catch the attention of the crowd, because people seems to be willing. Raila in Nyamira, I do not see anything so new, because remember, this is a region that has been voting for Raila Odinga. But Ruto in Busia, to me, it has a lot of weight, because in the previous elections, or in the last many years, it has been cocooned or grouped in terms of tribal communities, where some people can permeate through some boundaries and others cannot. So when I see DP getting to Busia and people are listening to him selling his ideas, in a way, it is making a lot of sense. As well, it is about also the strategic models that these people are using as a gateway to State House. For Baba, I've seen even guys trying to give us figures here. Others are comparing with what Ruto will give. But I can tell you, what Baba told us about 6,000 is not something new. Look at what is done to our elderly. Ask yourself, how many of these elderly get their 2,000 per month? The last time I checked, some older people in my village, they were still complaining. Not that they are not getting the money, but sometimes it takes even 6 months before they receive the disbursement. So in a way, if it was meant to address the daily issues, in a way it might find even these people dying. So as far as we are talking about various models that various candidates will use, I think that the one for elderly Kitty is one of the replica of what one Raila Odinga is telling us, and it has proved it is not so efficient. So it's not something you can rely so much upon. As well, if this other candidate, William Samoei Ruto, is talking about 120 or 140 million per constituency, in a way, we should ask ourselves, beyond this 140, this is what will go to improve the income generating activities. But still, the guy has been talking about industrialization, where he is bringing in the issue of the TVET, where young people will be equipped with the skills, then they will get job in these manufacturing companies. If it is something like something to do with Juakali, if guys who have money invest in those companies, then they employ these large numbers of people who have skills, or even these young people, they get some loans from the very same amount that DP is talking about to start their own small businesses. Then I think it is better off than maybe a person who would focus all his contributions to consumption. So we need also to understand in their models, which one seems to have a multiplying factor, because to an extent you can consume so much, then you will remain dependent to the government. And in a way, if another president comes and maybe discontinue the very same model, it will bring chaos in this country. because I believe people have different manifestos, people have different models. So let us have a culture where there are no handouts. I've heard you guys discouraging handout at all levels. Where should we encourage it? At the level of one Raila Odinga. I think he should also be discouraged. Let him being told that our people need to be trained how to sustain businesses. From the businesses, they can get some money instead of giving them directly. Finally, what do Kenyans need at the moment? Kenyans need peace. Kenyans need a person who is ready even to safeguard our borders. Look at what happened what is happening between Kenya and Somalia. Some years back, we started a battle that has taken the last like 10 years with the Al-Shabaab and such. This war seems to like rejuvenate because you saw what the ICJ did. And in a way, the government of Kenya has rejected the order of the court. What do you expect? Today I was going through a certain write-up. I do not know whether it is authentic or it's just a blog something. But when you see what this president of Somalia has written, you can see in a way it's like the guy is mobilizing his people to come out in large numbers, including even those people who are the Al-Shabaab, the Jihad something, and also the soldiers from Somalia to come and try to like protect their borders. What are you expecting to Kenya in return? I have seen the commander from who is in charge of that mission. Yes. Let me finish.
You can talk figuratively. That is for international peace. You don't have to go direct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not, yeah. We don't encourage that.
Okay. Thank you, Ekesa. So as I conclude, what I'm trying to bring out is that we might feel settled by getting this food or getting our businesses, but we lack peace. So we need a president also who will tell us how will the 50 million Kenyans will be safe during his term as the president. What are the strategies they are putting on board to ensure that Kenyans are safe? So those are also other things that they can incorporate in the manifesto so that Kenyans may feel at peace and they may be safe even wherever they are. So I think as Kenyans, let us all keep discussing these issues or even dissecting various manifestos so that we see at the end of the day, who is this that is best fit candidate for this position of the presidency?
Okay. I think who has a question where?
I have a question.
Yeah, ndio uko na swali la kusemaje? Hebu.
Yes. Ndeto. Can you explain to me how can
a moment. Lakini wewe unajua, wewe hujasoma gazeti, mimi ni mtu ya kuku. Haya, shika hii 10,000.
Can I proceed? Okay, thank you. Andeto, can you explain to me how can the 140 million benefits this man called Boda Rider? Are you going to buy a new Boda for him, or how are you going to support him in his business?
Okay, your question is simple. And if you have been all along in the platform, it's a question we have answered very many times. So there is something we call in the devolution government, we have cooperatives and circles. These are institutions where women groups or youth groups are being registered. Then they do their small savings as groups, and in return they can borrow loans where they can even return with retro interest, or maybe sometimes to those needed cases they don't need to pay back the interest. My point is this, that if you enrich these cooperatives and circles with more money, that means you are increasing the rates that these women groups can get. These young people you are talking about, the boda, I know they have circles or they have groups. So the amount of loan they can take, at times one member is the only one who qualify because the amount is small. But if you add the volume, meaning every member even can take at a go, they can all take some money, then they go multiply using their businesses, they pay back. The advantage of this is the revenue or the capital will remain because this is the money from the government. But these people will make business out of this money. But the government capital will remain.
Okay, I'm not satisfied. My question was, how does this money will going to support the border riders as a person, not as
It is not about boda peke yake, man.
Okay, let me answer. Let me answer you. Yeah.
Example, I know you refer to border and small
network.
Okay. Yeah. We are not getting you clearly, but I have understood your question. The answer is this. This assume that the boda members are 30 and they have two groups of 15. I know each and every person has a business of interest. Maybe one is interested in chicken rearing. Another one is interested in the business of selling soap. So when you want to upscale your business, in a way you will borrow some loans from what you have been saving in the group. But maybe these are people who get 50 bob per day. In times 15 or times 20, that is about 1,000. 1,000 per day, it is like 30,000 per month. So meaning, if they are making 4 cycles per month, that is about how much? That divided by 4 is almost 7,500. Maybe that is what is given to each of the members as loan per week. What the deputy president is saying is increasing this amount, the 7,500 per week, to be increased through the loan that they will access from these cooperatives and circles. Maybe it can even multiply by 3 or even by 4, such that every member can take that small loan at a time, so that the one who has a small business of soap making can do the business of soap. The other one who has chicken rearing can also support that. Mwenye anataka kununua bodaboda mpya bado anaweza kuwa supported na anunue bodaboda yake.
Ndeto, you spoke about the 6,000 being offered as a stipend, as a mode of encouraging consumption. But if you listen so well to Baba, you'll appreciate the fact that there are also other mechanisms that would be in place. There are also other mechanisms like building of industries and discouraging unnecessary importations and encouraging local production. Those are some of the ways in which he is going to those are some of the ways in which he's going to to salvage the economy. So it's the 6,000 is actually meant for the vulnerable, and we cannot evade the fact that in our society, like during the Azimio La Umoja launch amongst the youth, if you listen to the conversation so well, there are people who are still internally displaced. They've never regained their land or their houses or something like that. So they are still very vulnerable. So when you talk of giving these people money to start business, you are not in a position to start business if you don't even have you don't even have a basic home, you don't even have a decent home to live in. So the 6,000 is meant for the vulnerable. Yeah, it's not a matter of encouraging consumption, because he also speaks about industrialization and local production as we avoid the importation from China and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's not a consumption kind of a thing. There are many more modalities he will use to revive the economy, like industrialization. Industries are built, and in turn, these industries are going to give jobs to the youth. Yeah, he's not just going to give the 6,000 and wait for people to eat the money.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I think that settles it. It's simple. Having businesses, you need to have clients. Clients should have purchasing power. Purchasing power requires money in the pocket. So mama mboga akiwa na capital na walaji wa mboga wana pesa ya kuinunua, that capital is as good as dead. So the 6,000 being given to these vulnerable families is going to help the small businesses pick up. Money being in circulation is the only way to grow the economy. They are those buyers and sellers. So if I need to eat sukuma wiki, there is a mama selling sukuma wiki. Instead of me taking on credit, I pay cash. She will be in Marikiti tomorrow to buy cash and sell cash. At the end of the day, we are contributing to the economy. So my consumption is not, I'm not eating the 6,000. The 6,000 is growing the business within the locality.
Bernard.
Yes.
The only I do not have any problem with that. Look at Obamacare. I think Penny is in a good position to tell us if Donald Trump continued with the Obamacare stuff. We should come up with policies that can be adopted by even the future leaders. My concern is today Baba will give them the handout of 6,000, but will the next president who will come also come into the Baba's policy?
And it's not a goodwill. It is social protection program adopted by the government. It's not
I have no I have no issue with that, Bernard. There are lots of things the Jubilee administration is doing.
You are aspiring to be a lawmaking officer in the parliament. So you need to carry yourself in that way. You cannot be insisting on handouts when something is drawn out clearly to be a social protection system like the Obamacare you're talking about. Yeah. But each regime can come out.
Bernard.
Bernard, the answer should be like this. Ngoja Deto tukujibu. The answer should be like this.
Skiza ili unijibu vizuri. Skiza ili unijibu vizuri Wekesa. Nataka nimeuliza whether Donald Trump continued with Obamacare, because nilisikia hiyo ilikuwa almost the same thing, lakini the new administration ikakuja ikaitupilia mbali. Nijibu sasa.
Yeah, what I'm saying, continuing with a new with someone's policy depends on a new administration. there can be even good policies, but a new administration can come in, and because sometimes we do it even for political sake, you want to score points, so you just leave a good program and you want to start yours. So we cannot say whatever Baba is doing will be interpreted by the people he has helped, whether it has changed their lives or not. As for whether it will transit, the same way Uhuru has become CBC, Makoha said that I only have 1 year and I go. I hope that whoever comes will continue. So he's not guaranteed that whoever will come as a minister or the government will continue with that policy. It depends on how he views the whole program. But in that short period, maybe that program was there. We need to evaluate. Was it helpful? And if it's helpful, it only makes sense for a new administrator to continue with the legacy. If you don't want it, then you just support.
Your
But
Obamacare
you
is
know,
perfect. Neto, in your member of parliament, okay? The CDF project that was started by the other member of parliament that did not make it into the new parliament, were they continued?
you know, Bernard, there is a very sensitive thing. You know, we are talking about money. We are not talking
It is
about.
no,
We are
it's
not
the
talking
same
Everything
about.
is
thing.
money.
Then
Everything needs
when
money.
Kibaki and Raila started the kusaidia wazee and Uhuru took over, is he not continuing with the program? So it depends on the goodwill, but social protection is the responsibility of any sensible government anywhere on earth. So no new government will come in and just abolish it without mitigating. They will come up with an alternative policy probably, or whichever way. And the purpose of the 6,000 was not to be a permanent program. It is a program that should initiate. In these 4 members of this family, if they get a job, a stable job, they are removed from the list of the people that receive that money. So it's not something that will be kept permanently. It's a process whereby when industrialization takes place, jobs are available, and each family has a working member, then there is no need for government to be feeding somebody when they are paying him salary at the same time.
But this same model, when COVID-19 came, we saw a certain fund, the cash transfer thing, it was there and billions were allocated. But the findings ended up that even the money did not land to the people who are very poor. That money was used by different people even to meet various the various outcomes. So that's the very same thing I'm talking about. If we are saying Kenya, we are suffering from corruption, then how safe are we to entrust 100+ billion?
That is why you need to lead the war against graft. You need to lead the war against corruption. We cannot have a society that that cultivate corruption and use corruption as an excuse of neglecting the vulnerable people. Corruption is a vice that needs to be stopped, not a vice that needs to be cultivated and be used as an excuse of neglecting to distribute money to those that are vulnerable. There are modalities of knowing who is poor and who deserves what. The government has machinery. No government works on assumption. And as far as I'm concerned, the president knows the chief and the sub-chief of every village, and the sub-chief has the records of who lives in that locality. We have Nyumba Kumi in place. Nyumba Kumi is to cut down the government, to make sure that there is the least person in the community is known. So and then on the other hand, like the county government of Nairobi has what the people they call social workers. Social workers, their job is to know who is more vulnerable. Like people go to hospital, they get attended to, they are not able to pay the bill. There's a social worker that goes to check if are these people genuinely unable to pay the bill. then they will advise. Then from there, the hospital will decide on whether they waiver the bill or not. So government haifanyi kazi kukaa tu na kupiga simu.
Now, Bernard, let me just answer nani kidogo tu hapa. These guys came up with an economic model called bottom up. It was cherry picked from Joe Biden's economic model. This is what Joe Biden had. Some of the things that were in Joe Biden's economic model. Some of the things was to forgive the loans for the debt and make college free for those making up to Akayaka. He was putting figures in every meaning. To raise the minimum wage. So when we are talking about minimum wage, for us, Baba has gone up to those who are earning nothing to give them something as a wage. So part of this is an bottom-up economic model, but you guys don't understand what you talk about bottom-up. You only throw semantics. But when you go to the real guys who have done that model, they have come up with kuna insurance cover, hizo vitu nasema hiyo ya Obamacare, kuna hiyo raising of tax for the top class and then the middle class unaachana nao na lower. And then kuna hiyo ya forgiving students the loans. Baba amesema hiyo mambo ya kuchange help from being a loan to a grant. So can you go and study your economic model and really know what are the pillars in bottom up? You have looked, this is a society, we have almost 70% of the population are poor. So what are the interventions you need to do in that model so that you help them pick up? Instead of just coming with a blanket thing and just spinning up words, bottom up or tunasaidia mama mboga. Tell us the nitty-gritties of how are you going to help that mama mboga. If you put that mama mboga on a stipend of 6,000 per month, have you not just injected some capital in his business? So let's see tangible things. Let's not just throw words in the air and then you want people to believe that you are ready to intervene. Baba's model
should I answer you, Wekesa?
Can be accounted for. Yeah, I'm finishing. Can be accounted for because he also said, where are we going to get the money? We are going to ensure that we make budget cuts on ministries, and he was specific 25%. So he showed where he's getting the money and where the money is going to. He also showed, he said that this is an intervention that will run for a period of time. So when you intervene for something, you make sure that these people come out of the problem. You don't create a permanent dependence syndrome, but you also ensure that there's a transition. That's why this in Biden's model alikuwa anasema buy America, build America. Baba came up with buy Kenya, build Kenya. So part of these were in the same model, but you guys cherry picked just what you want that entices the population, but you never caught the details and work on the details. So can you ask your question?
Bernard, you have said that we are not well oriented in not Bernard, but Wekesa, in the bottom-up economic model. I think your statement is wrong, because if you ask me what it means, the bottom-up economic model, I will not even compare it with other models like the trickle-down. But bottom-up means those people who are in need, majority of them are at the bottom, the low class. If you compare the pyramid scheme of the pyramid for the population pyramid of Kenya, which is a developing nation, with that one of Germany or America, you realize that the one for Kenya has a heavy bottom, but the Americans or the one from Germany, it's like inverted. Those majority of people are not young. Like in Germany, majority of people are at the middle. But when you look at in Kenya, majority are young people who are over 70%, making even the bottom to be very heavy. These are people who are depending maybe to their parents. If you check from the KNBS, you will find that the dependency rate of Kenya, for every 100 people who are working, 90 or 91 are depending on them, meaning that's more than 50%. It's almost 100%. Very few people are working, and they have a very whole lot of people who are depending on them. Meaning, the big problem here is some people are saying they have papers, they don't have jobs to maybe to do. Others are saying, I did not go to school, I do not have anything to do. Then when we go to the government says we do not have money. When they direct us to the bank, the loan's interest is too high. That is, if I start a business which is with a loan today, then I'm unable to pay by tomorrow. They will come and take maybe even if it is a car that I have bought to do business, they will come and auction that car, and they will leave me even more poor. So what the bottom-up economic model is coming to do is to provide money to this money and knowledge, or what we call skills, to this heavy bottom who are young people. These people are the ones who have finished Form 4. Maybe others have finished college, and even others maybe are married and they are divorced. These people are the ones we are calling for. And Deputy President has been telling Kenyans that one of the pillar of the bottom-up economic model is TVET, the technical training and technical and vocational training education, where you come up with institutions, not professional, not polytechnics, but where even if you dropped at class 8, you can go and being trained on mechanics, wiring, or other simple courses. You gain some skills. From these skills, you can start up your own workshop or your own business. But how are you going to start your own maybe workshop or your own small business and you do not have the money? So this is the reason why he is saying that he will give or entrust the cooperatives and circles with some amount of money that should be given to these people as loans, and these loans will be paid back in low interest, or maybe in some cases you do like women fund or a youth fund where you do not have to pay any interest. You only require to return the money. In a way,
that's where you want us. We want you to quantify. Don't say you will give you some money. No, we want specific, measurable.
Yes.
Use smart objectives. It should be specific, measurable.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Realistic and time bound. So
yes,
he is talking about the 140 million that he is going to pump in these cooperatives and circles. And this is the amount of money that will target women groups from the heavy bottom, the people we have seen who are in dire need, people who are living hand to mouth. These are the people who are selling bogas. You know, Mama Boga is just a figurative stuff. It's symbolic. So these are the people who will be helped to improve their small businesses so that they expand it and it start even generating more income. And out of this income, we have seen these people, even at the circles, they do pay they do pay tax every day. They are paying small amount. You see, when you enrich the heavy bottom, let me finish this point. You ask me, Demba. Let me finish this. Let me finish this point, please.
you're saying something there that I wish to. What is the role of county government? Do you know what county governments do?
Exactly. And these are the people entrusted with cooperatives and these circles. And these are the very people
who
that devolved government. The one we are
So
calling what you see, like the women rep.
So what is the role of county government in management of, for example, things like what you're talking about, Mama Mboga? Where do they pay taxes to?
Okay, let me answer your question, Demba. But before I answer, let me finish a small point that I had left. Then I answer you.
No.
So when you empower, listen. You have asked me a question.
No, you're being too theoretical. I want you to start from reality.
Order. Thank you.
Demba,
hold your horses. Let Neto prosecute himself. When he has finished, we'll hang him. Carry on.
Exactly.
Why are you allowing Neto to be so theoretical that when you finish, when you do this?
You know the way you see the way he's scoring in his own goal. Let him finish, then we'll talk about it.
Yes, thank you so much, Moderator Bernard, and also Demba for your question. You see, what I was about to finish is this: that when you enrich this heavy bottom with the skills, you have given them access to these loans. In a way, you will widen the base in terms of revenue generation and also tax collection. So it will expand. More people will be able to pay tax. In a way, it will be a plus to the government. And this will increase the revenue collected by the government every end of the year. And this is how we are going to repay even our debts very fast. The loans that we have taken from the IMF and other things. If we have like 3/4 of those working, maybe increasing by ×3, in a way, it will raise the revenue. When I come to your question, Demba, you have asked the role of the county government in empowering these women. One person I will come in with this, the role of women representative. I know she is always there to ensure inclusivity, that women are not left behind in this battle pertaining either their economy, things to do with the violence or GBV, like
now
what we saw.
Wait. Now that are you done? Because now I want to frame my question.
I'm not done. I'm not done. You know Demba. Demba gives me time. I finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, both of you. Hold on, both of you, please. Neto, you cannot also speak forever. Okay? Can you conclude in the next 1 minute? Geoffrey has been waiting here. Please be lenient. Thank you.
Yes. So, Demba, to be direct, I have said that...
Don't respond. I haven't asked my question yet.
No, you asked me a question. Why are you confusing me?
Neto, please
and I even noted down your question.
Don't respond to it yet. I want to give you the question now. I want to frame it nicely.
Okay.
Can I frame it?
Yes.
Now, you have put in your elucidation of what you think you guys are going to do. Now, I want you to do that with the mind of this is a county government and the constitution as it is. Now, tell me, what is the role of county government? How do county government collect their taxes to run themselves? How is it going to be funding? How are you going to fund this Mama Mboga? Because there are two administrative levels, the county and the national government. The constitution says that there's part of collection from the counties that will be taken to the national, and then some will be released. Now, give me what you're saying in view of, think of a county like Kiambu County. That's where you are. I think Nyandarua County. Now,
Give us your illustration of how that money is going to come to the mama mboga you're talking about. And these taxes, who is going to collect them? Is it the county government? Is it the national government? And at what point is it going to go to the government? And when the money is going to be given as loans, to whom is it going to be advanced to? Is it the county government or the individual? When they don't repay the loan, who is going to follow the defaulters? Is it the national government or the county government? So think of it as Nyandarua County. Don't give us theories. Give us, okay, fine, this is what is going to happen. We are going to use this alternative means. Are you going to create alternative government to give the loans as advanced by your government to these women groups? Kindly just break that down to what you are saying. Break it down to what you're saying with the role of the county government as it is in the constitution right now.
Okay, thank you, Demba. One thing I will tell you is that something like industrialization was developed. And in industrialization, it carries a lot of businesses with it, like such. So the county government has a role to give every upcoming business in the county the trading license. And these trading licenses are of different types. And these are some of the source of government revenue, direct revenue. Even those are mama bogas in the market, because you have seen counties investing so much in coming with postmodern markets, where they can even give maybe women groups or even youth groups some spaces so that they do their businesses. At the end, these are the people who just have to have a license to do their business, or maybe they pay through the municipal council like that. So all this collection is corrected by the county government, but they do not have to use their money because they have corrected, like in Nyandarua County, if they correct 70 billion, for instance, and Kiambu County collect 200 billion, they do not have the mandate to control this money. In a way, it is channeled to the treasury, so that this money is well managed by the government. Then it is the legislature or the parliament that comes up with the national budget. Then out of this budget, 15% of the budget is allocated to the county or the counties, the 47 counties, where it targets various sectors of services. So the more revenue that we have, for instance, from the counties, the more money will be channeled to the treasury. So if we have a lot of money remaining, like getting above our budget, like every year we budget for 3 trillion or so. But if we are able to raise something like 4 trillion, this money on top, we can use it even to pay the loans we are talking about. And this is why we are saying, the more that you increase these small businesses, the more you increase the number of taxpayers. So the more you broaden the taxpayers, the more revenue the government will collect through the new businesses, through the licenses, and through the tax collected. And in this way, you shall be able to address the issue of national development. You shall be able to address the issue of repayment of various loans, and you shall even be able to channel some money back to these very women now and tell them, after paying licenses to the county government, maybe they have a business as a women group. We can as well top up you with this amount of money so that you do not consider your business will lose. So in a way, you are motivating them, and they will keep increasing their businesses.
You haven't responded to my question, but I'll let it go because I'm being told there's someone who is waiting there to speak. So maybe after he speaks, then we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Rekesa, back to you.
So it was just Geoffrey. Geoffrey was supposed to submit.
Okay, thank you. It's like Bernard is busy. I was waiting to give us a chance to talk. Kwanza nawasalimu my brothers and sisters. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I'm seeing the motion down here. It's saying that the handouts change the outcome of election this 2022. Let me say this. It will not change. Why do I say so? Our general election, which I've seen 2007, 2013, 2017, there was so much handouts given out and the buying support or supporters, but it never changed. The only thing which was making the outcome change is the system. We know that. So this one, I know that our opponents are using the jobless youths to give them handouts. The mamambogas, the bodaboda who are struggling down there to give them handouts so that they can buy their support. I know people are smart. People are ready. They're going to eat, but when time comes, they know what they need. I know they will confuse few, but not all. Okay, let me say this. You know, people from the other side have been saying that, they have their agenda, the bottom-up approach of economy, saying, Baba's got nothing to tell us or what he's going to do to us. Let me say this. Those people are saying that they are what we call selective they have can I call selective amnesia or something they want say something they want to hear. Such as people I call them like Trump supporters because there's one thing they want to hear. They don't want to hear the fact. Baba's been saying that in order for any country to develop, we need to improve our infrastructure. And infrastructure is very important in our country. I know most places in our country whereby we have some agricultural sector is very important, which is the backbone. The roads are impassable. There's no water, the electricity. And if the next government is going to look onto that the way Papa is saying that infrastructure is going to be the first priority in this government, then you know that our economy is going to improve. And I think Baba has been saying that food insecurity. You know, sometimes we sympathize with ourselves that our country is really a major agricultural place in, most especially in East Africa, but our people are dying of hunger. Why? Because of those points infrastructure and also the same leaders who are claiming that they're gonna steer our country forward. They are killing agriculture sector in their place where they're coming from, and that's a fact that people should tell me that in Rift Valley region, that's been known the best place for growing wheat, maize, but their leaders have killed that economy in that region. Why? because of their personal interest. They are telling their people that now we need to get out of this maize planting and other things, and they start planting avocado, whereby they are making some industries offshore. And now they're encouraging their people to go back to avocado because they know that it's gonna benefit them, not the people. And the people have been flourishing and surviving with these crops which they have been growing, and they have been doing better. Now the same leaders who are killing this, they are telling them that they want to form the next government and help them. I don't think so. If they cannot be able to help them now, they are killing the farming sector in that region, and they are putting everything on their interests. There's no way they're going to do that. That's why our country now, we really need good leadership which can improve the food sector, because a healthy nation is a developed nation. Baba has been saying so many things which you need to do. Our country is very rich, and people knows that. The only thing which is killing us is corruption. Some people have been, they do make some jokes that only in Africa whereby the corrupt leaders, they group together when election coming, so that they can take over again and continue rooting. Now that's what we are seeing now. Because these corrupt leaders now, they are using those corrupt resources to start buying and giving out handouts in order to get into power so that they can go and grab more. That's why I'm saying our brothers who are on the other side, it's a democratic right. You're allowed to join wherever you want to join. But remember that we need our country to be a better place for the future generation. We need our country to develop. We need our country to be where South Korea is, because they said South Korea was the same level with our country, but now we cannot. Now our country is going to South Korea to ask for some what? For some loans. That's why we are saying that this coming election, let us think and know that the only person who can get us to the level we need is Baba. Nobody else can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I trust that settles it. Temba, ni wewe ama ni nani? I was away.
Yeah, ni mimi.
Haya, basi endelea.
Okay, I want to go, first of all, allow me disabuse what Ndeto said, that they have a clear plan. I don't think they do. All they have is a nice, beautiful theory, untested, which I think to them, they just ran away with it and they forgot to take the details. I don't think he has convinced me. Even what he's saying is just a very nice utopic theory. He's not able to see how it's going to be actualized even in the county. You know, he's saying is pretty well, isolating the way the county works. But then when it reaches a point, then now he has to say how they are going to bring it into that system. It becomes a problem even to him. So it's a good idea. It's like one of those very nice things that you want to listen to, but it's not practical at all. With our constitution as it is, and that you may still go back. Maybe there's something you guys are not telling us. Are you going to introduce new structures on how you're going to advance these loans to the so-called mamambogas? Are you going to create, because I'm thinking if you're giving someone a wheelbarrow, you should give him what he's going to sell in the wheelbarrow. Is he going to sell the wheelbarrow? He needs to know what is he going to sell in that wheelbarrow. You're not telling us how you're going to work that out. So, or maybe it's something you guys are waiting. At some point, you guys are going to say this is how you're going to work at it. But I think you all us and understand. That's why right now you guys were thrown out of the window when you are told that now Baba is giving 6K. You actualized 6K. 6K, you can buy I don't know how many wheelbarrows, at least 2 wheelbarrows and some burgers to sell, and you put in those wheelbarrows. But now the other thing comes in, how are you going to regularize the idea that these people, if you give them loans, they need to pay it back? What are the mechanisms of collecting that loan? What are the mechanisms of repayment? What happens if these people default on repayment? Because even some of the places where they sell those things need to be licensed by the county councils. And those counties are the ones which decide where they're going to be. They have their own mechanisms of collecting revenue, which now they give to the national government. And now if a county identifies areas that is going to work strongly and collect more revenue, it's going to develop more than other counties. So are you suggesting you guys are going to ignore the constitution as it is right now, and you guys are going to, come up with completely a different mechanism to do whatever it is that you guys are talking about? It's a good thing, like you're saying, but I don't think it's practical. And I think that's why all of you are struggling, and you've had to spend a lot of time, explaining. They say that if you have to explain it, then it is not there. It should be something as as clear as the sun. When you see the sun, it's the sun. I mean, when you see something that is going to benefit Mwananchi, and you have first of all to explain to Mwananchi, then that's a miracle. Maybe something that we are waiting to happen. When it will happen is when will be explained to. But I think for the constitution as it is, and you guys say that you guys respect the constitution, it creates two levels of government. There's the national government, there's the county government. It's still very operational. There are things that the national government is doing. There's there's a youth fund that has been created that the national government is using. That's legislated. There is, of course, the other money that is going to Women Fund that is created by the national government. That's already, legislated. So what would make you want to use a different mechanism to do that? Another thing, you keep talking about trickle down, and you guys are moving from trickle down, you're going to bottom up. Trickle down basically is what you're explaining, that you guys are going to give them the money to do that. So you talk about bottom up, and you still come and give them the money, and you say now we are moving away from bottom up. Then what are you talking about? There's a problem with what you want to say. When we ask you where are you going to get this money, we are going to get it from up. And every time you talk, you tell us that Ruto is saying, the deputy president is saying. That means it's not something that can be structured within the government. It is the person who is coming with it. Is he going to give his money? And actually, he has done that in his campaign trail. There's a place he went in Taita Taveta. He said that I know the government is giving this money, and there's also another money that's being given by the government, but I'm going to give you my 2 million from my pocket. Now that is what you're calling handout. Why do you want to give money from your pocket if there's already mechanism that the government is using? Why don't you strengthen that mechanism, because you are the deputy president, and make it work the way it's supposed to work? If you feel sufficiently philanthropic, then go to that kitty that is youth finance, overwrite all the loans that they were given, and say that you guys don't have to pay back. I'm going to pay all that back within that particular mechanism, if you're genuine. But of course, it works for him for his political, ambition. Now, on to the topic of today: can handouts change voting tradition? That's an interesting topic. An interesting. There are two things: handouts and tradition. Our tradition has been handouts have been given. So when you're saying that can handouts change voting tradition, the tradition has been in all voting. You see even campaigns or even aspirants right now, they are busy. I've been invited to, I mean, a couple of situations where aspirants want to be fundraise. They are fundraising because they want to raise money to go and meet certain people. And every place they go, they are told that there's mobilization fund that they need to send. So handouts will be given, but I think we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to ourselves to. Sorry about that. we owe it to ourselves to. Can you hear me? Yeah, we owe it to ourselves to rise above the handouts. When I know it will take a bit of time. Yes, it's true. The handouts have constantly and over time been deciding the direction to which our politics has come. Because we have had even a situation where we have leaders who we even wonder how they came into leadership. But it's because for some reason at the point of voting, they were able to give out money, a lot of money. And some of them wait. Now even some of them are spending sparingly. They say that, I can spend right now, and then towards the end of the day, there's someone who will come and give more, and I won't get what I wanted. So I think it's upon the voter education. I think even this one, as we keep talking and as we keep having this conversation, we hope the voter is getting to know that the person that I want to vote for doesn't necessarily have to buy my vote. Buying a vote buying handouts is something that is so ingrained in us. And if you can remember when Obama was just about to come to Kenya, the sister, I think when he came, the sister gave a particular speech that angered some of the guys from Nyanza, where he said the culture of konya konya, gonya konya, you have to untie me, So when you go Wekesa, Bernard, and you are going to vie in your home, they say untie me. We have in some places they say tupatie macho, give us something so that we, you can't just come and speak to us. And you see, it is true, because right now politicians are going to go to different places in the campaign trail. They're coming on a working day. Say you are coming to see people on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This person has not gone to work. They have come to listen to you for the whole day. What happens is they tell you, if I'm coming to you, that means I'm not going to work. So how are you going to compensate for my not going to work today? So what do you say? You give them mobilization fund. So the person is given 500 or 1,000, and this 1,000 is going to cater for your day to day. So as long as we still have that kind of culture, as long as we still have the voter who doesn't look beyond the voting day, like I don't have to look at this 1,000 you're giving me today. I have to look at how are you going to help me after the voting day. When we have, as a citizen and as a voter, reason to that point that now we can be so aware that I don't have to have you buy my vote. I want to see what you're going to do for me past this. Then I think this will slowly go away. The aspect of having to have, poor leadership. For some people, their only claim to leadership is buying your vote. So let me use my money, buy your vote, get there. Then after that, you don't see me. There are people, I think even in parliament with 300 and something MPs, there are some I've never known their names. I've never heard of them. And still they are going to come and vie. And, you'll want to vote them in. So if as a citizen, we are going to take our responsibility seriously as a voter, and know that I'm the one who is employing this person to work, I'm not going to allow him to buy my vote. I'm not going to allow him to give me my handout. Someone says that, okay, fine, they're going to give you this money. Kula kwa Bernard, lakini kura kwa Themba. You see, it doesn't really help much. Yet, of course, some people say, oh, you go and eat. You remember when it was in Kibra, the president said that what he liked, that someone called him, a lady called him and told him that the president you should have allowed these campaigns to continue, because we were reaping every day, because every day someone went there, they were leaving something. So that's a culture that we are having. But I think as a tradition, it has been a tradition, was introduced many years ago. It is part of what we are going. So handed mentality is actually a tradition. It's not changing any tradition. So if we can change our handout tradition so that we have leaders voted based on the quality of leadership that they provide, integrity of their leadership, and what they are going to do for us, I think slowly and surely we are going to start changing the conversation on the ground. But as it is right now, all of them know that the tradition of Kenyan voter is the person who gives them more. Right now, there are so many projects going on. Look on the ground. I mean, everything that you want right now can be provided. If you want a school, people will come to build a school. If you want, someone to build for you a kimbanda, they'll do that. But you see, these are things they should have done for 5 years. Why would someone come right now pretending to want to try and they have just discovered that you need a road. They have just discovered that there's a school that is needed. They have just discovered that water needs to come where you stay. That's very interesting. But that's our tradition. So it's probably a continuation of a tradition. In the next few voting cycles, maybe as we keep educating the masses and as we keep learning, probably we are going to change the handout thing. So I'm thinking for this, it's gonna be, our tradition is gonna continue. And Bernard, if you want to buy any place, kindly call us for a fundraiser so that you can go and buy the votes.
Keep the tradition. Oh my God. Now, I think the day is gone. Where is Omwami? Omwami has been trying to be here. He comes and vanishes. Okay, Ndeto, what is it?
Okay, I have some questions and observation to Themba. Themba, you have made a very good submission, but in a way, you are trying to bring a point that there were areas I was not clear when I was elaborating on even the structures that are already in place on how money will be distributed to various women, how the revenue will be collected. I think if there is something that you are not clear about, the structures you are talking about, if Ruto's government is going to come up with the new structures, I am not getting exactly what you mean, because we have existing structures. Like if it is how to distribute the money to women, there is the Women Empowerment Fund, which is basically under the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs, which is controlled by the county government. So, and this is the same kit where the 140 million Ruto is talking about, he is going to take it. There is no other channel, because the money for CDF, that one is for MP, but this other money will go to enrich the cooperatives and circles, which are under that ministry. So I do not understand which structure you are saying is not provided or is not there, because even the collection of revenue by the county government, I've explained so well how the county gives licenses, it collects even taxes, then it channels it to the treasury. Then after that, a budget is made at the end of every year by the parliament. From this budget, they see whether they have deficit or surplus. Then that way we can see whether we are growing or we are retrogressing. So I do not understand your critique on the structures on the new administration of the next president. William Samoei Ruto. I do not get totally where you have some issues.
I think you've just come to it was a rhetorical question, but I find you've gotten yourself back into the net. You know the way you're given a bait and you just swallow. So what you've just said right now, essentially, there's nothing else you guys are going to come up with. And
so there is Themba, there is
yeah.
no new model. There is no bottom up. What we have is increased money for women and increased money for youth. Simple and pure.
Yeah, so if that is, you see the Tibet thing, it is not a new thing. It is also something to be expanded. You get?
Now you see.
So
Now you see. Now wait, Neto. What Bernard you have seen where how it has come slowly and so just go to your next question. You don't have to keep explaining. We have already understood.
Okay.
Number one, there's
Okay.
nothing like bottom up. It's just going to strengthen. And if you're going to strengthen those and give finances, number one, you need to remember Ruto by himself, he cannot give any finances to Women Enterprise Fund without legislation from Parliament.
Okay, so you
So
are
it is not any budgeting. Any budget has to go through Parliament.
The only policy that will be passed in the next Parliament is this. You know, this 140 million has not been there. There is what has been allocated to the Women Fund since 2007.
Who allocates? Wait. Who allocates funds?
It is the Parliament.
Good. So who budgets?
It is the Parliament.
So this money you're talking about that Ruto will give 100 million. Where is it going to come from?
Where is that? If I ask you, we have here. Ruto has been saying that the government has a lot of money to construct roads, to construct even hospitals, to construct even SGR.
No, wait. I've asked you a simple question. That I've asked you a simple question.
Revenue collected. Let me answer you simply. From revenue collected.
Who allocates that money? Wait, who allocates that money? Wait, let's go slowly. Who allocates the money constitutionally?
Let me start from the source.
Who allocates money constitutionally?
It is the Parliament. Then the source of this money is either revenue, there is loan from even IMF or other sources, and grants.
Who allocates resources? Allocates resources constitutionally right now.
It is the role of the Parliament to come up with a budget that will be used in the next fiscal year.
Do you know there's Revenue Allocation Authority?
But you see, the people who come up with a template on what should guide now the agencies you are talking about.
Let's not operate like you're operating in utopia. Kenya is governed by the constitution. There's what you call revenue allocation. It's called what, Bernard? Revenue Allocation Commission or Revenue Allocation Authority?
Authority.
Now, it is the one that allocates revenue. Okay? So this issue of Sijui Ruto coming in and giving money to circles, that's hogwash. There's nowhere it is going to happen. And the people, the Parliament, when budgeting happens, it has to go to Parliament. And there's no way even the president can say that this money, take it here. Even right now, Uhuru can negotiate, but when it comes, the budget that he works with, is what has been passed by Parliament. That's the constitution, Ndeto. So if you're going to speak like Ruto is going to sit and tell Parliament, you take this 600, take it to Women Enterprise Fund, I mean, that's lying to you and lying to people.
Themba, the way you are talking about, there are various agencies when it comes to matters to deal with the national finances. There is the treasury. There is the one you are calling the revenue allocation authority. Also, we have the parliament, and in the parliament, still we have a committee that is constituted among member of parliament, so that in case maybe a budget is passed, like the other day, you heard about the tax of the border staffs was to be hiked. And it is this committee that sat behind, and in a way they were able to negotiate, and the product on the motorbikes and such were not, the tax was not added. So the budget making and also the budget making process and the planning to national matters is a multi-sectoral stuff. We cannot say it is one body that does it all, because even if
Good.
the revenue
just
allocation,
hold it there. Now you have come again to where now we wanted. So you have just said, and quoting you cannot say that it is one body. So the president, even Ruto, cannot say that he's going to give you loans without involvement of all these sectors. True?
that is very true.
Good. So that means, therefore, it is either ingenious of him to tell us that he's going to give you a loan that has not been approved by parliament, has not been provided for in budget, has not been allocated as revenue authority has agreed.
Themba, let me cut you short. The Jubilee administration came with Big Four, right? And this was an agreement of all the members of parliament, those who formed or who were at the Jubilee government. Don't think that Ruto will not have numbers in parliament, because it is one of his manifesto that he is going to give.
Thank you. Now you're going slowly, and you're saying now you're starting to give conditions.
You know, you are thanking me a lot. You are thanking me a lot, Themba.
I am really appreciating, because you're actually getting yourself to where I want to go. Number one, you're saying it is subject to Ruto having majority in parliament.
And also, if people want development, let me ask you, whether you are from opposition or what, you know, it's like you are learning as we talk, Themba.
No.
Themba is like you are learning about this thing as you interrogate me. You are interrogating me. You are interrogating me slowly by slowly. Then you are learning slowly by slowly also. Then you are thanking me slowly by slowly.
Order, both of you. Please, let one person submit, let the other one respond. Na tunafungasha tafadhali. Siku imeenda.
Haya, tunafungasha, naona bana nataka kwenda kulala. Unajua mimi sasa ndio siku yangu imeanza. So I can keep you here for a very long time. But let me say this. Bernard, Ndeto has actually given us what they have never told us for a long time in their talk. Number one, this bottom-up thing is not there. Number
two,
is
there. It is there.
No, I mean from your submissions today. Let me just finish so that what I'm getting from you. Number two, this money that will be given, it will be given with the already existing structures. So it will be Women Enterprise Fund, it will be Youth Fund. So there's nothing like whatever. And number three, it is conditional. If Ruto is able to raise the required threshold of MPs, yeah, because budgets pass on the basis of the parliament has to pass the budget once it has been drawn by Treasury. So those are three things that they have not been told us. So if those things don't come, then forget about if Ruto, even if he manages to become the president, there will be excuses. Oh, parliamentarians were may block. Oh, we didn't raise enough threshold. Oh, you know, Women Enterprise Fund, hiyo pesa ilienda ikakuliwa. Kama vile tunasikia saizi, oh, kuna pesa ilitolewa ikakuliwa. So that will be the same story coming. So there's nothing like bottom up. It's just a good campaign slogan. Wacha nimalizie hapo so that I allow you know, Ndeto to also finish, and then maybe we can pick up this kesho.
Okay. Let me also appreciate you guys. I think you know, the game of jogging mind. I can see Bernard enjoying so much as I corner Themba. So, and bottom up approach is not a scam. And if you want to introduce something that can work, you do not come with something totally new. You know, Ruto is so smart. This guy, he has been supporting the Tibet agenda, which is one pillar of the bottom up. He has been supporting Women and Youth Fund, which is another pillar of this bottom up. He has been supporting small businesses. He has been motivating women groups. Look at the organization run by Rachel Ruto. I think if there is an opportunity these people has had to learn from about dealing with women groups or youth groups, it's through the joyful group that is led by Her Excellency Rachel Ruto. So in a way, he will come with something that they have practiced, they have seen it working with millions of women. So when even they scale it up to the national level, it's something that will work. Another thing, you see, like also Baba has not told us which structure he will use to distribute his 6,000. It doesn't mean that he will use a very different from what is used to distribute among all the people. So Themba, for a model to sell, it doesn't have to be so new in the market. You know, even a baby, you start walking with a baby from small age, you walk along. When the baby is getting 18, you have already equipped a lot of skills to this child. You have invested in this child. And this child, let me finish.
You're not finished, and Bernard wants to sleep. Now today we're on the same. Today we're on the same page. At least to me agree.
You know, Bernard. You know, Themba. Themba, you are a smart. You are a very smart analyst, and you know how to intrude. I was saying this. You know, Ruto has been working with this child we are calling bottom up, so silent since 1992. But now, the guy has had now a very good opportunity where he wants to serve as the CEO.
Yeah.
You said the other day you said UDA is sold as the owner.
Bernard, no. Bernard, please, don't allow Ndeto to go. Today they have changed. Ruto has been having bottom up since 92. When did that change?
Yes, someone said UDA is sold as the inventor. So if UDA is as old as 1992, also this bottom up has been in his plans. It's only that he has not given an opportunity to take this nation to another level. And I think all of us, we should appreciate and give him a chance. Then we see where our economic capability will get. I know I have a lot, even at personal level.
He has not been given an opportunity. He was the youngest cabinet minister in Moi government. He served in Kibaki government, second term. He has been deputy president 2 terms. Those are not more than enough opportunities.
But his records are very profound. If you check when he was the Minister of Education, Minister of Agriculture, as the Deputy President, they have achieved so much through Jubilee administration and also during Kibaki's administration. So he have a track record. So it's a smart guy.
If we wouldn't be suffering the way we are suffering.
I wish Baba never entered into the bedroom. You could have seen a different Kenya today. You know, he is like...
Food security. Food security. Did the handshake stop food security?
Look at, I wonder,
How did
this
the
question,
handshake affect food security?
Bernard, if we put politics aside, there is this, I think, Gulalu something project, where even some interns were paid to go to Egypt by the administration of Ruto to acquire skills so that they can come to run the Galana Gulalu project, which could have solved issues to do with food insecurity. When they returned, those guys who are coordinating the project said not one intern alionekana kwa hiyo shamba, hata walienda kwa kazi zao, meaning it was just for formality. So when we are also talking about lack of accountability, let us take it collectively, lakini tusichukulie kwa mtu mmoja.
Not collectively. Where they have failed, we tell them they have failed. Okay?
And that's what I normally do.
The main person who has failed is the one who did not use the opportunity that he had to make a difference. Okay? To make a difference. I can be assistant bishop. My job is to be in charge of Sunday school, but I'll make a difference in the Sunday school. I don't have to become the bishop.
You see, Bernard, let me ask you a question. I know you have ever served in a company or an organization where there is the big boss, then maybe you are the second in command.
Yes.
Let me tell you, if the boss says it is this project to implement and this money, let me tell you, even if ushinde hapo.
It is a defeatist approach to leadership. If you stay in a place and you give excuses for not doing what you're supposed to do and you still remain there, that already is a defeatist mentality. You are not elected there to go. No, wait. You are not elected in a position to come tell us how you cannot work. You are elected in a position to work. If you cannot work and if you find it is not possible for you to do your job, then the most honorable thing to do is not continue earning salary from that position. The same way you are giving excuses for not working is the same way you should feel bad for the Mwananchi who is paying you for being in that position and not delivering, but also just creating excuses. You see, it is wrong. Even you, if you're in any place you're working right now, you cannot wake up tomorrow and tell your boss, yesterday I could not be able to type because so and so was not helping me type. And then at the end of the month, you still go and draw the salary and you still have the moral authority to say, in our field, you don't feel those people. I think one thing that your presidential candidate has failed terribly is the moral question. You have no moral authority to say you are concerned about me, yet you are drawing salary to come and give me excuses. This is a clear case of a leader who, after 5 years, when you're electing this year, after 5 years, you'll come and give us an excuse of how it was so hard to make money because rains were raining and I could not control it. Still continue drawing salary and give.
Nitasahau swali yako. Ni mrefu sana bana.
It's because you're not.
Remember, let him ask. Let him ask. What is it?
Yes, you see, Themba, the way you are saying the moral question, I concur with you. But look, Deputy President hakuwahi sema amechoshwa na kazi. Deputy President hakuwahi jiondoa ati kwa hizi roles and responsibilities akasema because my boss has done this, then I will also disobey him. It is his boss who failed to engage him for his own reasons. Hata kama ni mimi na hujaniambia nitoke kwa ofisi ati na haujakata my salary, I will keep doing what I know is right until my
boss?
period.
Who is his boss?
You know also. Even without
he comes. No. His boss becomes.
Let me say.
No.
Let me tell you who the boss is.
constitutionally, the boss for everybody, even the president, is the Mwananchi. Now the Mwananchi, because the constitution gives you power and you donate it to the politicians. That's the constitution. So when you come here and you're coming back to the boss to give excuses, you're coming back to the boss that, you know, the way I could not work for you, I didn't work for you because this other guy did this to me. You should come back and tell Mwananchi, I cannot work in this condition. Kindly, if you like, let me go out, start this opposition, elect me, and come back.
Themba,
You don't tell us.
The only issue is this, Themba. You see, Deputy President has been even giving back to the community, to the bosses. Now, you people, you are ever complaining that he is giving handouts.
No,
and he is supporting the very same people.
I have a very simple question for you, okay? Would the Deputy President, okay, would like to be his own deputy when he finally becomes president?
Of course, if you are not betrayed, Bernard,
don't betray. Forget betrayal. Neto, if you are the president, would you pick William Ruto as your deputy based on the behavior he has behaved from 2017 to 2022? Would you want to have him as your deputy?
Let me answer you, Bernard. Mimi,
yes,
I would have him for this reason. Look, like yesterday, you know, I followed what is happening to even Mtukama Matiang'i and Wamalwa. Look, Matiang'i is in the interior security. Wamalwa is in the defense. These guys, you know, those are the tools of governing this nation, security part. And they can go to the public and say that we are going to support Baba. That is Uhuru talking direct, because no one can dare to support even an opposition leader while you know you are in the incumbent government. So it is something that has been communicated internally.
Who is an opposition leader here?
If we go from 2017, even after handshake, Baba was the opposition leader because he never formed the government of Jubilee. You know, you people.
All the same, Deto,
you people.
Look here, Deto.
Yes.
The action of Matiang'i and Eugene,
Wamalwa. Yes.
Wamalwa notwithstanding, okay. The Kenya government is there for the service of all Kenyans. There is a reason why election is called general election, okay? It's not general in the sense that we'll have 6 different ballots. It's general in the sense that every one of the Kenyan people will participate in the same. And so the government needs to serve everybody. One of the greatest mistake that I believe is has led the DP into the place where he is right now is the assumption that he thought the government is Jubilee and nobody else has permission to be part of that government. He came up with that mentality of the two that they had from 2013 to 2017, and he wanted it to be perpetuated. By that time, the country was ungovernable. So Uhuru reaching out to Raila, it was not in the attempt to betray Ruto. It was all an attempt to salvage the country. Now, if somebody goes to salvage the country and you are his deputy and you don't support him, are you his deputy indeed?
Bernard, you see, if Jubilee government could afford to come up with a superior cabinet secretary, just like a prime minister, I do not see any reason why they are also failing to produce a position on opposition leader. A person, you know, I really respect one Raila Odinga, and for sure, no way we can almost get the same vote. Let me finish. Let me finish, Themba.
Wait.
Themba,
You said you No, you said you love the Constitution. The Constitution acknowledges minority and majority. There's no opposition in parliament. So when you come here and still say opposition leader, you are lying to the nation. Can you follow
Themba,
Yes.
I wish you have contextually followed me. I do not say that it is in the constitution, but if they have been able to come up with a prime minister position, the one now CS Matiang'i is holding, they still have their methodologies or the ways of coming up with a position.
You are lying again. There's no
wewe sasa.
Your party leader is against position.
You know,
you
Bernard.
are here advocating for people to be given
But
positions.
Bernard also tell them to also when
No,
he
but
asks
you're
a
lying.
question.
There's no prime minister. There's no prime minister right now, and you're saying there's a prime minister Matiang'i. You are lying. You cannot allow you to lie. Number two, we cannot allow you to lie that there's opposition and government. There's minority and majority. Parliament is one, minority and majority side. So there's nothing. Now you're coming here to say there's opposition. There's no opposition right now. Why don't you be factual? Be factual in your arguments, then we will listen to you. But if you want to just come up with
it's all right.
Have you ever
please.
1 minute, please, Bernard? I want even it is not criticizing what Themba is saying, but I will give this simple example. You know, when I was in the village, and sometimes back, I could listen to many people telling me how to come to town, and some could tell me that the position of a certain hotel, the position of the bus station is here, and I could have the plan of the Nairobi city in my mind, though I have never come in Nairobi. You know, when I say that maybe the bus station, and you don't give me time to explain about the bus station, to tell you whether I had or I ever visited there, then you are also criticizing a wrong thing. And that's why what Themba is doing smartly. Because the fact that I'm talking about something, you are not giving me ample time to finish the whole sentence. Maybe the question you are asking could be in the next statement that I'm about to make.
If the logic is wrong, the conclusion will be wrong. There's no way you can say that there's a prime minister and there's no prime minister, so the conclusion will be wrong. You cannot say there's opposition and the constitution does not provide for opposition. So can you just be factual from the logic and then you arrive at a good conclusion? There's no way you can have a wrong logic and then you arrive at the right conclusion. That has never happened.
You know, Themba, I wish you are fair enough to accept the loopholes on your candidate, and also to you just say we have heard we shall improve on this, but you cannot make every statement perfect.
You are being diversionary. You're being diversionary now.
The two of you order, please. Now, Ndeto, which loopholes are you talking about?
You know, I've pointed a lot of things. Then this guy is making everything to look perfect. And let me tell you,
Themba, not this guy. Ndeto, Themba.
Not this guy. Themba, hold on, please.
He's calling me this guy. It's Themba Ndeto. I called you Ndeto. It is Themba, not this guy. And you lied. Accept that you lied.
Enough of that, please.
You know, Bernard, 5 seconds. Yes. When you see a person talking too much, that person is either lying, that person is either confusing people. And that's what Themba is doing. Talking so much, crisscrossing through my conversation, my submissions, so that I do not tell Kenyans the truth. And I have learned it is a strategy so that what he is saying Kenyans can listen. Then at the end, data will not be listened. Only he will sell his policies like that. But I know Kenyans have listened to me. I have nothing to add.
Thank you, Neto. Thank you, Neto. And just to to give free advice. Okay, free advice. We don't have to be defensive over everything. If something is not right, it is not right. There's no amount of defending that will turn it into being right. Okay, there are excesses that have been on both sides, or reaction, and as a leader, you don't react. You respond to matters. If a decision is taken, like a family decision has been taken, and you are not consulted, you don't burn the family house because you are not consulted. There are ways of going about it. So some of the actions that the DP has taken against the issue of handshake and the excuses is multiplying around the country, nobody will take them. Very few Kenyans will appreciate it, especially maybe millennials, those who don't understand the traditional family setting. But the mature elders will not forgive him for that. You don't do what he has done. And so he needs to get back to himself and appreciate the fact that elders lead the way, the young people follow, and if they have corrections to the elders, there's a channel through which you correct elders. But if you go to fight them, you are renouncing your inheritance, you are renouncing your position as the son who will lead the rest of your brothers and sisters. So after breaking those basic laws of nature, it becomes very difficult for you to be entrusted. It's as simple as that. Now, let's hear from Bill, and then between Billy and Tony, who came first?
Tony came first. Tony came first.
And I think I'll leave you, Temba, you will close the show.
Yeah, that's okay. You can go rest. Yes. We will close it with Deto. I know Deto is not going anywhere. We will close the show.
But don't tear this place down, please.
No. We as a moderator now, I'll be a little gentle with Deto. Please, as long as he keeps to the constitution, we will be okay.
But be neutral. Be neutral.
Yes.
I'm telling Deba to be neutral. Moving forward, let him know that
neutrality here. Everybody will state their facts, but everybody should defend their side by facts, not neutral. This neutral thing, hakuna gari naendanga kwa neutral forever. So
now also let us also na pia tusikizane. Mtu anapewa time anamaliza.
No, but I will not allow you to give falsehoods. I will not allow you to give falsehoods.
Thank you. Temba and Deto, we need to sort out that matter of aspirants. The timetable for aspirants. We need to get it clearly so that we don't have those accidental of like yesterday I was given a number to call somebody and he told me he has never had any aspiration of being any aspirant anywhere.
Did you confirm or you called the wrong number?
I was so defeated.
Is it that or Wekesa that talked to him?
Wekesa gave me the number. I can't even battle it with him.
Okay, sir, we'll sort it together. Deto, these are the comments from the chat, and you need to know. Deto, you speak too much than Temba, so that is something you need to know. So you said I speak a lot. The other thing is Deto never ends his conversation. Even if you give him 1 hour, he will continue. So that is the comment from people. So it is not that I talk too much. Actually, you said something about yourself. So when you are speaking too much, you are lying to us. And I've seen that is what you do. Bernard, let's have Tony talk. Then continue.
You know, you are not mentioning the good ones. That's the problem that I have with you. There is a guy talking about Hondeto.
No, relax. I only brought...
Read the nice ones. Bernard, you see why I'm saying this guy is a discriminative. He can only underline the wrong ones. But there are hundreds of good ones.
Okay,
and
fine.
he is cherry picking. That's
Neto,
why.
the list is here.
You read the good
The
ones.
list
I'll
is
read
here.
the others.
I'm searching for the good one. It's not there.
No, let me read. There is a comment from in whose hands are we safe? And this person is saying, on Deto, how I wish you get elected to parliament. I see Orengo in you.
Hey,
you see,
that one.
Check well, check well.
There's also a nice one, Deto. Let me please your ego. He has no right.
We will have all these things to check. We'll even screenshot them and share them in the group. If there is an Orengo there, I must get that.
There's a nice one for Deto.
Put it on screen.
I want
Bernard,
put it on screen.
I want you in parliament, and I would volunteer to debate you in parliament, so that.
Deto, there's a nice one here. He has no right to attack Deto because he thinks he chats more. So because I think you chat more, I have no right to attack you. That's a positive one for you. How about that?
Your perception, you know?
No, I mean the person anakutetea anasema ya kwamba nisikuattack hata kama najua ya kwamba unaongea sana. So but I think that's a positive one for you.
Read that one on screen.
Which one? Oh, Honorable
the
Dan,
one
how I
that
wish
is...
you get how I wish you get elected to parliament. I see Orengo in you. Yeah, that's a good one, right?
Good.
Yes. Do you concur?
There's also another one here. Yeah, we concur. You are a good debater. Thank you, Ndeto. Wamusie, hakuna prime minister or opposition leader. Tuliza boli. Umeambiwa hiyo hakuna. Lakini you are a good debater. So that has been settled. At least there's positive, there's nini. So let's allow Tony to talk.
Good one.
So good evening, everybody, or good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good evening, Tony. Good evening, Tony. I know you are an aspirant, and one of your competitors, anaitwa Balozi Omwenga. Do you know him?
I've heard about him. Is he there? I'm willing to debate with him.
Yeah, you get in touch so that we can arrange the two of you to debate on issues of where you are going. He's a friend of mine, and I also told him that there's a person called Tony that is vying where he's vying. So get in touch with Bernard so that we can arrange a day that you guys can come and debate.
Yeah, Bernard, you should just put your words straight now. Just tell me. I thought you were going to have me tomorrow, or that's today actually. On your time.
No, we'll talk behind the curtain.
Okay. And then one more, just Ndeto, somebody has complimented you that you wishing you the best to be in parliament the next session, but he has commented that they see Orengo in you. According to the last time I checked, Orengo is completely opposite the wheelbarrow analogy. So you agree with Orengo's philosophy?
You know, Orengo is one of the best minds that we have in this nation. So whether he is in support of ODM or UDA, the underlying factor there is smart brains.
Yeah, smart brains. That means what he says has weight. Don't you think so?
That is true, but we don't have to agree in everything. You know, there are reasons why I oppose something. There are reasons why I support something.
Yeah, I'll see you in the next session of parliament. We shall be there together.
Wow. Wow. Welcome on board.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you so much. I've not had you guys for, I think, 2-3 days ago. And let me say why I enjoy our interaction here in. there is also the other part of trying to listen different views or political views, of course, even how you see things. While Indeto is so passionate about the wheelbarrow, and we are so passionate about the other dynamic Baba kind of lane of memory, I appreciate Indeto and your colleagues on how you argue the case out. Yeah, one thing I may agree on your side is that your candidate has created new avenues for the new candidates that they have easily broken in. But wow to you all that come nomination, it may be a broken egg, because many chicks may come out of one egg. People will be fighting for the nomination, and that may really break down your aspirations. Men aspiring candidates in UDA. Let me also speak about generally speaking. Let me speak. The other day, Baba was in Kisirand, and that is where the Matiang'i declared his support to Baba. But remember, there is a background that there is another party that was being created, which has been known as the United Progressive Alliance, which has been created by the Kisii MPs. And this party has been created to unify the Omogusi people, so that they can have like a vehicle, a party of their own from the region to propel their interests in parliament. Now, there was some expectations that Matiang'i was going to also to use that vehicle, maybe probably to vie for the same seat, but it was clear that he is supporting Papa, being the surrogate of the current sitting president that he faithfully served, and he has decided to follow the directions of supporting Papa to State House. Now, there were also other CSS, I can say strategically attended the meeting from Central Province. We had Mutai Kawe, the Corona champion, and we had from Western, we had Eugene Wamarwa, and I think there was one more, I don't remember which one was that. So this ironically represented the regions that are capable of supporting Baba in his quest to State House. And you can see the way Baba put it and how Matiang'i put it. It was crystal clear that there is good support from the government quarters about on Baba's side quest. Now, and then Baba dramatically represented the whole deal in holding the hands of Matiang'i and the Kisii sitting deputy, not deputy, the governor of Kisii, that is Ongwae. So, in other words, these are like, you can say, the heavyweights of the region, and who have really resolved to support Baba in his quest. Contrary to what your candidate, who I truly admire in his philosophy and his fight about the interest of our country, there is a unique thing in the deputy president's quest that he started too early in this campaign. He has made so many so-called friends, but you question the kind of friends whether they are following him because of they believe that he's a good leader, or because they believe that the party has a chance for them as a driving vehicle, or it's because of the handouts that he gives, okay, call them not handouts necessarily, but call them help, financial help that they get from him. And you can, if you minus those help, financial help or handouts that is giving, I don't know what you could get, how much support he could get. When you look at when he goes to different regions, let me mention the ones, especially when he was in northeastern. I came to there was a saga about I think nominated senator, that young lady, on how she had invited the border guys to come and support, or be on the Musavara, and then try to cheer and support the visit of the David president. And then all of a sudden, then that thing kind of came down in a way that there was a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding came about how much money they were supposed to be given, when the people for the small traders were given 2 million. There is a clip circulating on the line how this lady was given the money, and she went somewhere and she was counting one by one all the millions, the 2 millions that were given to the traders. But she categorically said that the border people became arrogant, and she decided otherwise. And now the border people were going to their leader asking him, give us the money you were given. And he was scared because they were going to his residence and something like that, and they were threatened. Now, there's one unique trend over there, that these kind of givings or financial assistance, they are not genuine as such. People are literally being bought. People are literally being paid for supporting the deputy president. And now that's I try to bring in the issue of without this, or how long will this be concrete? And even if say, take it that if the deputy president won, he's very conscious on how much money he has spent. And whatever he's doing over there, people knows very well that he's spending a lot of money. Don't you think he will want to recover the money? Now, let me go back to Baba. Baba did something extraordinary in Central Province when he provided the medical equipment for 10 million. That is one of the unique things that he did in the hospital. That I think that was X-ray machine, something like that. Those are some of the equipments or materials, actions of the society that really deserves to be supported. Because supporting those kind of machines, they will be there during the campaign and after the campaign, and they will save so many lives. Now, instead of just carrying liquid money to people like that, how about just going to a school and say the schools around here, or the children who have balances for their tuition or school fees, or in college or schools, secondary schools, have cleared their money, have cleared their balances. Something concrete that will pay, that people will stay to live. Because when you give 2 million to traders, maybe how many traders are these? And how much each can get? So these are some of the issues that you discuss, that these are not policies, they are not policies, they are actions that are meant to make someone look nice. How long can we be on that? In fact, it's just like building a house with no concrete foundation. in due time, the house will collapse. So, and also, what of course, Baba gives some money, but he rarely does give handouts. And if he gives handouts, it's very limited, very small amounts. You can say ni mkono ngumu or gamu, but surely it makes a lot of sense that you do not just dish out money to people in order for them to support you. However, the electorate have this tendency of demanding to be given handouts. Why? I think because these politicians, they get lost as soon as they win the elections. Some of them, they do nothing.
Tony.
Yes.
I'm glad you and Deto are aspirants. So I'm enjoying this because whatever you say, the public is watching and they're gonna hold it against you, the two of you. So I'm safe. I'm not an aspirant, so you guys are aspirants. So whatever it is that you say, it's up to you. Now, there's a comment here that I think, Tony, it's safe that you come up, you respond to. One is that Baba is late. He would have done that earlier. It's too late for now. The money, Tony, was sorted out. They wanted it pocket, but it was to be used for partnership. I hear that. But now my question is, how are you guys going to deal with, because there's an electorate, both Ndeto and you, there's an electorate. I think we even at that will bring Geoffrey. Geoffrey is not an aspirant, so as we are safe. How are you guys going to deal with the idea of handouts? Because it is real. It is the topic says it's maybe a tradition. It's a tradition, because if you say that you're not going to give, then you lose people, because it's a tradition. People will expect to be given. So if you go out there and say, "I'm not going to give no one nothing," you clearly will lose votes. How are you going to balance that? And then again, if you start giving, the other person who is going to be giving more is going to win, is not going to win. And maybe you might not have the resources. So how are you guys going to deal with that?
Do you want Ndeto to answer that first?
I can start with that one, then you come in, and then maybe even Geoffrey will come in also to ask a question to the both of you now that you are aspirants. How will you deal with this handouts thing? Ndeto.
Okay, thank you so much, Demba. Surely, Kenya, we have a culture of people expecting something from aspirants. And I think it is too late at the moment. But I would also say that the beauty with 2022, majority of people who will get to vote will entail this young generation. People maybe who are in college, people who just finished school the other day. Because when you listen to the old, in a way, majority of them are saying there is no need to even go and vote, because politics, it's like they are tired about the same. And these are the people whom at the moment, what I'm trying to do is to go sell my manifestos in various gatherings, like in sports activities. That place you will find a lot of young people. Also, people like the boda guys, I just go chat with them. I just tell them, look, we have been hustling together. It doesn't mean that being in Nairobi, I'm getting a lot of money or such. I just come out as I am. And I tell them how I will come with various projects, like business incubation centers, for instance, in my place. And when they hear such youth resource centers, in a way, they are interested even to know more how it will work. Then as we discuss, you will find these are the people who will converse easily, and you will win them. To women, because there is also there are also another potential voters. You know, at the moment when you approach women groups, in a way they are expecting you empower their groups. And one of the things I've been trying, instead of even giving handouts, I better educate these women groups on how to do registration. Even I orient them through some business skills and financial, basic finance skills. Then after that, I just even connect them to the women fund or the youth fund. I think to me, they are appreciating the concept. Instead of going there, they're expecting like you have a lot of money, you are not telling them. It's all about being open and also selling your idea in the simplest way these people can understand. I think those are some of the ways I've been trying to evade from the issue of handouts.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Leto. You know, one of the things is that the culture of handouts didn't start yesterday, and it has built over time. So, in leadership, you can't just step into the office and immediately make drastic changes that will be probably the reception may not be very positive or as good as you could expect. Yeah, one of the things is that, of course, civic education has to be directly and indirectly, and it has to take some time. The one thing our people needs to understand is that the vote as such of a person is priceless. There's no such amount of money that one can receive in order to determine the kind of leadership these people are going to get for the next 5 years, because the leadership will entail in making policies that will affect their lives just from their social
Tony,
life.
Tony,
Yes.
that's a good lecture. But right now, it's not something someone is willing to listen to right now.
Yes,
Right now,
and I'm
you're
coming.
dealing with someone. You're
I'm
dealing
coming
with
there.
someone. It's
I'm coming.
number one. Hold on. Number one, it's already electioneering period. You know, the heat is coming, and I want to tell you for sure, these discussions of bottom up and all, it's good right now, but as you move towards the election, normally the one who hypes the most, the one who has the best speakers, and the one who gives the best handouts is most likely to go to parliament. It's not the one who gives the best lecture. You know, you can have very good policies. You can talk so well. Let me give you an example. In Kamukunji, you know PLO Lumumba, right? He's a very good orator, an astute lawyer, a great brain. He's a professor. So there was a time he tried to go and vie in Kamukunji, and Deto, if you can remember, the guy was going around, you know, speaking to masses, and he came with that thing of not you know, he's not going to give handouts. That is not his kind of thing. He's not going to engage in those other businesses. That's not his kind of thing. But I tell you, the guy never made it. I think he was not even number 2 or even number 3. He was very last. And he's very bright, good orator, Pan-Africanist and all. So the thing you're giving is a good lecture, but people will not listen. Your people, the people of Kitutu Masaba, will not listen to that. Right now, the reality is the culture of handout is ingrained in them. They will. How are you going to navigate that? What you're saying is good. It's an ideal, but you see, ideal is not real. It's ideal. We hope that all of us will get off this culture of having to make elections be so expensive, so that someone like Ndeto, who is a good leader, but because he's not having the resources, might not make it to parliament. because there's someone somewhere who is also interested in that parliamentary seat, but the guy has resources that Ndeto may not have. So what are you going to do as Kitutu Masaba to deal with the culture of handout? Now, I need to hear things like, okay, I'm preparing money, or I've been doing this. Like Ndeto has said, he's been talking to these guys. So how are you going to handle that?
Thank you. And I was giving a background, and I was honest, and I was going to conclude at that. There is no any other way around other than just going round. Of course, as you could say, like if somebody comes to your house, you have to provide maybe a cup of water or a cup of tea. And when you meet these people, whatever because of their demands and the like, whatever you will be having, of course, in the pocket, you don't have an
Hold on,
option.
Tony, are you in a very noisy place, or because they are competing with your
Hello, is that better now?
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, as I was saying that you do not because of the culture has taken root. A candidate don't have any other option so much other than of treating the people the way they have been, and then take time to at least teach people that this is not the right way. But it must not be the way. If you give somebody $10, 50, I mean 100 shillings, something like that, it is a payment and to the effect of getting voted in. Because these people, their income is too meager, and in fact, giving somebody 100 shillings is so much for some of them, because some of them is not even a single day. So, but this shouldn't be a precursor to election. As if you go to church and give some donations, does not mean that you are buying the pulpit. So you give something and say, this is my sadaka I have given this church, and I want this church to be built, but it's not a precursor of once you come to there that you are given a pulpit to start politicking. The same as you meet some people, Mamamboga, in the villages, you, for them, at least for somebody who was going probably to sell some eggs or to sell some meal or somewhere, or some sugar cane or wherever, some boga somewhere, if you give this person 100 shillings, he will just take some time to listen at you. But this is not a payment to your vote. As we go by, we keep on teaching our people, because we have to empower these people in order for them to get the resources that it trickles from the national government, at least like the what Baba is proposing, the 6,000 a month. When they would be getting that kind of money, then these people would be a little bit change, that we need good leaders who can make such policies for these people to get an ongoing, the income that you get, which is an ongoing, is better than the income that you just get in lump sum one time. And I
Okay,
think
okay. I think Geoffrey, you have a question or a comment on the aspirants. We want to go ahead.
Thank you, brother Temb. I think I have a comment to my brothers Tony and Ndeto about this issue of handouts and buying support. And I'll say this, brother Ndeto and Tony, you know very well where I come from, our country, that the issue or the culture of handouts is there, and it's keep on increasing each elections. So, guys, be prepared. Especially, let me tell you, I come from Kisiland. When they know that you are overseas, you're coming home to 5 or a 6, even if you have a good brain, when you are somebody who can bring change in our community, there is a mulima there. there is what we call Yogosera. I think you know that word. So the thing is, this issue of a handout, it makes us very good people in our country who can be able to vie for a seat and make some change. The only thing you can overcome that, just be there for a certain period and do some projects down there in the ground. But if you're gonna wait that you're gonna go, you're there meaning like 5 months, then you start going around there, my brother, it's not that easy. Whichever side you're gonna go and vie the seat from, it's not that easy. Because our people have been trained that and their minds that when the election is near, they're gonna be lining up for the handouts. And if you have nothing to give them, I promise you, nobody gonna listen to you. They're gonna chase you, and that's a fact. And that's how our people have been developed. That's the culture of handouts. I don't know where my brother and Ndeto come from or where you're gonna buy from, but it's all over the country. And on those, let me say this, more especially let's say the people from some Nyanza region, the Luo nation, that whenever party which you're gonna stand on, the nomination is gonna be, it determines whether we're gonna be in the parliament or not. Even that on that in the nomination, you're gonna put pockets, a hand in your pocket, and you're gonna spend a lot of money. So let me tell my brothers that when it comes this, be prepared that out there, you must be well prepared, because without putting your pockets, something in your pocket to go and do for your campaign, is not that easy. You may be good, you may have a good vision for our people, but kama kupanda mlima na baiskeli ukiwa umenini uko juu yake. So be prepared, and if you are on the ground, the only advice I can say, if you are on the ground, just it's better to do some projects, a long-term projects. For example, someone wants to do to fight for any seat, especially in the Kisi region. The only thing which can make you just be down there on the ground for a certain period of time doing some projects, then that one you're going to be assured that you're going to have some people listening to you. But when you wait for the last minute that you are going there to look for votes or something like that, the only thing which can save you is your pocket. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much. I think what we want to do right now, because we were winding down, so we can have you guys giving some and I think we need to have a show where we have all the aspirants coming in. And what do you think, Dato? We have you and other aspirants who have been here just to come and share their insights into their progress, and not necessarily give us their strategy, but at least give us you share your view on what you think and how, because you're going to chart the direction of politics and policy formulation moving forward. You're going to set the agenda, so you're going to be very important people to watch in the coming election. So I think we might need to have a session for all these aspirants to come and exchange views. You might learn one or two from each other. What do you think? I think
Sure.
that's a good thing. Yeah.
So I also support.
Okay. So we can give our closing views. Maybe take some time for all of us, We'll start with you, Ndeto. Then we go around, and then we finish with Tony. So Ndeto, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Demba. I will start by adding a point also on how maybe I'm also trying to evade from this issue of handout. You see, also identifying the gaps of the incumbent, and you also share with the people. You also listen their insights. You know, like in my place, there are a lot of things that this guy promised, including industries or companies, factories, but they are not there. It was not even clear that that is the work of the county government. He just used that advantage to trick our people. But if you take your time and go also explaining to the people where you even think this person went wrong or why he is not even delivering, in a way that can be a strength to bank on when it comes to maybe also evading from using handouts. In conclusion, I would say that this country is bigger than every one of us. And the reason why we are here at this hour is because we are true patriots. People who would love to see this nation moving to another level. And the reason why we are sharing about various aspirants of the president or the presidential candidates is because we would like also Kenyans to understand, you know, they may not have the time to be in the rallies or maybe to listen to these people, but because we have done our research, we are able to bring issues that we feel are of importance. We are also able to give some directions when it comes to even interpretation of various policies or even various suggestions by these candidates. And even we are able to bring everything into context where we are today. So bearing all these elements on the big picture, I think what we are doing, we should keep doing it. I think it is in this platform I saw a Tanzanian, a young lady coming and joining the very same platform, and you can see the influence that this Mutembei platform is also causing among young people. If people from Tanzania can start following us, and you know, Kenya has already set a pace in East Africa. So we are doing better. We are doing good. So if we keep improving, because I believe we have brains from people living in developed nations, people who have also experience and who know the reality, how even the models these nations are using. If we keep importing such knowledge, I think that's what we are going to induce as aspirants. And these are the things that we will capitalize in when we become members of parliament, so that we also bring in a new culture, a new way of thinking among our parliamentarians. And I believe through that, we shall be able to achieve even the Vision 2030 we have been talking about. Or if it is not 2030, maybe by 2040, this nation will be so different if through this kind of nurturing that we have on the platform is embraced. So let us keep on doing the good work. And I'm happy when I'm criticized. I'm happy when I raise some insight and I disagree with the person, because that's the only way we can also keep learning. When you find every person is agreeing with everything you talk, then that means you do not have anything new. So, but when you find questions like that, know that you are enlightening. So thank you so much, guys. And also the commitment that you have. Maybe no one will pay you, but I know God has something big for you. You will once remember that the time I used to use in Motembei is the reason you will be in that destination. So may the Lord bless you all. Asante sana Themba.
And I hope you're not going because you'll give us a final prayer. So, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Ndeto, and everyone else. Now, I can agree that the handout thing is so much onto our society, and it is not something that is gonna be taken away in a day's time or in just one election. The culture is already on the ground now. Whatever any candidate has in the pocket, of course, the needy people needs it, and this has been made possible because of the leadership, which really goes away as soon as they get the elections. I mean, they win the elections and then come back much later during the campaign period. I think is like our people, they feel like, okay, we have never seen you. Now, before I listen to you, this is what I give me something. And on the other side of the coin, also, our people, some of our people live below 1 shilling or just a shilling a day, and just give if they know that they can receive 100 shillings from somebody, they will leave whatever they are doing, and then they go to get that. Now, this has to be unfolded by the good work of our elected leaders, but it will not be done by this election. So, by these elections, I think I would agree with everyone, with you, that there's nothing much. A candidate cannot change things at the go like that, but it will take like time and a generation to change that culture. So as we go also to the field, we have also to enlighten our people what we have to do and what the incumbents were supposed to do with the public funds that they received and never did it, because that is how they are getting the upper hand of getting the money back to these people again. They failed to do what they were supposed to do. Now they have come bring the same funds back to them. Then we have to pinpoint that. Um, and and this is not something that is personal to anybody, but is a civic education that we have to keep on teaching our people. Just like a salvation is not a one-day event; it's a process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. And you're right. Salvation is not a one-day event, and we have to keep educating the masses. We have to keep talking to them. Geoffrey, your final comments?
Thank you, brother. Let me say this: because today we are talking about the issue of handouts and the buying support. I know this is a really big problem we have, and I don't blame the people because the situation they have been put in. And these people, they are the one who make we people, we 190, we make ourselves to be in such a situation. It's high time we start educating people that these handouts are putting us in trouble, are making us choosing poor leadership. These handouts are making our country to have corrupted leaders because, when they give handouts, the next thing they're going to do, they're going to go there when they're elected to go and do corruption so that they can get back their money. So if we continue educating our people like that, I know one day this thing going to go away. We're going to be having a time where people go out there and they look for votes by representing what they're going to do to Wananchi, but not what they have in their pocket. Thank you very much for the platform.
Thank you, Geoffrey. Wekesa, we were giving our final remarks. Do you have any final remarks to give before we give shout outs and then we allow Ndero to pray?
Yeah, okay. I was following you behind the scene, and I've enjoyed your conversations. I just want to say that as much as we have ills in our society, we cannot give up. Uh, we are there to make a difference. When Jesus came on earth, he was supposed to save all mankind. When he left, he had met 12 disciples, so he did what he could do at that time. The reason why we get defeated is because we have this mind that we have to change the whole world. No, you just have to change the world around you, and everything else will change by itself. So let's do what we can. In terms of handout culture, we are arguing as if it has begun with us. This thing began long ago, but I've seen people being elected to leadership who did not have handouts, but they were able to sell their message, and the voters accepted. This message you hear that Kura, in those days of Kanu, they used to say kama Western walikuwa wanasema kula kwa Kanu, lala kwa Fort Kenya. And it worked for the generation of liberators, Kina Mohisa Kitui and the rest. So they used to, Kanu had money, yes, but the guys in opposition did have money. And they were able to message it well such that the electorate understood that there is a group that has money, but there is another group that has a vision. So yes, they went for the money, and then they came and voted for them. There's a guy who used to be an MP called Munyashe. He was one of the guy went there without anything, but he had just his own oratory skills, how he could convert. So those days, the guys who were aligned to Kanu, like Weta, could have enough money. But for Munyasha, he was elected twice, but he didn't give out any money. So if you don't have money, Mungu hakunyimangi kila kitu. Kama una pesa, anakupatianga some skills and wisdom to use to maneuver the political cross currents. And that's why we normally say if you are youth and you realize you don't have resources, don't go and compete with people. You align yourself also, make your voice be known. Sometimes people just don't elect you because you have money, but they also know you are a voice. So, and then there's a way nature works and conspires to bless people who have consistency. You may not. Somebody was, I don't know who was talking about that. I don't know whether it was on, I think it was on JK Live, between Atole and Jeff. He said that it's not just like Kibaki was supposed to be president, but it's just like he positioned himself somewhere. And when the current moved and they realized that this is the strategic man to take us to the next point. So he may not have the eloquence that Kina and the money that Kina Nyachai had, the eloquence that Kina Raila had, but there is a way even the world conspired and gave him an opportunity. So don't give up just because you don't have money. Don't give up just because you don't have eloquence like William Ruto. Position yourself. God is fair. He always gives chance. He gives bread to the sons of the rich and the sons of the poor. He rains rain to the rain comes to his people and those who are not his. So your opportunity is there. You just have to be focused and be determined that you can make a difference. Otherwise, have a wonderful night. It was good engaging together with you guys. Let's meet together in another show. For those who engaged us through conversations in comments, we appreciate your comments. We appreciate your views. We appreciate those who kept the conversation going. Themba, you can finish the show now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wekesa. Thank you, Tony. And I dare say that the aspirants, you got a very, you have a culture of handouts, and you have to really prepare yourself. And I know if you started campaigning this year, I think I don't know. I was mentioning to which aspirants. If you're starting to campaign this year for next year, you are late, because your competitors started campaigning 5 years ago. Some of them have been campaigning all along. So the later you start, the more you have to do. But is it possible? Yes, it's possible. So that should keep you going. That should push you there. But as we move on, as the electorate start noticing that you taking the position is not necessarily what gives them things. It is the structures that you set when you get the position that is what gives them things. Then they'll start detaching the issue of development and or them gaining versus you getting into that position. When you start believing that the structures are the most important thing, is not the person who gets there. So if you go there and you set the structures, I can wake up, work, and still earn what I need, that will be more helpful. So I want to say that we really appreciated our interaction with all those who came. Patrick Moshiri, just I want to mention just 5 people. Patrick Moshiri. Someone is not muted. Is it Wekesa? Caris Official, thank you. Let me see someone else. Variety Gitash, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your comments. Siyat Abdi, we appreciate your comments. True Story, we appreciate your comments. In whose hands are you safe? We appreciate your comments. And Felix Kioko, we appreciate every time for those who create time to come in, those who are sacrifice their nights to just engage. They say when you stop talking, you start fighting. So the more we talk, the better for all of us. And we get to learn more. They say you learn more by listening and talking to someone. So as we talk and we listen, we're able to understand where our people and others are coming from. He who has only tasted his mother's food believes that his mother is the best cook. They have not tasted other people's food. So we can imagine that if you can test each other's food, then you'll realize that even the food that is cooked by others is also food. Let's learn to tolerate each other. Let's learn to appreciate that above everything else, we are all Kenyans. And Kenya is what is our business. So we are in a business of building Kenya, a united Kenya, a cohesive Kenya, a Kenya that is ruled by the constitutional provisions, and a Kenya that is united. So if we can focus on that, we'll be able to respect each other no matter our differences, and we'll say that we are united in our diversity. We don't have to be all believing in the same. We'll all be able to appreciate that our differences is what makes us better, and we will be moving and making sure that Kenya moves forward one in unison. The future belongs to the young generation. So the more young generation and young people get involved in politics, the better the policies they create and the better they shape the future of Kenya. I really appreciate you all. And for the aspirants, we are going to have an opportunity another time so that we can debate together. At this point in time, I want to say this before I give it to Ndeto to pray for us. Remember, the opinions expressed in this forum, they are not necessarily those of Mutembei, the owner of the TV, Mutembei TV. But again, remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. At this point, I want to allow Ndeto to pray with us so that we can call it a day. Ndeto, take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Demba. Let us pray. Our Father and our King, through your Son, Jesus Christ, we do have become before you this morning. We are really grateful for guiding us all along, for protecting us, and also helping us to navigate through our businesses, through our daily activities, and even giving us fresh minds to come up with good plans, which are of benefit to our families, to our nation, and even to our organizations. Father, we always give you glory. We always give you thanksgiving. Keep helping us build each other's capacity. Help us enrich this network provided by Mutembei TV. Lord, bless the founders of this television. Bless all the stakeholders. Bless all our audience. May you always do them good. Lord, every time we come here, Lord, give us a spirit that will change minds into a better way, into the right direction. Even the ambitions that has been presented through this platform among the panelists, how I pray that you may do them good and you may help them come to meet them. For we all have one common goal, to make this country a better place. Be with us today. Those who are moving on with daily activities, be with them. Those of us who are going to sleep, Lord, may you be with us in the remaining part of the night. We thank you and we give glory. It is in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, everyone. See you next time. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, we start early. See you, Ndeto. I know you want to sleep so
Okay,
that
see
you can
you.
go to church. See you. Bye. Bye,
Yes,
bye,
yes.
everyone.
Thank you.